It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you can tell her now.
Hello, chatto, it's Sundat, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, we gaze into our crystal balls to make our way into the year 2080.
Sabotage.
Will we have flying cars finally? Will I finally be a functioning human being? All that and more, as well as some lovely lookups from you guys, we'll be finding out today on Building a Nation with Bugger.
Fiona!
Building a Nation with Bugger, chat. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Bugger. I had to put the hat on. I feel like it's the perfect time for the hat. So close. I sort of ran out of things to say. It's Bog. Distract.
Hi.
Look at Pretty Woman instead of me. It's easier. Oh, dearie. Well, we tried. We tried. And the most important thing is that we tried.
I was so
frankly-
looking forward to this stream, and then I ran into a great weekend at my brother's. So I am here for just a couple of minutes, stealing some of the vibes and do some lookup requests I'll see in the VOD. So I guess I see you lot in the VOD.
Riveting. Anyway. So, let's get back to this. The thing we're actually here for, the stream. My God, there was a lot of... firstly, Odd Apple Sheila 12. That's right, government name. Thank you very much for the 28 months during the intro. That was very kind of you. Robin the Matrix. You give that Matrix back. Thank you very much for the 2 minutes ago follow. Why did I... Thank you for the follow, Robin. Andrew with the 22. Split with the follow as well. And Steve, thank you very much for the 21 months as well. That is very kind of you, my friend.
Why is it found in a river?
You find us in a river? The lookups will be... You can't do free lookups because Twitch won't allow it, but I basically put them down to 100 points. So it's essentially... Like, if you watch for, like, literally, if you're here for, like, 10 minutes and click the yellow card button, you'll get, like, 50 points for free immediately. So it should be okay on that side of things. Oh, dear. Why is Inferno in a river? He's in a river on Wednesday. Love to see it.
Which river?
Which river? She's like that now. We'll be driving past a river and be like... She'll name it.
That'd be the Wissy.
She's, like, tagging rivers as we go past.
Yeah.
That River Wissy right there. Where is the River Pussio?
Oh, that's Northampton.
Northampton, fair. 44 lookups, essentially. If you can get them in quick enough. Basically, if you've not seen one of these streams before, the way I do this is, as you'll notice that it's, bye Pog, she's dismantling a chest of drawers today, so that's fun. The way I normally do it is, indeed, this is a part of it. Would you like to win part of a chest of drawers?
Matt will sign it.
I'll sign it. In feces. No, I won't do that. Second yellow scat. Anyway, we move. Yeah, so basically, I've paused the request right now, and what I do is I open them for like a 2-minute window every little while. That way we don't end up with loads that I can't get to, because the idea is basically I don't want to miss any, but at the same time I also don't want to be overrun by them to the point where we can't actually get to all of them, basically. So I open it like a few little times, or like 30 seconds at a time, every like hour. That way people that come at different points of the stream can get in and do some sort of stuff there, yeah. Scatter's yellow. Yeah, I'd say that. Either means you're really hydrated or very unhydrated. It did went really well, Rexy, yeah. On that was last Monday now. It's nearly been a bloody week. To the surprise of nobody, Rexy, it went exactly as everyone expected it to go. Fill it with piss. I don't know if you can fill that with piss, per se. This was the chest of drawers that collapsed a few weeks ago. In fact, it was probably like a month or so ago. We went to B&M yesterday and finally managed to find a piece of affordable furniture. Obviously, it's B&M, but it's a full-size wardrobe with drawers in it, and it was like 100 quid, which is actually pretty good. Even for the ones from IKEA, the cheap ones you get from IKEA don't have the drawers in. So, Pog is absolutely, like, buzzing because she gets to build a flat pack, and it is like, other than crisps, it's probably her favourite thing in the world. Hello, Daz. Oh, you're going to the NFL today. Is it the Jags game? Yeah, so Tuesday, I don't really know what's going on with it, basically, because the way I'm looking at it, obviously you can tell from everything being identical that this is the same PC. However, thanks to the wonderful work of Gordo, I have now got essentially a build complete. I just need to, because I'm going to try and build it myself again, because it's just cheaper, like 300 or 400 quid cheaper. So I'm going to do that instead. But there's a few little things I need to twitch and change around, because one of the RAM bits that I wanted to get was out of stock. And now it's like doubled the price on these third-party sites. So I might need to do a bit of swippity swapping on that one, but should be able to get that sorted relatively soon, basically. Yeah, just follow my OnlyFans or subscribe to Club. Subscribe to Club, download Club. Those are your choices. I would choose the second of the two, but, you know, each to their own. And the rubble pile, if the other camera works. Oh, it doesn't. Hang on. Let's see. Can I get the other camera to work? No, because I could have showed you. It basically is just a pile down there at the moment. It is literally that bad. It's crazy. I'm good. Power Aiden James, thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome anybody that's just joined us for today's stream. A little bit different. Choice of beverage for today is my vitamin C fizzy drink thing. You know, the little dissolvable tablets that you get. I was drinking this during my assessment, and I didn't start drinking it till the very end. And then she goes to me, "That isn't a pint, is it?" Because it was in a camera pint glass, and I thought, oh shit, because I normally do that. And then what I really should have done is gone, no, that's fine. It's just an effervescent fizzy. What I actually said was, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Which probably wasn't the best thing to say at the time, but she laughed, and therefore I validated myself with it, you know?
Did you actually say that in your assessment?
Yes.
Love it.
Oh, you believe it? Sorry, my apologies, Steve. So what I'll do is I'll open it now for 30 seconds. That way people that are maybe going to have to leave and want to watch the VOD can get their lookups in. I've actually got this open. So what I'm going to do is get a timer on my phone, and I can catch up on chat in a second. Just get the timer up for 30 seconds. You might think, well, only 30 seconds, but trust me, you can get a lot of lookups in 30 seconds, believe me. So, and it should be open. Thank you, Power. Thank you. I'll just call you James. It's probably easier. I will be back on YouTube once the new game comes out and all that sort of jazz, so I should be back in all that goodness. I went through and I kept history after retirement, our entire squad, as well as every player on the shortlist at Tenerife and any of those guys. So they should, if they have any kind of post-careers or anything like that, be in there as well. Aiden, that works too. Don't know why I went for James. Probably your surname, right? And right, we're going to be nearly done. Don't worry if you don't get one in time. I will be opening it again as soon as we've done these, basically. And that's done. Right, cool. So, that gives us 36 to do. But I'll just open it again the second we've done all these ones, basically. Because sometimes they take longer, sometimes they take less. So, off we go. Power's your surname. That's a good name. Some might even say it's a powerful name. I bet you've never heard that joke in your entire life. And this is the first time anyone, including a especially humorous streamer, has ever made that joke. Original, me. They call me Mr. Original. So, see you later, Steve. Have a lovely day, my friend. And thank you for your wonderful vibes over the entire season. Right, so, first on the list is the G'day League. Which, why have I written League? As if the game was going to be like, yes, I know exactly what you mean, Matt. Let me take you straight there. Okay. Is it Hyundai or Isuzu? I can never remember who the sponsor is, because I usually look it up via the spot. It's Isuzu. Okay, cool. Okay. So bloody hyphen. Do you know what? Biggest thing I'm looking forward to on FM26 potentially is if they sort out their regex. Just allow me to have a more like sensible search, basically. Most normal. Do you know what? It's a bit like that time I tried to Google Wasteman in FM and it brought up Harry Kane for seemingly no reason. So we obviously departed here. So in case you've just joined, we're in the year 2079, which is 35 years, and you might think that's not that far in the future. And you'd be right. I simmed this for 4 days. Basically didn't shut it off. The only time I shut it off was I briefly paused it while I was doing the podcast on Thursday night. That was it. So the save files are absolutely colossal in size, and they take around about 3.5 hours to sim a single season. It got a bit messy. But I did turn on loads of other leagues before I turned the save thing on and turned some of the detail levels around a little bit. Childish behaviour. Oh, Almost certainly Basil. Actually, no, I think it was probably half. It was easy, not complicated. I think it's... My guess is, Aiden, that it's probably going to be the same. I would be willing to bet, and this is a view that Hadrian and I share. Hadrian is, if you're new to the channel, Hadrian is our resident editor expert. That basically it's likely to be the exact same. Because some of the boxes for things like women's football were sort of already in the 24 one. There were some weird like tick boxes that were sort of didn't really do anything, but we suspected that it was like laying the groundwork. Because I truly think that they were actually trying to bring in women's football sooner than they did. And then with the whole Unity thing, they sort of pushed it back. I suspect we're not hearing any news on the editor because there isn't any news. Yes, Pog?
That's the
Box reveal. Unboxing, except we've already done it. Wait, wardrobe. In case you were... I know you, when I mentioned it earlier, someone in chat was like, well, you haven't shown us the wardrobe, Matt. Now, what are you doing? What kind of streamer is this? No more knife crimes. When Chris was asking for potential pod titles, I was tempted to suggest the title to just be, so I went outside with a kitchen knife. But apparently that was uncouth and bad for YouTube algorithm. Wowbox, thank you. See? Okay, Pog, you were right. They did like the box. Competent Football Manager. Not going to happen. You're going to not find that in here, I'm afraid. Well, maybe someone in chat. So... Any massive shocks, really? I guess MacArthur. God, it's been a proper domination of Melbourne City and Sydney FC, really, hasn't it? A couple of Western... Wow, Western United have had a few finals. But just what's in the box? Well, not a title for Western United. Isn't the nature basically the same? I mean, I hope that it's... I reckon it'll be the same as the FM25 editor. How about that? Stick that one in your pipe and smoke it. Hello, Pog. What you got there?
Yeah, that's smooth. That's for the jaws.
It's for the jaws. That looks all smooth in that. And look like it might not fall down and all that. Crazy. Yoruba language confirmed there's no editor. After it's already been translated through like Esperanto and Sanskrit, right? Yeah? Ah, dear. Burger Nation Egypt tradition. I think you're going to have to rely on Hadrian for that. Oh, hello. Just got a text from BT. I went and sorted out my phone contract finally yesterday because I've been putting it off for 10 months. Because I've been overpaying, basically, and I realised that I was basically paying nearly 30 quid a month to just get some data that I wasn't using. So I went into a phone shop in person and spoke to a human being yesterday. And to be fair, shout out to Bernie, he absolutely smashed it. Best part is, when I was trying to get my pack code over the phone in the shop, the guy from customer service for EE tried to steal his sale. Shady behaviour there. Drama in the EE community. End up not... to be fair, that's exactly what we were trying to do in this save, Aiden, just with a few little extra caveats on top of that. In the end, in fact, before I go to the next lookup, this is going to happen a lot today, tangents. This is why 38 requests could last us a while. In the end, if you are new to this overall save, there was actually a save attached to this. I didn't click timeline there, chat, my apologies. I only won 3 things in 21 seasons. But they were the big ones. Welsh 2nd Division, Belgian 3rd Division, Portuguese 2nd tier. Frankly, I call that a treble. This is why no one was surprised. Exactly. But we move. So, Good Day League is ticked off, and now we're off to FC Jazz, my favourite of the musical football clubs. Who, Jazz Pori. Hate to see it. Definitely. He was one of the managers of all time, and that's all we can ever ask for. AJ, thank you very much for the 10 months, and thank you for your general lovely support. You've been very, very useful and very nice to me behind the scenes and in public. And just incredibly, you've been a hell of a resource when it comes to these things. So, yeah, I just want to say thank you to you for that. So, Jazzy boys, they do have a guy called Petri Mohammed. He's an absolute dish. He's the best player, after all. Or is he just their captain? Gashed head. Watch out, bud. Hang on, how tall are you? 5'9". How low is the ceiling, lad? Pelletier. Hang on. That name's... I was about to say that name seems familiar, but of course it wouldn't do, would it? They won 2 top flight leagues. I guess they must have done, but it was in the 90s, so it doesn't really count so much. But yeah, unfortunately, as far as I know, they've not been any playable... Oh, no, they have. They've briefly basically got into the Finnish, what I'm assuming is the Ikonen, which is the 2nd tier? I forget. Because Finland moved their league names around, didn't they, at one point? So I can't remember if the Ikonen is the 3rd or the 2nd tier, because there's the Kakkonen as well, isn't there? I'm guessing that is the one that used to be called the Kakkonen, or wasn't the Ikonen the 2nd division before, but now it's the 3rd tier or something? This is what I'm fully expecting our resident Finns to explain that to me, but I think that was the case. A Discord. Oh, yeah, no, we've got a Discord. If you do exclamation mark Discord, there you go, someone's done it for you. No, the Discord is open to all. I do have a Patreon, but the only things that are locked behind my Patreon currently, and I think this is the foreseeable future, is we do custom regens that spawn into my saves on Twitch and YouTube as well. But that's the only thing that really is on there, as well as like early access to videos and occasionally like random like outtake clips. More of that to come, I suspect. Ixki. Okay. They just don't know how to code Finland. That makes sense to them. I thought that guy was called Poirot there. Oh, I see. So it's just an absolute mess. No, this is Football Manager. I refuse to believe that there is an absolute mess taking place. I just don't believe it. Early access to the annual video. I know. It's going to be great. Nah, it should be good. I think first thing I'm going to do when the beta drops, or whatever they're calling it this year, is test database stuff and see if there's any changes to that so I can make a database video just to get the ball rolling while I work on some scouting stuff. Svenis mates. Imagine if I didn't set keep history after retirement on the one player. I could have sworn I did. In fact, just to check this, bro is about to bring receipts. I suspect the receipts are about to prove that I'm wrong. Yeah, they didn't look great. I mean, probably the best time to mention this up front. I'm not going to be showing any leaks and stuff on stream because I'm of the opinion that that stuff shouldn't really be out there, and it kind of sucks that it is. And also, I have certain partnerships that I need to sort of protect to a certain extent. If you are interested in those, then I have made a link that you can follow in chat, but I can't directly show things on stream. It will sort of summarize things. So, Svenny boy, this is a year later actually, so he would have already retired by now, wouldn't he? Well, that is he. No! Svenny boy, it's fine. But he did go into management. Oh, dearie me. Consider me hoisted. Yeah, if you want to see some of the musings about it, they're in the Discord as well. Hoisted by his own receipt. It was bound to happen. Tell you what, it is 5 p.m. somewhere. Tell you what we'll do. I was a sensible boy. I went through and deleted some save files earlier because it was taking up a lot of space in my system. Let's just skip through a couple of years and see if we can find him. He looked like a decent manager. And because it makes sense that 35 years later he'd be retired, so we should be able to find him. I won't do this for any other players, but I know that I went through all of the active players in our squad. I think it's just that I assumed I already had Sven done. Or tell them, yeah, I think that was my plan with that game, was what I expected to happen. That it was just going to be Arsenal are better than us, we'll hold out, and eventually they'll score a set piece. Death taxes and Arsenal scoring from a corner. On the plus side, I did have loads of their players in my club team, so I guess, silver linings and all that. That and that Fulham team at the moment is not it. We have so many injuries, and now we've got loads more injuries too, which is awesome, because it looks like Kearney's cursing a knock, and so is Joachim Andersen. Svenis mates, he's manager of Braga under 23s, so he did manage the, what is their full name? I can never remember their full name, which is weird that it doesn't show there, actually. Is it on general? I did look this up. Or is that a different Louvière? Oh, that was Louvière Centra I was thinking of. There's a different Louvière. Many Louvières exist in this world. I'll just go to 59. I'll do 60. Since I don't have 59 sorted. Scott was able to find the club. Maybe? Actually, probably not with McTominay because he was a staff member, and I think you have to do that separately. I hope Sven gets at least one chance as a big manager job. Because these are all under 21 manager jobs, which makes me think that he is likely to still want to take that step up. If he was a coach, I'd be less, thinking of that. But we'll see. Sven Smates. Still under 23 manager at Braga at 50 years old. So he's 11 years at Braga manager. Okay. So that was 60. He might have only just retired, chat. But 48 new teams, psych. We actually did an Ireland save a couple of years ago. I mean, you possibly already know this, but what we could have done with having that extra depth there. Because obviously there's no relegation from the second tier in Ireland at the moment, is there? Hello, James. 7 players. Holy shit. Yeah, it's I'm in an absolute deadlock battle with my opponent this week. I've got 147 points and he's got 122. No, something like that. I think I have a 22-point lead on him. But he still has Mbermo to play. So as long as Mbermo doesn't get a decent point haul against Liverpool today, which I think probably won't. He then went to be a coach at Westerlo. Surely there's a chance that he becomes a manager at some point. Apologies that we're having to do this the backwards way. Be unlike me to be doing it in incredibly ham-fisted route. It's just what I do. I think I'm going to win. I loaned Haaland in for the week because I needed the points. And I needed to, because this matchup was basically a head-to-head match to win the league. And he had some damn good players. On the plus side, though, I packed Saka yesterday morning. And so I had to figure out where to fit him into my salary cap. And it was not easy because he's on 6 million. But I did it. Thankfully, I was able to sort of watch a few ads to get my thingy up. Oh, so they are announcing it. Okay, sick. That's cool, actually. Up the tree to United, of course. So he was still Westerlo coach. At this rate, he's going to have literally retired like a season before we actually stopped the save. If only I'd done it one season earlier, it would have been absolutely fine. But I had Mateta. See, I normally have Mateta, but for some reason I decided to drop him out this week. What a mistake that was. Not great. Only coach preference. That's annoying. So I suspect he's most likely going to stay at Westerlo and then retire, right? At least he went back to his native Belgium, had a little bit of fun there. I always forget that he's Belgian. And he had a little bit... Oh, there he is, retiring at the age of 66? Yep, 66. Could have at least gone 3 more years there, Svenny boy. Oh, well. You know what? That's a reasonable career for the big man. You notice there's another one here. I basically went a little bit longer just to make sure all the seasons had finished. Because my save point... You know, if you do a save point and you save it yearly, it creeps backwards because of leap years. So I thought I'd make sure that we had, like, complete seasons for this current year that we're in. Just got Kevin. He's been living off that Leeds performance. Although, I must admit, he did actually look okay off the bench against Arsenal. It's just that we don't have the team around him right now to make good use of him. Was surprised to see no Chukwueze. We're just injury hit right now. It's not great. I still think we'll be fine, but it's still not comfortable. Particularly there's some teams at the bottom. Well, there's some teams at the bottom that are looking very, very bad. But some of the promoted teams, especially Sunderland, look legitimately really good. So, a player who I did actually set it on is Mr. Sim Post. 1-2-1 caps. His most points against Arsenal? Really? Is that because he completed loads of dribbles? Because he's just going to absolutely rinse you points for dribbles, because you get 1 point per dribble. That's why Saka got me so many points, I think. Cleared it up. Yeah, I'm glad of that too. I genuinely, the way that Fulham have been with VAR this season, I did not expect them to overturn it, because it's just how it's been. Like, I just assumed they'd find some way of giving it and be like, well, they hit each other at the same time, therefore it's a penalty. But there you go. So, yeah, after he left Tenerife, went to Volendam, which we already knew, I think. Then to Partizan for a little bit, but he found his form with an 8-year stint at ICOR over in Sweden, which you'd love to see it. Big and small. So basically, I don't really do a lot like a PvP stuff, Aiden, just because it's quite time consuming a lot of the time, and it's why that I rarely ever do it, just because it just takes an awful lot of time, and I'm not always sure that it's as rewarding for content from the audience point of view as it is for the creator. And I have a great time whenever I've done it. Like, I love doing the league over the summer with Zealand and that. But I think it was more, I enjoyed it perhaps more than it was from a viewership standpoint, even though we had our little vibes corner. So yeah, Sim Post, 121 caps for Estonia. What a lad. I like that he became a little fan favourite. He was clearly a reasonable quality player if he ended up playing in Sweden for like a decent team in Sweden, unless ICOR were like shit for the rest of the season. It was really fun. Even with all the drama and stuff, it was still a fun experience overall. Getting to meet new creators, right? Steinmetz. Why are there so many of them? Thomas Steinmetz. There he is. Right, what happened? He came to France. Hayden, I think that's your narcissism talking. How can I make this about me? I jest, of course. It's what I do. So, yeah, most of his most successful spell was at Tenerife. And then he went to Leeds. Didn't really work out. I mean, he's only there for 3 years. Played a reasonable amount. Then he went to Lens. Then to Nancy. I like that he came to France. Went till 35, which honestly, higher than I would have thought. Like, I suspected he was going to be an early retirement just because of his natural fitness levels. But 26 caps for Belgium. I like that at least both he and Sim Post got 1 goal. Yeah, that was my thought. I thought he'd be like a 33 maybe. So going to 35, not too bad. Maybe we underestimated him. Love to see it. Socorro. Oh, this is what I'm super excited about. I think he would have been on the keep history anyway, just because he is so well known. There he is, Luis Socorro. What do you reckon? 150 caps? 273 league appearances for Tenerife. 215 Spain caps. He was the Spanish national team goalkeeper for nearly 20 years. That is actually probably one of the most insane things I've ever seen. That is... Oh, he's 100% a legend. Let's have a little look. Mbala... No, of course he's not. The reason I said that flash is just because we've got some stuff that might spoil on that screen. Insane. He won some World Cups, obviously. Did he win any Champions League with Tenerife? Because he was there till 55. Oh, he 100% did, didn't he? There you go, 2050. Boom. He might have won a sooner one, honestly, as well. Because we finished off here. Lots of titles. So he's won a Champions League, at least one. Super Cup. Best goalkeeper at the World Cup. He's won a lot of titles. I think he only won one Champions League, but 673 league appearances is utterly is insane. I might, at some point, try to go back to when he retired and look at his actual appearances overall, because he will have obviously made... He's probably close to like 900 appearances if you count Cup and Continental games as well. Well, I mean, we know that he's close to 900 already, just with you counting his Continental Cups. Like his caps. That would put him at what, like 898? He's over 1,000 appearances. No goals, though, which is very true, yeah. What you're saying is, useless scrub. How on earth did he get in their team? I agree. So he won the Champions League. That'd be certainly a season to go back and have a look at. Best 11. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Will that actually show us? So we go... So you would go to Tenerife's 2056 season. They've got a Serbian manager right now. 2 Champions Leagues. Because they won one since. Right, best 11. And then 2056. Oh, there you go. It will just show you there. Because, of course, he's in it. 949 appearances for Tenerife. Yeah, this is the OTI save. Basically taken another 35 years into the future, which was amazingly the most I could get it to do in a 4-day of simming window, which is wild to me. That's insane. So, what's that? Like 1,100 and... It's close to 1,200 appearances in total, if you count his international appearances. But the fact that he got to 950 nearly in the league, not in the league, sorry, in like club games is genuinely astonishing to me. And Bala, by the way. God, if he hadn't moved to Saudi, he would have got to 1,000 as well, wouldn't he? That's the thing. I mean, maybe he wouldn't have played. He was probably still goated. Karab Chea's in there as well. Like, of the players that we signed them, Almada too. Oh, Almada and Bala. Pueo was one of our guys as well. And obviously Karab Chea. Wait, Nieto? No, it was a different save, wasn't it? 508 goals for Martins is actually filthy. Imagine being Yarajil. You score 325 goals and they're like, yeah, but you're not that good, are you, bud? Did you see the stadium name? Who was it named after? The Albert Mbala Park. Ah, yes. A team in Tenerife would definitely name their stadium Albert Mbala Park. Not Estadio Albert Mbala. No. They need to, like, localize stadium naming. The fact that he's not a legend is actually a parquet to you. That's my flooring. He's probably in there somewhere. He better be. Unless it's been overwritten because of when he retired. Not being funny, but is bro even in there? That is Ciudad Esportivo Albert Mbala. Yes, exactly. I suspect that it's been overwritten because FM has a habit of... The only ones that get locked in are like... I assume Albert Mbala's in here because of the stadium name. Waldo. Was he really? I think that was actually there before, potentially. Where is he? I can't find him. Help me. We'll circle back to some of this stuff for Tenerife because they've clearly won a second title. Sorry, they've won 13 titles, in fact, which I like to believe we set them up for that. They've also got 2 Champions Leagues as well, which is tremendous. That's frustrating. Regardless, he deserved more. Ali Almari, Qatari Sheffield Wednesday manager. Oh, that's a deep one. I suspect we're not going to have much luck with him, but you never know. Maybe he went on to manage Real Madrid and absolutely crushed it. Who can tell? Right. Real Madrid. I don't know if that's quite who I'm looking for there, lads. I suspect he's not there. So, Fry, we have like, you know, the lookup thing we do. I'm opening it. I'm basically opening it in bursts so people can get lookups through. That way we don't forget stuff. Oh, thank you, Matt. It allows me to sort of get everyone to get a go, as well as to not leave anyone out, basically. Yeah, it's paused at the moment. And that's why it's so cheap, so everyone can just use it. Right. Yeah, I have 100 points on that one. Have your 100 points back. Uncube. Or not Uncube, but I've forgotten how to say his name again. There's probably a few of them, to be fair, but I suspect he'll show up as... There he is, Cabello Oob. So yeah, Napoli, retired at 36, 102 caps. Love to see it. It's tough for them, Aiden, I suspect. I really like... My favourite thing about Twitch is reading chat, honestly. I obviously like playing the game, and it's fun to do this as a job, but like the interaction side of things is what is... It drives the overall vibe, which is the best thing about it for me. So, yeah. I mean, after going from Man United to Napoli for an absurd amount of money... Or, speaking of which, I want to look into that Dean Trudgeon guy. He went to Al Hilal, which they always do. You redirected. Nice. Does that mean you were the one with the megaphone? I hope you didn't do that thing where they talk about themselves too much and then you end up starting the park run 10 minutes too late. You would never. You don't seem like the type, Bente. We all know, anyone that's done park run knows exactly what I'm talking about as well. Hello, Williams. How's it going, man? Oh, 2 wolves. I'll be honest with you, Hayden. The Just Chatting wolf is a much larger wolf, and I suspect that over the last couple of years, it's somewhat cannibalized the other wolf. You know, it's eaten it in utero, so to speak. What am I talking about? Anyway, Cabello and Cube did win loads of stuff. Presumably nothing crazy. Did he win a cup? Oh, Nations Cup runner-up with South Africa. That's pretty impressive. We take that. Fair enough, Aiden. Like, you know, I'm a Fulham fan, but it's not like I get down to Craven Cottage. I've been to a local game much more recently, you know, because local football's sick. I'm really good, Ilums. I hope you're well, man. Hope life is treating you good. You ran the Chicago Marathon. Fair play. How was that? I know that your time would have been about 7 minutes because you're an absolute, like, speed freak. But still, I kind of want to know. I want the aspirational message, you know? There we go. So that was old Cabello. I'm sorry, Steve, that there was a bit of a less interesting look up there. Dick's Cocks and Willies. The name of my sex ed course. Right. Let's just go for it. Me taking a step into the brothel. We've got Carly Dickoff, Ernie Dickin. Oh, good. Kelsey Dickoff. Tiago Dixon. Dick Van der Ven. Matthew Lee Dix. Saxon Dickens. Very solid. Jason Dickey. Just straight up Dixon. Dicky Iqbal is amazing work. Where's Dicky Iqbal from? He's Indonesian. Shout out to him. Keith Dickin. Sammy Forsdick. I bet he's popular. Dicky Wohale. I thought that said Dicky Whale. Daniel Dickhurst. No, Daniel Dickhout. Dick Van Grinsven. Marco Dick. Dixon Dickinson. Dixon Dickinson. Yes. You're my new favourite. Moritz Dickout. Dickout as a surname is not one we come across all that much. Dickie Roy. Anton Dick. Definitely don't want that. You really do not want that. Dick Jacobs. Mandala Dicko. Julian Dick Geyser. Good work. Dickout is tremendous. Marco Dick. Dwayne Forsdick. Dick DeLong. I know we're immature, but you know what? It's all very well us looking every couple of seasons or whatnot, right? But when you get a brand new batch and you get to enjoy it as a group, it's just tremendous. I think my favourites so far are obviously Dixon Dickinson and Dick DeLong, Dixon Bocco, Dickie Wade, Cody Dicker, Dick Cromkamp, John Dix Lewis. Lads, what you do is your business. Helena Dixon, Björn Dickelhuber, not a name I've heard before. Cammy Dixon, Dixon James, Matthias Dick, Luke Dick. It's quite a lot, actually. Then we're into the Dickos, and it comes back. Dick de Groot, Dixon Member, that's solid as well, actually. Clyde Dicker, Gerard Dicker, Dick Hookstra. It's like a duck. It's a lot of it. I mean, it is. It just is. Kevin Dick, Dixon Guaita. Wow. Okay, I've not seen that for Papua New Guinea player before. Henry Caddick. Darcy Dicker is decent too. Dixon Fifi. Like that. Dick Mackey. Drew Dickinson. Dixon Chukwu. God, there's so many. It's normally probably just because we haven't looked at this for like 35 years or whatever. So there's been a whole new set of them that have, and I think we're finally done. There you go. Interesting Cox, that's the next one. Don't worry, Inferno covered all our bases. We're going to get all three. You won't find as much on Willie, but you'll find some on Cock. Let's go. Scrolling back. There'll be less of them though, mostly Dutchies. Cockram Peacock. Gemma Pincock. Tim DeCock, standard. Dick Dick is possible. Sully Cox is decent. So what happens, basically, Andrew, is sometimes I forget to remove them from the queue after I add them to the intro bit, and these two are right next to each other in the overall queue. Brock Pocock, Dory Meacock, solid. There's two different Lewis DeCocks. One's an analyst and one's a director of football. Spiderman.png. Leo DeCock, Jack Peacock, Paulus DeCock, solid. Maurizio DeCock, Joe Coughlin, Cockcroft. Jack, can I interest you in a manager called Cock Blanc? That is my favourite so far. Cock Blanc. And if you missed it, we actually had a staff member called Dick Monster earlier in the save. That was his actual name. Cock Blanc is tremendous. What was his? Tends not to? Wait a minute. Where's Cock Blanc go? Tends not to select domestic players for the national team. Like you'd ever get the chance, cocky boy. What else we got? Gauthier de Cock. Cock Blanc is my favourite of those ones by a considerable margin. Jean-Claude de Cock. Hayden... Oh, it's Hayden Leacock. Geordie de Cock. Choz Pycock. Okay, that's interesting. I've never seen Choz as a first name before, honestly. Ray Cox. And I think that is... It completes it. Julianus Cools is not that, but it's a great name. Oh my god, he's really good. So Tuesday, I'm not really sure what's going on, Crazy Brit, because we still don't know what's going on with like early access and beta stuff. There was that, I think this has happened since I last streamed, there was that Epic thing that basically showed the 23rd. I think that might be right. It just seems a little bit too close, but also it's a weird year, so I'm thinking that maybe Thursday might even be the beta. Potentially. So Tuesday we'll sort of have to play it by ear and see what happens. It depends on what happens with the new computer, as I might be building it that day and thus will need to sort that, because obviously if we're going to make streaming on the new game, I suspect I'm going to need the new PC to be working for that. Means Sean. Oh really? I thought it might have been like Blanc in French, where it means like white. Chooses PC building stream. I'll stream it on this one while I'm building it on the desk. They have done in the past, Fry, but that could have been a coincidence. It could have been just a placeholder date that they predicted that happened to be correct, but if it's right this year as well. I used to know a guy called Woodcock. That was his surname, not his first name. That would be crazy. You'd watch, because it'd be me absolutely taking 9 hours to do a simple job. That's how long it took me to build this one. And it was like a whole weekend job, because I'd never built a PC before. So Pog and I was like, right, fuck it, we'll do it over the entire weekend. The yapping would be, I'd never get anything done. Right, let me just, I'll just go to Italy and do it like that. I think it's because it's got a slightly different name, right? I did leave it switched on, so we shouldn't have any issues there. I actually turned on a load of second tiers for other nations too, to create a bit more likelihood of clubs getting promoted, basically. Siri Chi. Now. Oh, is it because it does that weird thing? Hang on a minute. It's because, yeah. Because that's only for the playoffs, isn't it? Right, let's actually look at these bits. So, well, Monza are in there for a start, as are Como. And Provicelli, I love that they avoided relegation, but Legnago didn't. That's a good point. I think they do announce the date, which is an unusual step. Because they did say in a tweet, didn't they? On Thursday, was it? Was it Friday? I think it was Thursday night. They put a tweet out. They said they would actually be giving news about it. Yeah, San Giuliano, no badge. Oh, they've been a Serie E side. Technically, it isn't even called that, but like, Excellencia. Which is ironic for the I wonder if they only say that because it starts with an E and it makes sense. They're funny to build them for them. I was tempted to message Matt and be like, listen, what do you think of this? But I've realised Matt's probably really busy this time of year, so I decided to... Gordo helped me build it. I basically took a build to Gordo and said, look, is this going to be decent or am I overlooking a few things? And Gordo kind of tweaked it for me and said, like, you're spending too much on the motherboard here. This RAM is better and it's only a little bit more expensive. This graphics card, little adjustment, potentially, just little things basically, like more front IO and shit like that. And it's actually come out cheaper as well. So shout out to Gordo. What a ledge. There's 3 leagues down here though, isn't there? There's Venezia down there as well, actually. See what else is chefing down there. We've got... Oh, hello. I just wanted to see like a random team from the top flight that we're used to seeing towards the top. I mean, Pisa have been around there at times. Spezia are kind of struggling as well. I love seeing the 18th team in like 2 different leagues now. Prep for the Super H? Yes. I need my swamp monsters to have every pore visible, Slemp. How else will we cope? It's more so I can get the match engine to finally look good, hopefully. Because I worry that this PC barely handles this match engine. I suspect that that's the step up. I reckon if we weren't doing matches, it'd be totally fine. Which, to be honest, means I could probably do one stream on the new game, most likely, because let's be honest, in that first game with Slavia Prague, that first stream, we're probably not going to be playing any matches. I might actually have a big disclaimer for the VOD, because people find that through YouTube and think it's a let's play, which it kind of is. It's just more of a let's as a group play. Region Faces, I mean, I'll be honest, like, as much as I'm not going to discuss the leaks, you kind of have to acknowledge that. They don't look great. I expected more from them. My only caveat would be, we don't know what build those leaks were from. Because that's the problem with all this. We have no idea when those people, whoever they were, got hold of those versions of the game. That could have been from months ago, for all we know. And they've maybe just got brazen with it over the last few days because of all the random stuff that's been happening with the articles and stuff. The Klingon build. Because that's the thing. Like, back in the day on older versions of FM, I've played earlier versions of the game that have, like, weird things that are completely missing that were in the game prior and they were added back again. It's just like how development works, because some things are tied to other things and it's very strange. No one really that interesting in that league as it goes. We've got Monopoly are in there. Juve Stabia, Turis, Sorrento, my boys. Ooh. What I'm hoping to see is Sestri Levante. Oh, that's Serie D. Oh, Serie G didn't actually give what I was hoping there. For the game, yeah, and I still don't believe that was a really good idea, Hayden. I think a lot of people would say that we barely see the faces in the actual games themselves. Just focus on making them look good on the menus, right? Man United, they'll have won loads of stuff. Imagine if they didn't win a single Premier League. Okay. Bad news, people of Manchester. Man United haven't won a Premier League title in 66 years. 66 years of hurt, fans. At this point, are they really the Red Devils? Like, there's nothing devilish about it, is it? More tactics on PCs. I think when people get confused, match engine and max graphics are not the same thing. The match engine is the thing powering it underneath and making it do the things that it does. The match graphics is how it displays it. I think that the match engine will be improved, but obviously still building on the same foundations, which honestly I'm fine with because I wouldn't want to tear that up entirely anyway. The graphics are definitely going to be better, and I just know that how my computer kind of is with this version of the game, that I'm just taking that steady step because I feel like I kind of have to. Bear in mind, my GPU is now 11 years old. So yeah, they haven't been relegated. They never went down, but frankly, they haven't been far off of it because they've finished no higher than 9th or 8th in about 25 years. They had 1 4th place there. Jesus, they've probably barely even been in the Champions League. Although it's England, so probably you get it from like 17th place, right? That is crazy. More data. I suspect they probably won't make that many glaring changes. People say beta, but like as we know, it's early access. Like, it's not really the same as what a beta is these days. Yeah, they probably had their worst season ever this year. Let's actually have a look at the Premier League current year. That face when you're looking for anything interesting as far as teams in the Premier League, and it's basically nothing. Although, I'm noticing no Tottenham are there. 3 Champions League spots. Now, there's 4... Oh, hang on a minute, yeah. Leeds in 3rd, I guess, yeah. But Leeds have kind of been crushing for a little while. Bet lining more detail. I guess it's hard to tell until we can play it, but I didn't want to take the risk, basically, of not doing that and then find that I literally can't stream or make content on it. Hello, Saz. The coefficients are definitely going to be something to look at, yeah. You'll also notice that sometimes I go off on tangents during these because I'll find something interesting and go, right, we need to investigate that, and then we circle back. So it might mean that I end up fulfilling an earlier request sooner. Brentford might have won the Europa League, potentially. United finished 1 point above Middlesbrough in the relegation places. Crazy. Arsenal assist leader. João Malta. I like that Malta is a surname in the Portuguese name pool, which I was not aware of. João Malta. He is from Setúbal. The dream. Yeah, 81 points is a pretty... It does tend to homogenise and get quite tight towards the end. You're right, Pog. What's up? Oh, she's laughing. One sec, chat. Pog might have a meme for us. Go on, love. What do?
So I tried to drill a hole.
No. Share with the group. If you're embarrassed, it needs to be made into content. Proceed.
I tried to drill a hole because I was at the hole.
Yep. Right.
It snapped in the hole.
What snaps in the hole?
The drill bit is snapped in the hole.
What is that wardrobe made of?
It's literally this drill bit. Like this is the drill you got me.
Oh, you mean what's... Oh, I see. I see, chat. It's my fault. It's a clever pivot there, actually. That was incredible. She's only been working in local government for like 5 weeks, and already she's found out how to shift the blame to other people. Gah. So what do now? No, genuinely though.
I don't know. It's stuck in there now.
Oh, fuck. Have you not got like a stud remover?
And also,
No, to be fair, if you have one of those, that'd have been gone ages ago.
I'm really struggling with this wardrobe.
Really? It's a problem with B&M, innit?
I'm genuinely struggling. Like this one side, I can't get.
God damn. Match engine's not even working. To be fair, you might say you got your missus a drill as an anniversary gift. Yes, I did. And you know why? Because she wanted one. Pog loves the DIY. Not right now she doesn't, but she does generally speaking. No. I don't think it was an anniversary gift. Genuinely. Pog, when did I get you that drill?
Christmas.
Sorry, it wasn't anniversary, it was Christmas. My apologies, I was wrong, it was Christmas. Pog loves tools. Exhibit A. So, yes, let's just go down the English leagues a little bit now. Since we're here right now, it makes sense to do that right now. Let's try and explore it. Oh, yeah. I literally can't even open that. I'm not able to, Saz, because it goes into my browser and it won't let me log in and stuff. So, yes, I will. Let me just set that as unread so I can make sure I don't forget about it. There we go. That's the thing. Welcome to the land of self-deprecation. You get the joke in before anyone else can. It's called a protection. It got me through high school. So, let's have a look down the lower English leagues. It was green. It wasn't black or Decker, though. Wow, that's a huge amount of... God, is there anyone interesting up here? FM, man. Bury. Oh, we're burying there. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. That's probably the most surprising one. Salford. Nah, Salford have been around here for ages. In fact, I'd be surprised if Salford have even been... Yeah, Salford have been in the Prem again. Salford actually finished as high as 10th at one point. Yeah, FM's really bad for this kind of thing. It's weird. You'd think that considering we have all the leagues set to play... If anything, that probably makes it harder for it, because it just sort of has this kind of... Bournemouth actually were even further down before. They finished as low as, like, bloody hell, 18th in League One at one point. Yeah, they've had a few bad seasons. We're bound to find someone kicking about down in the real lower leagues. Like, I wonder if Preston and Wickham finally sorted themselves out. Right, League One is where things get a bit better. Hopefully. West Brom. Okay, that's something there. Crew, Blackburn down in League One. Altrincham up there. Ooh, who's got... Ooh. I was going to say up the U's, but it's more down the U's in this particular case. Christ, even League One's got stale, man. Right. There's basically someone that we're missing. There's just going to be kicking about down here. Oldham beat Hull City in League 2 playoffs. Wrexham go back up again. Barnsley, Bolton down there. Oldham, Hull. Wolves, there's Wolves. 9th in League 2. Hate to see it. I haven't seen Stoke for a while, by the way. Oh, there's Wickham. Northampton going down. Yeah, Stoke don't appear to have come back, because they got relegated from the Football League in our last season. I agree, Brady. I just miss on the older FMs where you got a bit more fluctuation. Right, let's see. Oh, Burnley. Burnley just lost the National League playoff final to Grimsby Town. Port Vale in there. Huddersfield back down there. Dorking are all the way back down, actually. Okay, still no Stoke City. concerning. Port Vale are now the superior... Actually, they kind of were for a while, weren't they? Yeah, Burnley just complete... Oh, wow, look at this for a name. Jordan Sweetser Hawks, MP. Yeah, McDonald's have been... They were down here for quite some time as well. Spennymoor so nearly got to the Football League one season. They actually had a Patreon region on their team who was banging goals in for them, but they let him go. Yeah, that's where... Oh, there's Stoke. Failing to get out of National League North. Sitting behind Telford United. Crazy. Boston, Harrogate, Hereford. Nice to see. Kidderminster, Brackley, Corby, Whitby. That's kind of the same kind of stuff. Wait, oh yeah, Burton in there as well, actually. It's a random Korean dude. Oh, he's Korean English. Came through at Macclesfield. And also played for Hebburn, presumably on loan. Well, Spalding stayed up, actually. That's impressive. Right. Actually, imagine there's just Ely City in there for no reason. Stevenage up. Lewis, Bournemouth, Slough, Swindon, Dartford. Wow. Holy shit. Hello, NR4. Sorry, N4R. Aston Villa won actual cities. I don't know what you mean. There's an Aston University and everything, Fry. So Burnley have obviously gone flippity-floppity a few times then. Do you reckon there's anyone that's like super missing? So the base save for the beta, David, is going to be Slavia Prague. It seems like some of them repaired their damage a little bit there. Eastbourne clearly didn't, but they kind of just go flippity-floppeting. I wish there was a way that you could sort of, other than like going through the bits here. Ah, Christ. I hate that it does that. Just want to see if there was anyone crazy that got dumped out of the Football League. Not the Football League. Sorry, the Truro City, Bishop Stortford, Chelmsford. Usually the teams that go up and down at this point, because they come from the non-playable leagues, tend to just get straight back down again because there's such a huge gap in quality. How did Dorchester get admin when they were only in there for one? Ramsgate, Malden and Tiptree. So, they have a new badge. These are the lads that I believe are the lowest ranked team left in the FA Cup, am I correct? And they are playing Port Vale, I think, in fact, in the first round of the FA Cup, which I'm really excited about because that's really cool. I think it was Malden and Tiptree. Guy Pearce is born there. Was he really? There you go. Can add that to the other... Well, I say the other famous alumni of here, which is very few people. Mostly Oliver Cromwell, pretty much. Jaleel, my boy, he must have been... What do you reckon? 250 caps? Or do you reckon he does that annoying thing where they retire early? Oh, you silly boy. Charlton must have been around, right? 137 caps. He had 80 odd caps by the time he was about 21. Also, we went for Tottenham in the end. How much did they pay for him? £73 million. Is there a way we can see when he retired internationally? Or does it not give you that information? It might be somewhere in here. The retirement screens for players, God, I hope they change those, because it is such a mishmash. And Taz has done a great job at switching these around just to make them slightly more usable anyway. That's frustrating. He must have retired very early, though. Like, he played until 38, but there's no way he was in, like, the Jamaica squad that entire time. He had, like, 80 caps when he was, like, 21. That's in the leagues, is it? Exclamation mark leaks. We'll see if it's in there. Second Gold Cup. Yeah, I suppose he's kind of won it all at that point. I wonder how Jamal Lowe actually got on. To be fair, he would have won an awful lot with that Spurs team because he joins in 2045, which is basically when we left. Like, if Spurs continued to be the absolute behemoth that they were, I know it's weird to say, then he's probably won a shit. I mean, he clearly won... Oh, my lord. Yeah, I mean... I dread to think how many Champions Leagues he's won in that period. That's annoying. I have to type that again. Actually, I have to type in Grasshopper. It should come up, right? There they are. 7 Champions Leagues. Presumably one with Inter and then loads with Spurs. Okay. Oh, dear. Well, what a time to join this, because Glasshoppers have just been relegated from... Wait. Oh, that's the second tier. Did I not switch on the second tier? Well, I'll be damned. Yeah, they lost to Lausanne. St. Gallen seem to have become quite good. I mean, we already knew they were good. They were absolutely loaded, but it seems that they've managed to sort of... Also, can we talk about Stade Lausanne Ouchie? Forgive me, not super familiar with the Ouchie boys here. I assume their biggest rivals are Stad, Lausanne, Boo Boo, who play just across the river. But who are they? And also, how many... Oh my god. Yeah, so once St. Gallen got the Tycoon, they basically didn't relent other than a little tiny town with Luzerne. They've literally won like 21 straight titles. Really hurtful pronunciation, it's what I do. I'm assuming it's Ushi. They've got a Hungarian manager. Love that. Wait, was Salzburg not there? Oh. Hello. Actually, these guys have been mostly second tier. Actually, no, they've been... No, what am I talking about? They're mostly a top flight side. I'm just not super familiar with them. But yes, well spotted. There is a very obvious exception from this, which is the... Well... You're right, that's Switzerland. I'm an idiot. And so are you. But you let me believe. Wait, oh, Richard Barrow, did I not? I don't think I thanked you for that resub. Thank you very much for the 20 months. That's extremely kind of you. And Chris, thank you very much for the 11 months on top of that as well. In Switzerland. Because my brain no work, chat. It's early in the morning. I haven't had my beverage yet. Allow me to consume the rest of this drink, and then all of a sudden my brain will go. Sorry about that, Richard. I don't know how I missed that. And let's be honest, we do know how. Accrington Stanley. This is one of these ones that, well, we'll obviously take a closer look than just... Because we do know where they are, at least. League 2. Second in League 2, though. Which means they are getting from... Wow, they've... Hello. Loving the ski slope. This is tremendous. That means Accrington Stanley got to 9th in the Championship. They were this close to the playoffs, to the Premier League, and then went, do you know what? Don't fancy it. All the way back down again. Ah, dear. I've had no coffee today, chat. Just 2 pissy drinks, some toast and a protein bar. Love to see it. You see they have a guy called Raphael... Their manager's called Raphael Noses. And boy does he. Oh, hello. He's wanted by someone. Charlton and Peterborough. Girl dinner? Girl breakfast. It's part of my new plan to eat breakfast. It's all the rage. I love that they've got... Like, Paul Mullin. Did he play for Stanley? Fair. His name means Raphael Walnuts. Even better. Blind Two Guys says, yeah, I mean, they look like they were in the Championship for a while. What happened to them? So, they were League 1, got to the Championship, rotated a little bit. They just came out of nowhere. Hang on, just make sure you can see that. They must have sold them off, potentially. Because look, they were like circling the drain in the Championship, then went, 9th place, I feel like. Got a positive goal difference. They did concede 67 goals that season while scoring 74, and then straight back to being mid again until eventually it got the better of them. They must have been the overperformers of the century that season, and just out of nowhere went very poor. 6-7. No. No. Did you guys... I don't know if you were watching the Fulham Arsenal game last night. There was a kid during the VAR check. You showed it from behind Anthony Taylor's back, and there was a kid just... Fucking hell. I hate the world. Oh, dear. So that is they. That's quite a good look-up, actually. They could have had one potential dude, yeah. Right. The drain. I was thinking potentially you go more towards the wage war side of things, Chris. That's the song I was thinking of. I wish that wasn't number 67. MTK or MTK, as I recently found out. Oh, they've won nothing, have they? Nope, no titles. Oh, there's 100% a DVD. For sure. They've got a Gaston Gonzalez. Lovely. Shout out to you. What a pickup that is. He looks like he might be an alright centre-back. For them, anyway. For the level they're rocking at. Magyar Kupa, have they won any cups? Please tell me they've won something. Oh my god. Tell you what, they have won. Some lovely second tier. Actually, have they? Yes, they did. There you go. First place. Love to see it. They've... So, you'll see here... Wait, what happened there? I swear I turned the second tier in Hungary back on. Maybe I didn't. Because that's what I did, though. Must have not pressed it properly. That's frustrating. Regardless, MTK didn't do a lot. Louis, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a lovely stream. How are you feeling today? How's life treating you? Speaking of Oriola, actually, Did you guys see that he was on the bench yesterday for Brighton? Crazy clashing of the worlds there. So exactly, which means it happened. We all know, we all saw it. So I think Oriola had actually retired. Yeah, he'd already retired by the end of the save, sadly. He went to Aqua United. I'm very good, man. Just trying to stay hydrated because it's important. Plus, I haven't worn this shirt in a very long time. I just thought I'd crack out a different one today. What a guy. Ibiza's badge so small. Little island, isn't it? They don't want to be impinging on anybody's business. Oh, you mean down there? I don't know. That was baby Ibiza. It's what the Wenger boys so opulently sung about. Yeah, he's won stuff, but it was all with us, basically. We were the making of Nehemiah. But it's fine. When he wins stuff in real life, we'll know that we were the ones that really did it. I now take credit for his entire career, which I think means we deserve a cut, personally. Let's see. Stomil Austin. Austin? If the beating was just smaller for no reason, that'd be impeccable behaviour. Oh dear. Hello, Poland. So they have been in the extra class for a few times, but then they kind of just weren't. In fact, they've been relegated from the second tier of Poland a couple of times now. I definitely turned the second tier of Poland on, though. That's crucial. Not that they played... Well, they did play in it quite a lot. They are back in... Well, no, they're back out of it again, aren't they, realistically? They seem to have this like wonderful pattern of dipping into the extra class for a season or two, immediately leaving again, and then sometimes even dipping down to the third tier. Oh, you're right, they've been out of it for a few years now, haven't they? Yeah. Which is odd. Does Poland just stop? I guess it doesn't count until they come back up again? Maybe Poland just stopped existing. That'll happen from time to time. Nations will just go, nah, don't fancy it. Although I'm a bit curious about that now. We have at least got a current season. Right, that's fine. At least we've got a current season for the second tier in Poland. I was a bit worried there. There they go. Spartak. Ooh, yeah, I'm curious to know what year they lost their giant tycoon. Oh, no. Oh, I see. So it adds in all the stuff after they come back up again just to populate the... That makes sense, actually, to save stuff. A retirements page. Oh, really? So is that only if you're actually still managing the club? That does make sense, though. Obviously, it's not a page that you'd really look at that often, is it? Because, oh, they're gone. Coach for Talladega later. Yes. Bold of you to assume I can't do both. Although, actually, I might not be able to do both. I think I might. The thing is, I missed the races yesterday because I was out in town. It was late at night on one of them, and then I was watching the Fulham game. And it was a bit of a banger. Well, the start was, at least. I'm excited by just how Max is absolutely just... I like that he's making it interesting. It's like, if they're not going to make it interesting between them, we're going to make it interesting for you. And I like that from Max. I would love that, honestly. Because what he's managing to do up against that is incredible. And I think it genuinely just shows how good of it... I mean, not that we didn't already know this, but I think him not being in the dominant car anymore is showing just how good of a driver he is. It's awesome. It's inevitable. That pole lap was absolutely wild. It's incredible to see. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to watch, because Talladega is going to be an absolute banger as well. I guess I'll just keep flipping between the two channels, right? What else can a man do? What time does the F1 actually start tonight, so I can sort of plan it out? Because I might be able to start with Talladega, flop over to F1, then flip back to Talladega when F1 finishes, because NASCAR goes on for 3 hours. And let's be honest, it's probably more like 4 when they inevitably crash half the field. It's what they do. 8 p.m. UK time. Ooh, I wonder what time Talladega starts. It's usually around about the same sort of time, right? Steve, thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend. What a fabulous treat for us all. I hope you're well. And that's very kind of you, friend. Yes, it is, Lord Justinian. An hour earlier. Okay, cool. So I can watch a bit of Dega, flip over, flip it back. Pog and I are just doing like some... Well, I'm having some fish. Pog won't eat fish, obviously. Right, what I want to see is their landmarks as well as the obvious. So, finance. That was the tycoon there, Mr. Apple. Oh, wow, he was only there... Oh, he literally scaled it down like 7 years after that. They didn't any more tycoons after that. They went to administration, like law. Did they at least win a title? Yes, they did manage to win 3 titles. Well, I want to see what they did European-wise, though, because they might have had some, like... They did a few Conference League seasons. Qualifying round of 16. Qualifying... Wow, they So they went to the quarterfinal, actually. That was when we were still playing. Oh, you got to build a new stadium, right? I like to think this is just a... Do you know what? I'm not an expert,
Hey, Matto,
but I don't know if
thank you
cars are
for
supposed to
this
be pointing
save.
that way.
Been watching since the start as a VOD
Cool.
from the
Thank you,
US,
friend.
and this has been peak. Wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Cool. Cool. Thank you, Cole. That's actually really, really nice of you. And thank you for the 247 bits. I like how specific that was. Yeah, no, thank you so much. That's awesome. Hopefully we can continue to bring the vibes and the content going into 26. I'm actually really pumped for it. I feel like I'm in a really good place right now. Because I'm actually finally on ADHD medication. I actually didn't mention that earlier, but I am. And it really does seem to be helping a lot. It's really, really cool. We will find a way around it, TSRT. We will make it not shit. Well, we won't, but we'll make it fun regardless. Thing could be shit and fun at the same time. So they did a bit of Europa League as well. Or did they? Did they ever get into it? They got into the phase. That is why, Doc, it doesn't make me less forgetful, unfortunately. That's one of the few things it doesn't help with. I'm still as forgetful as ever. But now, if I write things down when I think of it initially, I then have a task list, and then I can actually complete that task list. That's the cool part. It's a very strange feeling to go, hey, I need to do that, and then just do it. The most bizarre thing in the world. I realise the error of the Salzburgian ways. Exactly. Exactly. Right. That's why I sorted my phone contract out yesterday. I just walked straight into EE. It's weird. It seems to be helping in like social interactions too, which is really bizarre. Hello, Pog.
So, I'm gonna have to go in a minute.
That's fine.
But the two panels there.
Yep.
That's the side. You have to attach a square bit at the bottom for the drawers. I can't tighten them.
That's fine. Don't worry. We'll fix it. Whatever it is, we can either fix. Look, either we fix it, or it can't be fixed, and therefore we can take it back because we have the receipt, and we've been sold a false bill of goods. Either way, it'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll be good. Pog was injured in the war yesterday of bringing these boxes up the stairs as well. God sends his bravest battles for his sexiest soldiers. I've butchered the expression, but I think this one works better. There was blood and everything.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, it's worth it because like I was on the same contract for ages and it would just keep going up in price and I was getting nothing for it. So now the contract I'm on is like less than half the price I was on before, which is crazy. So I agree, Adrian, but it's like not Adrian, Andrew, but it's tough to because we have no control over it. It's annoying seeing all this stuff come out, these random leaks and also media outlets and being like, so they get like, you know what I mean? It's like these are the people you trust with it. Wearing a white top? Yes, yeah, it was white before. First time we live tomorrow. Crazy Brit, you and Pog are Pog.
What?
You'll like this. Crazy Brit's going to the gym for the first time in his life tomorrow.
Me too.
So is Pog. Pog got a gym membership on Friday and she's got her induction tomorrow.
Scared.
3 people's names. No wonder you sometimes think I'm talking about you, Hedden, because sometimes maybe I just say your name when I'm talking about Ridian, for example. Easily confused.
The bedroom looks like a bit of a shit tip.
Looks like a shit tip? That's fine. It's fine, we'll sort it later. No biggie. Who's Jim? Wouldn't you like to know? War a lad. You'll be fine. I'm going to try and join up at some point as well, just because I need to. Yeah, they didn't go any further than that, which is unfortunate, but they did win some domestic stuff, which is pretty cool. Panache, what a boy. Nope. There we go. Actually, why did I think that he was even going to be... Unfortunately not. Imagine though, Greet Boost. Ooh, I reckon Greet Boost leaves. I reckon there's no way he stays at. Oh my god! Do you reckon they sold Barnetche, or do you reckon they went to a 2-striker system potentially? Hot dog. Well, I'll be damned. They must have sold Barnetche. I bet you they got a massive fee for Barnetche and then were just able to... Do you know Tristan's PA? So I do know Tristan's PA. I looked up a couple of them before stream, but I want to do a bit later where we go through and I show you all of them. But I did look up a couple of... I also know it. Yeah, it's 200. I think. Was it 200? It was 200, wasn't it? I swear. I looked it up and I went, oh my god. Before I even did the sim. I think it was 200. Or was it 199? It was very, very high. Like absurdly high. It wasn't 200. 194. Maybe it was 194 then. I don't know. There was a player I looked up earlier. I swear he was 200. Maybe it wasn't Tristan then. swear there was a 200. No, it's not dynamic. It must have just been that Tristan was like close to the top, and I must have mistook him for the. It's quite hard to, because I use FMRTE for this kind of stuff, and it's just this massive numbers. This is Socorro. I don't know. No, I actually don't know if I know Socorro's one, because he was at Tenerife, so I only looked a couple of the Sosho guys up. I have a coach called Jim, please. Why not? Was he Jaleel? It could be Jaleel. I don't think so. He was really good, but I don't think he was that good. But then we never actually saw him reach his peak. Was Bonacci like that? Because if you know that, then Bonacci, was he the highest rated player after Tristan's time? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I looked before I actually started the sim at like a couple of players, because I just couldn't maintain my curiosity. But I did the thing where you highlight their profile and click show player, so that way I could see it like that without spoiling the rest of them. So I think I looked up Tristan, and fuck, I think it was Velazquez, who I think had like 180 something, which is fucking high. Nagalo was here, really? Does that mean I made a massive mistake by selling him? To be fair, we didn't really have a choice in that matter. If anything, it means I made the right choice by bringing him in. Were they really? Oh, I really want to look him up then. What I'll do is later in the stream, I'll go back to the start of the save point for this, and I'll get RTE back up again. I'll just screenshot loads of them and put them on the screen for you. We did have to sell him, yeah. I think it was the right choice at the time. Right, let's have a look then. So, Greek Boost, did he win anything? He got a Golden Boot runner-up with Norway, despite not winning it. That's cool, though. I wonder what the best PA was on the guys from the Golden Generation at Tenerife. Whether it was like Socorro, or probably was, right? Or it could have been Jose Garcia, maybe. But I'd be surprised if Jose Garcia I mean, what's Socorro touch 180? 180, once you get to the 180s, it starts to really tail off. Like, there's in terms of like the distribution curve, going above 180, obviously because of the way that the game is designed, is really, really rare only for like the true elite talents. There's probably only about 20 players that are above that in any given moment, in theory. It used to be, there was an older version of FM where as you got towards the latter stages of a save, you'd end up with more players clustering towards that, which would somewhat make it a bit unrealistic. I can't wait to look at Carrot Chair just for that reason alone. 2045, yeah, so I've got a save file specifically from that point, because I made like a pre-sim save file. So Greek Boost, I mean, 272 goals in Liga is pretty banging, frankly. A load of caps, 36 years old. One player I am kind of curious about is Kerestes. That other guy we tried to sign around the same sort of time. I'll be curious to know what his PA was, to see whether we made the right choice with the one we went for instead. Cardiff Tracks, I deliberately turned on the lower leagues of Wales again, specifically so we could look up tracks, because I figured it would come up. Sochaux must have won plenty. Yeah, they won some Coupe de France. In fact, hang on. My God. Did he win any Golden Boot? He's won loads of Golden Boots. There you go. Won a league title with Sochaux. Champions League runner-up. I don't think they won one. Or if they did, it wasn't when he was there. That's annoying. I have to type it in again. So if they did win a title, they might have done it after he left, which is frustrating. Right. Boom. Cardiff Draconians, still down there. Mock tomorrow. What's a game? Very true. She's got her induction, so she's excited but like kind of like nervous about it. They're playing the Cardiff Drac Stadium. What the hell? Why do they have a 117,000 capacity stadium? Oh, I want to know what their average attendances have been. I am real confused, chat. Why have... Did they buy a tournament ground? Expansion capacity is 89,000. Where are these people sitting? Why has my music stopped? Oh, because Pog's got in the car and my phone's decided to play through the car speakers instead. Right, there we go. That's new. Right. I want to know what their average attendances are. Can we see that, or is that going to be on the club's profile? That's amazing. I wonder if it was caused by the fact that I turned off the second tier in Wales, but they were in the top flight at the time, so it didn't matter. But then I turned it back on again, and you find that sometimes with turning leagues on and off, it causes all kinds of fucking stuff. That's so weird. Okay, let's go investigate this. I'm very shrewd. Some say I'm low IQ and fat, though. Cry about heat. I don't know how you feel about that. Right, let's go investigate this alone. Because they're not even good. 2060, it was probably a promotion for them. Or maybe Wales hosted the World Cup or something. Either way, predictions, chat. What would you say? Bear in mind, they have a 117,000 capacity stadium, which they're leaving into a state of disrepair. What is their average attendance last year in the JD Cymru South? I'm going to say 800. Temporary stands. But just like those massive ones. They've built a college football stadium, basically. Or football is now just insanely popular in Wales. Oh, I don't even have the column added. Right, this should be good. Wait. Can I sort by attendance? Their best attendance was at of course. Their best attendance was... My phone is connected to the car. I know, Pog. How do I do this? Oh, yeah. My Bluetooth for my phone is connected to the car again. Forget. Oh, no. Not forget. Just disconnect. Pog's just sat in the car like, why won't my phone connect? 1,500 people. But that looks like it was capped out. Like, it's really weird that it's such a round number. Let's have a look. What a game. 700 away fans from Caerau. Fair. Have they had any bigger attendances? 3,000 for the cup final, I suppose, which probably wasn't even played at their ground, was it? No. It could be a cap on the league. That is a very weird little tidbit of information that we've come across, and it is definitely a glitch, obviously. Have they won anything? Yeah, they did. They won the Nathaniel MG Cup and a couple of like second tier titles, but nothing. They didn't get any closer than we got. In fact, it looks to me like their record was such that they may well have actually not done any better than we did. Like, it looks like when they do get promoted, they routinely just sort of stick around as actually, like, my phone is... Right, there we go. My phone keeps taking control of my bloody Spotify account. Well, there we go. We could look in, like, landmarks for facilities? Oh, I'm loving this. So, where do we even begin with this nonsense? So they kept basically switching from Lidstedt Park to that, back to Lidstedt Park, and then eventually they moved to the SDM Glass Stadium, which they share with Pencoed Athletic. Pog, I've done it! What do you want from me? Disconnect. Like, I can't keep not disconnecting it. Then they sold all their facilities, scrapped their youth facilities. Both. Huh. So strange. What is she doing? What is she complaining about now? I can't believe this. No. Deary me. Right, there we go. Let's look at their finances. Forgive me, chat. Pog's just sat in the car getting mad at me. And now it's started again. Right. So, yeah, finances. Oh, my Christ. That is a mess. They just... It's just like... They kept changing chairman constantly. Yeah, it's... So basically, they keep going into administration because they can't afford to pay for the ground, right? Because obviously the upkeep on a 117,000 seater stadium is going to be insane. Yeah, that's... I reckon this is the fault of someone. Probably that other team in Cardiff. Which many... Oh my god, Pog, I'm not connected. My goodness, love. I've disconnected every single possible thing from the car. Oh, dear. Surprised I'm even on the actual... I'm surprised I'm even still on the bloody, like, registration document. I tell you what, it's the face pack's what's done it. Just take the radio out. Right, so that was Drax. That was a weird little sojourn. Wickham we kind of already know about. We'll have a little closer look on that one as well. Taking over the world. It's true. Pog is actually Skynet. It's bloody women's football that's done this. I'm telling you. I can't wait to use that. It's going to be perfect. If I'd only used the base mortal database, very, very true. I like that the captain of Wiccan Wanderers is this guy, Stanislavs Kabea. Good. And then they've also got this guy, Alexis Kretschmar, who's Irish. And they've got a Jamaican of their own, Tiani Weatherly. Love to see it. Right. So, yeah, they are back. Oh, they actually got to League One again. They got back to League One briefly, albeit for one season. But, I mean, considering how long they spent in the lower leagues, it's about bloody time, frankly. Shout out to Wickham. Stoke possibly did, but they were still down. They were actually in the National League South or North, I forget which, when we looked earlier. So they may have popped out of it briefly, but they certainly found themselves back in it quite quickly, unfortunately. Oh, dear. Right, sorry, I get massive dry mouth at the moment. So Poland... Wow, they're actually up, they went up to 24th in the world at one point, 23rd even, which I don't know if that's high or low for Poland. It feels like relatively high. Have they done anything on the European competitions? Imagine it's just like a random European Championship runner-up or something. I don't think so, but at least they've been in the Euros, right? Second round, mostly second round sort of jazz. There were so many leakers, it was hard to know. Like, it was like double digit. I just kept seeing them. I was just like, wow. Who are these people and why do they have access to this when they clearly can't be trusted? It's just, it's kind of shit, innit? Because it spoils a lot of these cool surprises. That, like, the World Cup announcement was absolutely cool. There's one guy, there was loads of people. I don't know if you may not have seen them, but there was tons of them come from different sources in different platforms. And even, like, people doing stuff that they, like, people doing, like, a fucking Reddit AMA after. This was a journalist as well that did this, that clearly was not part of the agreement, surely. And stuff like that. It's just, it's mad, the things that people are getting away with. Meanwhile, we're all just sat here on our hands like, do you know what I mean? Ah, dear. Tristan was 194. Nagala, well, hang on, was he higher than Tristan? Nagala, surely he can't have been higher than Tristan. In it. But that's the thing, it's like, if creators had access like that, you wouldn't catch any of us doing that because we'd actually have something to lose by doing it. Because why would we want to, do you know what I mean? Module, I don't think it would be standalone. I think that would be a massive bait and switch. My logic is that it's just possibly to do with the way that it might be some of the language used in Unity potentially, and it might just mean that it slots into the game in a more linear way. My hope is that actually means it might be save game compatible, so I could maybe take over Poland in the middle of the save, which would be sick. Also, it means really good things for potentially FIFA E. But Corporate Shields, I knew it. I know, I wish I was being paid. Major clubs. You're right, yeah, what the hell? Poland has definitely had a shake-up. If you look at their major clubs being Odra Opola. Wow, they've won like 4 straight titles. Okay. Just send a random invoice. They've got Zag in there as well. But then they've also got Stal Mielec. That's cool. You say Poland's manager is called... Love it. It's fine. The inflation will go through the roof and then all sorts of things that will happen, you know? There'll be putches everywhere. Safe L conversation. I believe they did, right? I swear they said that 24 games. In fact, I think they even said that 23 games are compatible. The way I do. Yeah, I think... I mean, obviously I pay attention to it, but like I said, I can't show the stuff on stream. I can only do the stream command that we've got. It's just a bit shit, innit? They did say it. Fair. Right, yes, that was Poland. If there's anything more specific, like if you really want me to like look up specific things, you have to like give me the specifics in the lookups. Otherwise, I might end up choosing things I find interesting about the lookup, but not perhaps the thing you were actually looking for. The World Cup winners, we will check that if it was one of the lookups, which we'll sure get to. I'll open them up again in a second anyway, because we've got a few more. But I often find that as we move through, we'll get like repeat lookups and ones that I've actually shown while doing other lookups, so it kind of speeds up. Unannounced league. Which one was that? William Celery. You love to see it. They have 609. Oh no, that's their value. 39 league titles. 37 of which were won during this save. Yeah, I paused them basically and I turned them on for a little bit. Celery. Oh yeah, there's the leaks. And some Schweizer Cups. They must have done something in Europe. Oh, they haven't got to a final. Well, they might have been to a final. Champions League? League phase, knockout. They got to some Champions League knockouts. I wish there was a way you could see like their best performance in it, so to speak. Because it's all a bit of a mess, this, isn't it? Data export. That would suck. Because I know a lot of people use... I don't personally use that. other than in the Nugan stuff, which I don't really use anymore, although I may have to go back to that, let's be honest. But I know a lot of people do, because I know it uses a lot of tools rely on that for the way they work. So, and a lot of people like to export their stuff for like their own spreadsheets and stuff, and I'd hate to see that go away. If that's, where do we see that? I haven't seen that. Records tabs. I don't believe so. I don't think it has a thing that's like best performance. Or does it? Actually, let's have a look. Nah, because it's all like biggest win and not like best result. What you basically want is like a thing that just says like best performance in Champions League or something, and it just shows you like the round they got to and the opponent that knocked them out or something. Highest fee received. Holy shit. To 120 million. They sold this dude to Chelsea for 121 million. 6'7" centre, to be fair. He's very, very good. Whew. How much did they pay for him? Did I see the showings on his background? Oh, he went alone. He's good, but not like that good. I mean, I like him personally, but they paid 42 million for Benfica. I like him. But maybe it's just because he's really tall and I'm easily swayed. Did you say that Damjan Nikolic was an icon? He's one player that I definitely do remember actually saying, oh, I love this. Okay, Damien. Went to St. Gallen. My goodness me. What a career. He absolutely... He was still quite young when we let him go, to be fair. Absolutely crushed it for St. Gallen. Won shitloads of stuff. Then went to Portland Timbers and... He was okay, actually. And not yet, Cole. No. Unless there was a lookup for it, which might still be in the queue. But if not, we'll get a chance to do that with the next little opening of lookups. Which will probably be a load more in that one too, to be fair. Right. What happened after that? Because then he clearly went to... So he went to assistant manager for Lausanne Sport for a little bit. Then went to Pexvoller. Then to Excelsior. So did a bit of Netherlands assistant. Oh, he's like an assistant for hire. Hoffenheim for a year. Actually, no, for 6 years, it seems. Then went to RB Leipzig. Then went to Fulham immediately. And now he's at AC Milan. He's just basically he's an assistant manager. Except he's not Swiss. It would have worked so much better if he was Swiss. That was a lovely look-up, actually. Pompey. Well, we know a little bit about what Pompey have been up to. Oh. And their midness knows no bounds. He could have been moving alongside a manager. That's very true, actually. Because that's a lot of moves for an assistant. Particularly across different nations. To be fair, Pog absolutely hates that song, Ridian. So, in a way, if I was going to annoy Pog, that is the song to play. She heard me singing it earlier when it was in the intro bit. And she was like, oh, I absolutely loathe that song. And I love... Ray is so good. Break the Spotify queue again. No, I think it just came back around again. I think. Good point. That's weird. Apparently just really loves Mayday Parade and Ray. It's Ray Day Parade. Are they playing at Nwankwo Kanu Park? Oh, love that. 50k cap as well. Portsea Island's just sinking into the sea with that. Tremendous. When was that built? Oh, wow, that was built ages ago. That was actually built during the save. We just didn't notice. They've got an Australian captain. But they have just been... With Portsmouth have been in the Prem in this save. They've been mostly a championship side, though. Like, they do like a one random season in the Prem. 14 points there. 23 points there. 10 points there. Oh, what about the lowest Premier League points total is in this? In fact, fuck it. Before I forget, I'm just going to do it now. Hey, look at me go. Lowest Premier League points total. It might be an older one from Derby. It is still Derby's lowest wins, but is there less points? Fewest points. That was during the save. It was Birmingham. See you later, Mike. Wow. Less than half of what Drax have got. They're jealous. Just staring over. To be fair, they could probably see the Drax Stadium from Portsmouth. So yeah, most points in the season hasn't been broken, and neither has the fewest points. Incredible. Is there any like new records there? Most league defeats, that was the same season. 34. I remember that year very, very well. Any new records that were broken? Attendances often are. Any big scores? Oh god, I remember that game. Such a good game. All the things that happened in this save pretty much... Oh wait, Brighton had an absolutely dutty season there with 11 reds and 94 yellows. The crazy gang are now on the south coast. Yeah, Liverpool have... Is it still Anfield, do you reckon? Has it just been expanded? Andrew O'Callaghan Park. Good stuff. Spurs won 19 in a row. Yeah, that was still during the save. That was probably during Spurs' absolute domination. Any new records down here? Most assists for one season. Seguro for Tottenham, obviously. 61. A single guy. He played for Portsmouth. His name was Attila. Attila Bisa got 3 reds and 14 yellows in one season for Pompey. Attila the taking lots of bookings. Love to see it. He's like Joao Palhinha, but somehow more aggressive. Love that. 3 reds and 14. He nearly got close to the inevitable 15th card for the one booking. 14 yellows. It's sort of Sasha Lukic numbers. Potentially. Who is Andrew O'Callaghan? Good question. I'll investigate that immediately, because why the fuck not? Oh wait, it doesn't tell you, does it? I was hoping we'd be able to click on his name. He's probably a Liverpool legend, right? He'd have to be in order to get this named after him. And here he is. He was a player that played for Liverpool. He literally signed for them a couple of years after we signed. In the save. He's an attacking mid that only got 37 goals. That's a weird choice. I guess he must have won loads of stuff with Liverpool, which makes me think they maybe got back on it again. They must have like really cooked after he got there. Gen in Greece. That is cool. Or was that a loan spell? No, you're right. He did Gen in Greece. I think, yeah. No, he didn't. He was on loan at Panathinaikos. The way they do that is really annoying. To me, just put 2 Liverpool things there. It's so annoying when they do that. Let me just check Premier League winners, actually. Just to see if the... Bloody hell. So yeah, this was the Spurs dominant period. They won 5 titles, then Chelsea won 1, and then Spurs won 7 more titles. So Spurs won 12 titles in 13 years. That must have been hideous for Arsenal fans to embarrass that. Also, speaking of that, look at the London domination here. Liverpool win a title in 2037. The next team from outside London is 20 years later when Liverpool win another title. God, Man City certainly went a bit dark, didn't they? Now they're back. Fulham got a random second place, but they're the only team... Oh, Brentford as well there. So it seems like only Fulham... Oh, Leeds as well. God, Premier League just got completely hegemonic, didn't it? How many titles have Spurs won now? 13 Champions Leagues? Spurs have won 13 Champions Leagues, have a Finnish manager, and 22 Premier League titles, 20 of which were won during this save. A Club World Cup, a Cup Winners' Cup, obviously, loads of FA Cups as well. Oh, actually, not that many. Well, enough. It's just literally London. They're playing in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What a silly and unimaginative name, FM. How did you come up with that? Okay. AFC Champions League. Ooh. Okay, let's go. I probably do it through this way instead. Asia. AFC Champions League. That's true. FM wouldn't add the. So Australia have won it. Shout out to Uzbekistan. Getting into the final at the very least. Qatar got to 1. Japan, Iran. Wow, look at this. Iran get 2 in a row. Saudi get 2 in a row. Japan get 2 in a row. Japan get another 2 in a row up there. Iran love being the bridesmaid here to Japan and Australia. Yeah, you're just going to have to hold on for a little bit. But by going to the gym, Crazy Brit, you will be able to do so. You will get longevity from it. You'll see that Leeds 3rd place. And the inevitable maybe getting Champions League. It does beg the question of how England have got so few European places. If Spurs have been winning all these Champions Leagues. Is everyone else just absolutely shitting the bed? I don't know how else I can really explain that. UAE winning one does seem like a bit of a shock, considering they've not even been to a final in any of the other ones. One good team, bunch of mid-teams, maybe, yeah. Kind of like England are finally getting a taste of what we experience in every single building a nation save, basically. It is a bit of a strange Champions League, yeah. It's probably not as flushed out as it should be, really. Ipswich have a Chris Atherton Edwards as their manager, MP, no doubt. Spurs under 23s, Spurs B team, Spurs under 19s, they're all just in there. The entire league has been taken over by Spurs. It's like that town in Norfolk where everything is Roy's. Wow, Ipswich have been on that. Bill will love this. That was the Asian Cup. You're absolutely right. I acknowledge my mistake and I will do better in the future. We'll circle back. And I'll remember to circle back, don't you worry. Ipswich Town. Look at this. 7 years ago, promoted from the National League. Bang. Straight into League One. 2 seasons up there. Bang. Straight into the Championship. And they appear to be just shooting off. Roy's is cool. Like Wroxham, I went to Wroxham when I was a kid because my parents like hired one of these little boats in the Broads. It was really fun actually, except for the plastic windscreen that meant when it rained you couldn't see out of it. 200 years of Portman Road. I'm amazed it's still standing, frankly.
Just overall opinion.
Tommy! To be honest, The only thing I could consider a feature, I suppose, is the in and out of possession tactics. And frankly, that's fine, because that is an absolutely massive deal. So I love the idea of it, and I think it's going to make it much more flexible, providing it works to a reasonable extent and there's enough fluidity to it that you can actually do multiple, like, what the hell is the AFC Champions League? Oh, it's there. You can actually do multiple different types of tactics and stuff. That would be cool. That excites me a lot, because I think it'd just be cool to be able to do different stuff and actually maybe... I want the option, I was talking about this on the podcast on Thursday, about I want to have the option where all of my wingers and stuff switch to the other side every time we're in and out of possession, just to see what it looks like. Transfer and stuff as well. Yeah, it's tough because they didn't really show enough of it to let us know how it actually works. Like, it's one of those things where it's in theory good, but I'd need to actually play it to really know if it's good or bad, because it looks like it might come at the expense of things that we actually like, and if it doesn't work very well and it means that other things have been sort of snipped, then it could be bad. Do you know what? Asian Cup was actually more interesting. I did the right thing with my initial look-up chat. Couple of Australians in there, but it's mostly just Saudi with the occasional Japanese intervention in the middle of that. Yeah, Yokohama F. Marinos basically get to the final every year and then lose to a Saudi side. And occasionally they beat the Saudi side. Very rarely. I liked that screenshot that shows about the transfer room being like a board where you can, like, if that works really well, that could be really cool as a way of getting rid of players. But I just hope that they need to pump up the amount of overall transfer activity to compensate for the fact that sometimes in saves there just doesn't seem to be enough activity going on, and they need to bump up the overall quantity of transfers to make that work. So hopefully it does. Because if it's still basically operating on the same kind of levels as 24, I find that the issue you have is you'll go, oh, I want to do this, and then not a single club in the whole world wants that player, which is completely nonsensical. So hopefully that's something that comes with it, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to sort out those things, basically. I think it's going to come really handy for us potentially when it comes to, if the loan thing works the same way, if we can see what other teams want for loans, and we can actually see that they want, not our player specifically, but they want a guy that is like our player, and we can go, bang, there you go, lads. That could be dope. Raw's really doing that. Well, you don't have the control. And the roles, I feel like it just gives you a lot more flexibility within it. It seems like they might be. Yeah, I want to just see how many... Oh, we can't really see that, can we? Because they have won 6 titles. That's a good amount. Play part of the ME. I'd like to think it would do, because I feel like it's one of those things, what's the point in bringing it in if it's not going to have that? Which, admittedly, you can describe to many different features, so perhaps there is that. But, I don't know, I think it's... I'm excited about it. It's something new, but... particularly when it comes to like features, it's the only thing I can think of that's actually like a proper feature per se, along with the that slight tweak to the transfer stuff. So yeah, you stayed at Altai for like 4 years, retired at 36, 1 goal. I like how all these guys have got 1 goal for their country. It's good to see. Won an OFC Nations Cup, just the one. Oh no, what we're talking about? Won like 5 of them. Maybe, but I like the ability to change that, right? And if it comes with the ability to actually then make more tactics viable, so you can then go and play like long ball, lumpy football in the lower leagues, I'd like that to be more viable. And if this allows them to work on overall tactics, I think it's a good thing. I want to do all sorts of crazy shit with it. I want Octo free roll in possession and Octo defenders out of possession or something. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they were just not playing him, although they clearly were because he's got 135 appearances. Right. This is where you never actually found another job. At least we know that these guys should all be available because you don't have to rechange it. Oh my goodness. Did you leave with me? Oh no, you'd left before then and we couldn't bring you back, could we? So you retired there as a player and then 6 years later retired at staff, presumably after 2 years of unemployment. No one picked you up, which is surprising because I think you had okay like attributes, didn't you? Deco, maybe we'll figure out. How's it going, Hazard? Did I miss something? Depends. Depends on what you were expecting. In life, if you arrive late, haven't you always missed something, whether it's good or bad? A little philosophical question for you this morning, as it is still technically this morning. Did you have to? That would sort of explain it then. Adam Lafondra, where did bro end up? Yeah, it sucks that... Oh, hello. Wow, okay. Yeah, so he did certainly kick on. I love that he played for Hibs. So where do we pick things up? Oh, wait, no, that was actually his last job. He was there for 14 years, which presumably means that... Oh, no, we can't. Oh, yes, we can. Oh, wow, he was... Did he win any Serie A? Second, third. Oh. I suspect he was probably behind Jamal Lowe's Jalil Lawrence's Inter and Napoli as well. 14 years as Juve manager is really solid. Retired at 67. I like that for Adam Lafondra. A big FM head himself as well. Exceptionally, we did, yes. He ended up actually going to France in the end. Won the Champions League. Did he really? Oh, yeah. That must have been the season that we were... was that our final season? Or was that the season before? I think it was the season before our final season, wasn't it? Either way, that's dope. We already did Spartak Varna, so I'll send you points back for that one. There we go. Kevin Nolan, that's cool. We got Ajax under Jan de Vries. 4 Champions League, none of them this save. 52 Eredivisie. Not as many in this save as you would think. Was it 44? Okay, fair. So that must have been the previous season then. Any Europa Leagues? Wait, that is a Europa League. Yeah, they have won 1 Europa League. Is there no Conference League wins? Wow. Okay. In the Frank de Boer Stadium as well. Ajax have not been especially successful lately. Their last league title in the Netherlands was 26 years ago. They're still like around, although they did nearly get relegated one season. Like 13th place with 37 points from 34 games is pretty bad. I don't think they ever actually took the drop, no. Around about here, they just started to flap. They kind of got back on it a little bit, which I suspect is most likely because they would still have insane youth talent coming through, unless they're still 2020. So even when they fall off a little bit, they just get some crazy good players coming through their youth academy, and it means that they can sort of either sell them to build a new team, or they just use those guys in their squads. I'm surprised they didn't win like any Conference Leagues. I guess they may have never been in a position to be playing in the Conference League, but they did at least get a Europa League. In fact, just 2 Europa Leagues, both of which actually happened during the save. So they've not won anything for a while, in fact. Wisła Krakow, my boys. Well, they're top flight. If nothing else. Oh, look at that. Their captain, Kasper Jamrog. Jamrog is just a wonderful surname. They've also got a key player called Nuti Numinen, or Nurminen. Big fan of that too. And a German manager called Christian. I mean, he's German, but he's like Polish German. Love to see it. Sittest goal you've seen this year? Easy. The own goal that mine and Aaron's player scored against us in the FIFA World Cup, where he volleyed it from the edge of his own area into his own goal and then ran away celebrating with the other team. Crazy stuff. So the factory asking mid-save. Yeah. That would be a cool feature, considering it is just a toggle that... Essentially, it's just a UI element, isn't it? I'm surprised that's not an option already. But... yeah, you'd think that would be a sort of thing that... or like a one-time thing where you can turn it on. Like you can only do it once or something. That would be fair. Well, they actually have been in the second tier for a little bit. They've mostly just been quite a stable, if unspectacular, top-flight side in Poland for the last... well, pretty much for about the last 40 years, honestly. FIFA World Cup. Oh, that's sick. Are they... they're taking on France. I suspect that's supposed to be an absolute nightmare for them, right? Is it Steven Zoot? Or is it Steve? Oh, it's Steven. Right. So yeah, I think they basically just did one season to finish things off at Strømsgodset, which is fair. I loved this story. The fact that you went to Cyprus after things didn't work out at Ajax, became the captain of Ammonia, won loads of titles with them in Cyprus, and then declared for the Cypriot national team. I think you captained the Cypriot national team as well and got 33 caps, despite not even becoming Cypriot until like 28 or something. Amazing turnaround. But yeah, it didn't work out for you over 2 seasons, in fact, in Norway. Probably a 2-season contract. Son of a quiche. I think he'd become a manager in the main save as well, actually. So we'll have a look at that. Napoli transfers. Christ. Why am I typing in Napoli? Wait, hang on a minute. What am I doing? I have a little button for that. Well, they're still spending. What if we can see their total transfer spend over the course of this save? £8 million? Okay, it's narrowed down a little bit. 29 million. I wonder when it tails off. 91k, 29, 16, 137, 59. They're not spending the biggest every single player. Actually, Hazard, we were looking at funny names earlier, and we found a guy called Dixon Dickinson, and there was a couple more, chat, if I recall, and I can't remember what they were. Forgive me, my memory is still garbage. But Dixon Dickinson was one that stood out, but there was a couple more that were absolutely goated. Dick DeLong, Dixon member. Coq Blanc, he was very good, yes. Coq Blanc was wild. I think those ones are more funny than just straight up Dick. We obviously had Dick Monster in the actual save itself, which was tremendous. 46, 105, no, like £250 million spends, really, then. Who's the best player? I don't know. We haven't actually done that lookup yet. 68 million. Oh, so close. Giz Holster was a solid one. I like the names that are slightly, like, they're funny, but they're funny not just because their name has, like, cock in it, you know? Although Dick Monster is still just very funny. It's the second name that probably makes that, right? 23 mil. 241 mil. There we go. 55, 150, 76, 100 million. They definitely scaled down their spending real fast. There we go. That was the year. Wait, no, that's a different player. Manchester United Napoli are solely funding Manchester United's entire team here. 240 million on Giuliano Rosato. To be fair, he did play nearly 400 league games for them and got over 100 caps for Italy. Yeah, this is the thing. Man United keeps selling their best players for like £200 million and they get nothing for it. 271 million that year. 250 million that year. And then, of course, there was the Dean Trudgeon, who again did play 300. That's not even that many. He only got... Napoli spent £350 million on a player that only got 18 England caps. I would love to know which players in history have exactly or roughly 18 England caps. I bet there's a big cap list, and we can see where Dean Trudgeon, the most expensive footballer most likely of all time. Yeah, retired at 33 as well. Probably injury prone or something. I assume he won loads of stuff with Napoli, but still, I kind of want to know who the most expensive transfer in the save was. Now that we're on that. Highest transfer you've ever seen? It was Dean Trudgeon, but that might have changed. So 350 million is the most I've ever seen, unless someone else has beaten it since then in this save. Let's have a check. I reckon they haven't done. That's so rare that any team has the money to do that. Carlton Palmer. Okay. Because back then, caps were harder to get. Tyrone Mings, Scott Parker. Yeah. Imagine if one of those guys had moved for 350 mil. That sort of puts us in... They bought Shengelia. Wait, Bakar Shengelia. Wasn't that Georgian guy we had? Forgive me, it's kind of glitched out a little bit as I think it's trying to load all the stuff from all the different seasons. I think we had this issue once before when we loaded the leading transfers on one of these saves. It takes a little wee minute for it to sort itself out and get all its ducks in a row. This is a deadly one, yeah. It's even slow even on the normal save. Let's have a look at this for the time being. There we go then. Oh, no, wrong button. Got them in it. Wait, I think these screenshots might... Oh, that's... I thought it was like... I thought it was the Whiz Quiz answers from earlier. So, yeah, Bambridge, Billy Walker, Eric Brook, Duncan Edwards. I feel like I'm comparing to Tyrone Mings and Scott Parker makes more sense. Oh, shit, you're right. We may have to give that a skip. Oh, I've pressed back now. God's sake, Matt. I guess it's because it is having to go through every single transfer, presumably, in the entire save. And then collate them onto a screen. Basically, this is going to come as a massive shock to all of you. FM is not the most efficient when it comes to certain screens like this, especially when you go further into saves. But in the meantime, I've probably got a Manny to open. Maybe. As it happens, I actually don't have a Manny to open. I think I'm at the stage now. My Mannies take like 4.5 hours. Oh, 6 minutes time. Fuck it, I'll just speed it up. I've got 9. Do I even have the gems for that? Yes, I do. Cool. Hey, there we go. Leading transfers. What? Yeah. Not even close. Not even close. And they actually got the add-ons too. He completed the things that caused them to have to pay the add-ons. So they spent nearly 100 million more. They have, Jamie. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Particularly as it sounds like a multi-year partnership, which not only means we should be getting... Hopefully they really do some good stuff with that license and actually give us like a really cool integrated World Cup sort of situation. And hopefully it means cool things for FIFA E and the Football Manager World Cup too. Do you think he was just buying all the former Man United guys? Because look, Napoli to Man United to Napoli, Man United to Napoli, Man United to Napoli. Was there any more of those? Oh, they bought one from Arsenal as well, but that was during the save. That's mad. It's also kind of nuts that no one's even come close to it since, other than this Charlie Cadigan dude, who's went from Arsenal to Milan. This guy could be worth a lot of money now. Not for sale, 31 years old. He's very good. See, he Nearly 100 caps for England. He's the type of player that is in that stratosphere of players. I would love to know, one thing we'll have to try and figure out later, is what the PA is on Dean Trudgeon. What should be like 150 or something? That's crazy. Love that. Oh, World Cup. There you go. I knew there was a World Cup one in there too. That's a song request as well. We'll get that sorted too. Was there a Sosho boy? Lovely. If you could, Hadrian, for the time being, yeah, just so that chat get put out of their misery on that one. We'll do a proper one where I actually load it later. But if you want to check that now, that'd be cool. Because he should be in your save, right? No, he's 100% not, but he's certainly more of one than Dean Trudgeon was, trust me. Right, World Cup. Let's go. I don't know which one's more surprising, USA or Ireland. The Irish won the World Cup. Top of the morning to you, my friends. They beat Turkey in the final. What a duo of... Do you know what as well? As someone who is English/Scottish, the fact that they did this in England makes it kind of even funnier. England hosted it and the Irish won it. The Irish have colonised England. Incredible. That's wild. Australia with a third place. That happened during the save, to be fair. So that isn't even like a new thing. Indonesia, Malaysia host. Back-to-back World Cups for Spain. I hear Pog bounding up the stairs like a rampant... I was going to say bunny, but that doesn't really make it any better. You okay? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. One sec, chap. You just running a bit late? You just running a bit late? Okay. Love you. She's just in a hurry. Ghana third. That's... I mean, USA got a second place, or like a second joint to the final there. Como beating Italy. Como is such a fun team. I know they've got quite a lot of backing now, but it's still just a fun team, isn't it? Beautiful area. Right, we've got to investigate these World Cups. This is the last request for this little bunch. So what we'll do is, I'm going to have a quick pee break because I'm drinking loads of water at the moment. Then, we'll investigate the World Cup and then I'll open the request again so we can go and do a load of new stuff. Right, 180 PA. That's pretty high. So, to be fair, that's actually okay. Still not worth 350 million. Philali, thank you so much for the prime, my friend. That's super duper nice of you. Right, first quiz of the day. There's going to be more of them in 26, I suspect. I'll be back in a minute, and then we can investigate these crazy World Cups. How the hell did Ireland win a World Cup? That's awesome. It was Runar. Mr. Runar Norman, I believe was his name. to give him his full title. Oh, dear. Right. So. Oh, Pog's back. Or is it the wrong coffee? Can you actually tell the difference between decaf and calf? Pog's being my taste tester. Do you want me to get you like a bucket to spit in?
I think that one is it.
Okay. Well, we'll know if it isn't. I'm trying to avoid the caffeine at the moment for obvious reasons. I figured that perhaps it's not a great idea to mix caffeine with extremely strong stimulants. Like class B stimulants and caffeine, probably not the best. I think it's class B. I don't actually know. She's not poisoned this one yet, no. Anyway, which one do you want to start? You'll all want this one, right? Let's have a look. Okay, so, yeah, we'll do it through the all groups so we can see what group they get. I bet they didn't even win their group. See the Euros? No, we haven't done the Euros yet, actually. Thailand in there. Guatemala. Oh, dear. Sorry, Australians. Oofy. Finishing below Guatemala. She's just turned the car on again. And yet again, it's cut off. Oh, Pog. It's definitely connected to the car again. Oh, no, it hasn't. That's weird. It's like my Spotify just knew. She's going to be so annoyed with me. Back we go. Ryan Bertrand, did he really? Yeah, Australia got done by Guatemala there. Where the hell is even Haiti in there as well? What a group. Did Guatemala -10? They scored 1 goal, which was probably them beating Australia, wasn't it? Oh, that's a bad one. I'm sorry, my Australian friends. This is not what you needed this time of day, is it? That's bad. They lost 1-0 to Guatemala, who only scored probably their only goal in the entire World Cup, let's be honest. Then, down here, let me just shuffle my camera across. It will hide the names of the teams. So, obviously, Ghana, Ireland, Brazil, Iraq. But obviously, now you can see the actual scores. I probably could... Hang on. Is that Group K? There you go. That's better. So, Ghana won their group. Brazil came third. Brazil beat Iraq 1-0, drew with Ghana, and lost to Ireland. You've heard of the blue Brazil? Now there's the green Brazil. That's amazing. Ireland didn't lose... So what was their results? They beat Brazil and Iraq, and then lost to Ghana, presumably. Yeah, 2-1. They was keeping it tight, though. Solid work, lads. Right, okay. Next round, there's going to be loads of groups here, isn't it? Christ. They beat South Korea 3-2 at the Stadium of Light. That's cool. I love that, actually. Yes, Super Sponge, but there's specific requirements that are needed to be met. I believe that they have to have, if they've played a certain number of games by a certain age, they're then locked in, and they have to be competitive matches or something. It used to just be that it hadn't played in a competitive game, but I believe they changed it a few years ago, that it was like there was a certain number of games or something. Someone in chat will no doubt know the specifics of that, because we had this exact situation happen in my Treaty United save in Ireland, where we had an Albanian player who was either Irish and Albanian or Albanian and Irish, and he randomly swapped, basically. But I can't remember exactly which way around it is. Or something like that. Anyway, yeah, so they beat South Korea 3-2. David Beckham Park. So basically, if you see any like randomly named stadiums in places that they shouldn't be, what happens is when countries are given international tournaments in FM, they often build stadiums for those tournaments, but it uses national team legends with no real thought as to where those stadiums are going to be and whether that legend is in any way associated with the stadium. So I remember once on one of my previous saves, we played a match in the Gary Neville Stadium in Southampton. Because of course we did. So yeah, that's why you'll see random ones like David Beckham Park in Wolverhampton, where David Beckham famously played. You do see some fantastic... I really want like a famous Newcastle stadium, a famous Newcastle player in Sunderland. That would be great. A Portsmouth or Rain... Yeah, I think Wayne Rooney got one as well. It's very strange. Gary Neville, Southampton legend. Won't hear a bad word said. Right, what happened after that? So then who did Ireland play? Ireland knocked out Argentina at the Hilly Dick. That is... like... beating South Korea is something that you could see Ireland could do on their day, although South Korea are a good side. But with the right players, Ireland could definitely do that. Beating Argentina at the Hilly Dick is amazing. That's a huge result. Any other crazy results? And the Turkey knocking out Egypt in there. Brazil lost 6-1 to Portugal in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That's cool. Quarterfinals. Then who did they have to beat after that? They beat the Dutch. Ukraine get into the the semis as well. Turkey knocking out Italy 4-3 at Anfield. What a game that would have been. Portugal absolutely clubbing Spain. Christ, how did Portugal not win this World Cup? They were clearly the best team in it. Just batting aside every decent nation in the world by scoring a thunderous amount of goals, and yet maybe I assume that they must have played Ukraine. No, they must have played. Imagine Ireland knock out Portugal. Oh, they did. Turkey beat Ukraine in extra time at Wembley. What a semi! And then Portugal, after all that, lose to Ireland. Can I see the game? Ah, it's too far ago. Yeah, that was like 25 years ago, to be fair. Who's the top scorer? Ah, shit. Oh, you can't see the top scorer stats, can you? Or can you? Oh, no, I think you can. It was a Turkish dude. I just assumed it was going to be a Portuguese guy. Okay, Mika Döring. That guy, I know that name. I remember us scouting him when he was at La Galaxy, I think. Wait, did you say Barnetche was in there? Oh my god, 9 goals for Barnetche. They sold him to Inter for how much? Please don't tell me he left for free. I'm sure it's in here, I'm just missing it. It doesn't always say, in fairness. 88 million. Wow, that's an absolute steal. Oh yeah, it's at the top, yep. 52 goals. That's actually not that... That's quite a lot, I guess. The fact that he didn't make it to 100 caps and retired at 34. Damn. And what was his PA again? 180? No, 190? I've actually forgotten. 194, okay. Surely Greek Boost couldn't have been higher than that. Either way, I really can't wait to find out. My guess is that Greek Boost is possibly more into the... I think he might be in the 180s, but maybe not as high as... There's very few players that want... I think maybe he just didn't reach his... Well, I think he must have reached his potential, but maybe he just wasn't in the right place for it. Magical 200 PA, man. Really? I swear I saw a guy in the database that had 200 PA. Maybe he hadn't... What year is the database you've got from Hayden? Because maybe he generated after that. I don't know. It might have been like a regen or something that was like 16 or something in the one I did, because I literally just sorted by PA and I thought I saw Barnetche at the very top, but maybe he was like right underneath him. Ah, okay, so that was like 6 years ago. So someone that might have genned in those 6 years. Jalil's in... Ah, was it Jalil? Of course, I forgot you guys have got the save as well. I normally put it out after I do these streams. So it was Jalil. Wow. That makes it even more annoying that he retired from international football as soon as he did. Right, okay. What I'm going to do is open it up again. That's so cool, actually. Jamal Lowe's Jalil Lawrence, 200 PA. Hell yeah. I really want to have a... What I might do is have a little rummage and see if I can find him in his prime so we can actually see his attributes. When do you reckon his prime would have been? I'll just do it now. 2052? He's probably like late 20s by then. 30 years old, maybe? I bet he's goated. Then again, just because he has 200 PA, he may not have actually reached 200 PA. I would imagine that's very difficult. But if he was playing for Tottenham and he's regularly playing at the highest level, he probably does get a chance to get pretty close to it. It's just going to be everything's 20. Just every single possible attribute will be 20. And holiday. Right, was it Jalil? We could have done that. It just takes ages loading these save files up. 28 years old. Yeah, he's a bit alright, isn't he? But I feel like he's not giving... If you'd have said to me, what PA does this guy have? I mean, obviously he may not be at the peak then. I wouldn't have said 200. I'd have been like, 170, 180 kind of territory perhaps, although the physicals are very good. It could be because he's a centre mid, you're right, because he's playing in so many different positions. So it's spread across him so high. Oh yeah, he's much better than those guys. And to be fair, he has got that kind of level of value. Oh, did he get an injury maybe? Oh geez. Oh my god. Broke his ankle in July. The following February, does his hip for 2 months, then comes back immediately, and then does it again. So I wonder if it was the injuries that actually sort of stymied his career and he maybe retired internationally because of that. It's weird because he had no major injuries up until those points. It's also crazy when you think that his hips don't lie. That he may have actually taken a mental, like a step back in terms of his physicals because of some of these injuries the players have got. Although it's late enough that I don't think it would have mattered too much. Either way, damn. Oh well, at least we don't feel like, oh, we missed him. We missed out on a player. Like, we were never going to be able to sign him, but just because he comes through at Inter. I do like that the best player, most likely PA-wise, in this entire save was from Jamaica, though. That's cool. And it's all thanks to Jamal Lowe. Right, I'm going to open the request up again now, so we can get some more of these bad boys in. Hopefully I didn't shut the window. That would be silly of me. No, don't be silly. Right, let me get my phone up so I can do it. It's literally on my desk. GG. Let's get a timer up again. And we get some. I'll give you a second to get yourselves ready as well, so you don't just get surprised by it. Because 30 seconds is not a particularly long time, but you'd be surprised how many requests we can get in such a short space of time. And go. Did I press it? Yes, nice. Obviously, if there's a repeat, I'll refund the points. And lovely stuff like that. We actually already did Ipswich, Bill. They've been on a weird ride. Lovely. Yeah, we haven't really dug into Tenerife properly yet, have we? We haven't really dug into Sochaux properly either, actually. Now that I think about it. And... boom. Ooh, getting that Malta one through at the end. I like that. Right. That should give it us about the same as last time, which is a bit more. Okay, starting off with Celtic. This is where they're in like the fourth. I did turn some of the lower tiers in Scotland back on again, just to see if it would cause any kind of fun stuff. Oh, they have just... they're back to being good again, it would seem. Wait, that's probably not... yeah. They have, to be fair, to their credit, have won 69 titles. They deserve a round of applause for that alone. They did go like quite a while without... in fact, they've not won in like 16 years, to be fair. They went 13 years without a win during that little spell. I don't think they've ever been out of the top flight, have they? The closest they came was this season here. 11th place. Got into the playoff. And to be fair, they've never really looked back. They've never finished outside the top 9, I guess, ever since then. Yeah. I was kind of hoping that they'd have done something crazy. Their founders only favoured personnel. Brother Wilfred? I think maybe Brother Wilfred was retroactively cancelled. Turns out he was actually responsible for Brother Printers as well, and everyone hates printers so much that the ink cartridge thing was just too much, and they were just like, no. You're only favoured now, lad. Get back to us when you can 3D print something, brother. That was the playoffs where they robbed St Johnstone. By robbed them, we mean scored 8 goals against them. They did concede 2. Not the spirit. Hang on. Tristan was not the highest PA player we signed in this save, and it was not a guy I would have looked up. Kelowna? I bet you he's in here. If he's that good, he probably has the thing automatically assigned to him, right? Is it this guy, Fabio Kelowna? 99 caps for Albania. My God. He didn't look that good. Like, he was good, but he didn't look... maybe it's just because he wasn't that tall, and for a centre-back, I just kind of... Is it really? In that case, why is he... I've got no idea then, Andre. If anything, we should be blaming Celtic for this then. Brother Epson is getting way too much credit, and frankly, I think something needs to be done about that. And don't even get me started on Brother HP. I've just realised that Brother Epson is not the problem. But that just sounds way better than Epson Wilfred. I want a monastery solely made of printers now. Yeah, he was quite good, wasn't he? Did he play in? Oh, he did, yeah. Christ, that means they had Colonna and Jaleel Lawrence in the same team. So they had a 190, what was it, 195? A 195 and a 200 PA player in the same team. No wonder Inter were quite good. I assume they won a lot during that period, right? 6 Champions Leagues. Actually, only 1. Brother Xerox. What a lad. He's always out on the sesh. Always running out of magenta, though, was Brother Xerox. Silly man. Fair enough. They also have a guy called Fabiano Simeone in there as well. Right, back to what we were actually doing. Promise. I like it. Also, yeah, you can always rely with Cyan. What were we saying? Oh, there's not a lot of them. Promise Kanu. Promise Saba. Promise Uche. The fact that it is a surname, but I think the surname only exists... Oh, no, it does. I think you could technically have a promise, because there's a Spanish lad here with it as his first name, and a guy with his surname. Whereas I think all the Ghanaian lads have it as their first name. So it technically is possible, but just extremely unlikely, I suppose. This is the looking forward, yes. Promise Johnson, I think, was around when we looked back in the day, right? Oh no, it's a different guy. It's a different dude with the same name. Oh god, that's really dried my mouth out now. Faroe Islands. Did I just write Farto Islands? Shout out to the Faroes, by the way. I love what they're doing. It's so sick to see them actually, like... They beat Czechia. That's not an easy thing to do. I know Czechia are not what they used to be, but still. Oh dear. Farto Uskla. Yeah, that's the one. I was writing it in Cyrillic, okay? 156. Yeah, they've probably not won anything for a while, I suspect. Their best player... Actually plays for Vancouver Whitecaps. Lassie Damgård. We haven't actually checked that yet, Aaron, to be fair. I'm probably not, although I did turn on some of the Belgian lower leagues, just in case. Next manager on the chopping block in the Prem. I would say the Wolves guy, but they gave him a new contract, right? The promoted sides look not great, but they're doing way better than you'd expect this time of the season, obviously, especially Sunderland. Yeah, exactly. Whoever's the next Forest manager is probably also the favourite for the sack next, right? Exactly, yeah. Marco Silva probably won't even bother trying to get himself fired. He doesn't need to. He can just walk at the end of the season. Right, yeah, so Faroe Islands. Let me just have a look at... Also, I've seen that Mjällby have, I think, won the title, yeah. Is that official now? Marco Silva fired as Forest manager. I think he's too smart to get into that mess, in theory. But surely it's all but, like, done now, right? When was the last time they won a game that wasn't a friendly? I might be scrolling for it. There you go. Oh, dear. No, they beat Malta. Hockey, yeah. All okay. All is good on hockey. Avs are literally top of the NHL right now. Admittedly, we've played more games than Carolina, but we're like 5-0-1 right now. Absolutely cooking. Brent Burns is on a 4-game point streak at 40 years old. Yes, the saves are in the Discord, Aaron. You might have to scroll up quite a bit to get them because there's been quite a lot of chatter in those. It's in the stream chat. There's one from when I started The Sim, and also one from the season before I made all the crazy transfers in the last year, basically. Oh, pin message, of course, yes. Yeah, Hadrian's going to pin it for you now. Coop's back. I mean, oh yeah, he has. I've heard rumours that Potter might be off to Sweden again as well as the manager for like the national team potentially, or is that just because it's easy to link him there because it's Potter and Sweden, you know? Tenerife went in there too. No, not yet. I don't know if this is... I presume this is not the guy you were looking up, Kermraid, right? Because there's so many different save files. I might have to like delete some of those at some point. Although I could put the Tenerife one in there because I think that's the one that people are most interested in. So I could probably put the one from Tenerife before I left in there as well. I need to clear up some space on my system, basically. Been pinned. You'll love to see it. I think Potter will find himself again. Like, there's clearly a reason why he was good to begin with. Okay, yes, that probably wasn't the guy. Oh, okay, interesting. Short contract, but yeah, I mean, hey, I think if you can do, to be honest, national team management does seem like a proper, lovely old job, so to speak, you know? Like, sometimes managers will just drop off the face of the earth in some respects, and then you just see them rocking up randomly managing the Gambia or something, and you're like, yeah, you're living life. Basically, I think we should all aspire to be Hervé Renard, with his beautifully crisp white shirts and incredibly, like, sculpted chest. Right, so how did they get on? They have got a guy called Alexander Allwang as their manager. They have been relegated before. Failed to beat Eichel. That seems like a tough game though, right? So they've been out the top flight a few times. Benefit from recruitment. Yeah, true, but he'd done well before then. Was it Swansea as well as obviously at Ostersund's? Aaron with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Aaron. That is really, really kind of you. What a lovely way to finish off FM24. It's tremendous. Thank you, friend. That's super nice. Since Venation mentioned about a golf club wording Craig Bellamy. I'm loving Bellamy as Welsh manager. I love how he's just like, we're going for every single thing. And I think at times that's going to make Wales very fun to watch, but also probably quite frustrating from a Welsh standpoint, I suspect. So there's Vesterlo. It's not even Vesterlo, is it? It's just Vesterlo. Big hair on their big man here, Vic Gavel. Did I only say Aaron? My apologies. Aaron. I would hate to make a faux pas, a social snafu on the final stream of 24. Right, Euro. Are you kidding me? Ireland have won a Euros as well. And they won it in Scotland and Wales. England host the World Cup. Ireland win it. Scotland and Wales host the Euros. Ireland win it. You thought you were going to win on home soil there, boyo. Not today. Love it. That's incredible. Oh, this is tremendous. Romania in the final as well. Ireland in the final too. In Spain, Portugal. They nearly had them. They were just like, this Iberia doesn't feel good enough. I need colder weather, damn it. That's tremendous. But the thing is, though, their World Cup win was in 2054. Their Euros win is 2067. So, sorry, 2076. They're just cooking again. Where is their world ranking these days then, right? 13th. Imagine winning the Euros and still not even being in the top 10 in world football, although they've been on a hell of a run. From 42nd 10 years ago to 13th. Barcelona, Arsenal, Tottenham, Brentford, Sunderland and Spurs. They've got Ocean McNulty, Danny Byrne, Robert Quinn, Robert Kilduff, Rory Pepper. Good. Let's look at the main national team. See who they're playing for while we're here. Any other crazy boys? There's a dude at Dunfermline in there too. There's a guy at Bray fucking Wonder. What? He's worth £5 million. He's on 52 grand a week at Bray Wanderers. Okay. That seems like something we need to take a look at. What in the hell? How are Bray paying a guy 52 grand? What's 52 grand a week? That's like 1.5 million a year, isn't it? What are Bray up to? Winning a lot of titles. Playing in the Bray Wanderers Stadium, which is, 13k capacity, fair enough.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in the
Really?
tradesman's end.
They bought it for £4 million. Right, what's happening? They've got a Czech manager who I'm guessing is Czech. Abebe Endale is their Czech manager. Did you say their budget was £44 million? Oh my god. Right, where's the tycoon? There. Oh, wait, there he was. Wait, hang on a minute. What? Their funding got scaled down 15 years ago. Jackie Moon, thank you very much for the follow. Are they still living off the money of Bo Kyung Park? I guess the Champions League money, yeah. They're just established now, right? I wonder what the discrepancy between them and everybody else in the Irish League. Oh my god. Okay, some of these league tables are going to be absolutely heinous, aren't they? 22 points they won the league by. They're probably the ones producing all these good Irish players. It's fine. They got 91 points in a 36-game season. Only lost 3 times that year. Only 73 points that year. Their facilities are really good, right? 18-18, and they've got 20 youth recruitment. So they're basically the ones producing most of the good Irish players. They'll be getting all the best Irish youth intakes, other than obviously the English clubs that get them as well. Well, that's unexpected. They're doing their very own building. Where are Ireland in the coefficient charts out of interest? Where's the wrong button? The key player. Who was their key player? Italian lad. On 60 grand a week, who they paid £11.5 million to. The future is very strange. Bray Wanderers buying a guy off of Benevento for 11 million quid. What a wonderful world we live in there. And he's not even an Italian international, but he's earning 60 grand a week, and is he cutting it up? To be fair, he's a midfielder, so he's probably not contributing many goals, obviously. Shelbourne played in Europe from the second tier. Amazing. Ireland just doing bits again. Right, what was I going to do? I was going to look at the coefficient, right. We will do... I just want to see... That's the club coefficient, Matt, you idiot. God, I'm so out of practice with building a nation. I'm going to have to get my eye back in. England are still top. Ireland are 22nd. Well, it looks like they might have been going through a patch. The last couple of years, they've actually not performed very well in Europe. But it looks like they may have actually potentially been higher in the past. Do you know what would be really cool? A graph on this screen that shows past positions on this screen. I usually have a bookmark for that, but not in this save, because it's not something we've looked at very often, right? No real massive shocks up here, I wouldn't have thought. Is anyone still being really bad? Wow. Malta are still literally the worst team in Europe outside of San Marino. Which does kind of track, to be honest. Right, Ipswich Town, unfortunately, I'll refund you points for that because we did already look at them earlier in the stream. They'd had a weird little... They went into the Championship, went all the way down to the National League. Or were they... No, they were on the way back up again. They were in the National League, and then 7 years later, they were like in the Championship. Ian Furlow finished his career at Man United in the end. Yeah, that's true. I think Malta probably suffered a lot by the fact that I didn't even put them in the database at all. Underneath Andorra. Wait, we're Andorra into the top 30 then? I guess they kind of always do a bit better because the existence of FC Andorra, I do think pumps up. Even though they're not playing in Andorra, I think that it means that Andorra does seem to always do better than they should do. 19 England caps in the end for you as well, which is not bad. Not bad going at all. 275 apps for Man United, unfortunately. It's more than one more cap than Dean Trudgeon, the £350 million man, so fair play to you. Now, SPL, we kind of did SPL, but not in the same way. Can I just type in SPL and it will come up? No, but we can't get a Harduke split. I'll just type in Celtic. That will get us there. I think you're right, yeah, they do. They always seem to do much better than they ever realistically would do. Right, so Cinch Prem. So we obviously departed after this ridiculous spell where there were 6 different winners in Scotland in 6 years. But then Motherwell finally broke that. I think it was Motherwell. Because it was Motherwell's... No. Celtic, Rangers, Motherwell, Hibs, Hearts, Dunfermline. Then Motherwell again. Then Hibs. And then Dunfermline just went, no. My Scotland. And you can't have it. Ross County got a 2nd place. To be fair, Dunfermline were bankrolled, baby. They won 22 Scottish League titles. And I think they are still relatively well bankrolled. They're worth £780 million and play in a 47,000-seater stadium. Their captain is from New Zealand. His name's Dean Bennett. They've got Billy Sawyer, who's... Their hot prospect, at least, is Scottish. That's impressive. How long did they keep their money for? I guess they probably... So the Tycoon was there. Brian Proctor. Wow! He was there for 17 years without any scaling down of the funding. Fair enough. Was it 27 years? No. Yep, sorry, you're absolutely right. 27 years. That's insane. I don't think I've ever seen a Tycoon stay that long. Sorry, I can't read today. Yeah, and he only left because of the takeover from Hugo Miguel, which was then failed a few times. Then a PLC take... Oh, no, it was a failed PLC. Yes, the money could still be flowing. I mean, their budget this year was 20 million. Insane. They should be robots by now, exactly, Mean Wolf. I agree. That's a lot of titles. They've just been pumping money into this guy. I bet their record transfer is absolutely absurd. They signed a guy from Watford for £56 million. Imagine in real life if Dunfermline just went, yes, we'll drop £56 million on a guy from Watford. Amazing. They have a population of 55,000, so basically almost everyone could be in their stadium. That's wild. Gilberto Gonzalez, where are we seeing his name? Oh, this guy here. Ah, he's not clickable. He obviously wasn't that important. They also sold a dude for 55 million to Aston Villa. Herbert Morella. On their legends. Yeah, but he's there and he's there, but I'm unable to click him, which suggests that he's one of those guys that's like not had a keep history after retirement thing on him, so we can't actually really investigate him much. I suspect he was a reasonable player. A January sale. Impressive. No massive wins there. I can't believe how many times they've won the title. Solid badge. That's a lot of title wins. Big up them. What we were going to check, though... Oh, no, we kind of did that, didn't we? What I will do, though, is just a quick little gander at the other leagues in Scotland, just to see if there is anything crazy going on. Some team like that we wouldn't expect to be in like the 2nd tier. Adrionians, Cove Rangers are quite... Aberdeen down in 6th in the 2nd tier these days. Mid-table Aberdeen is fun to see. Hello, John. Partick Thistle getting promoted. Montrose Spartans going down. East Fife. No, like, crazy... You know, I'm not seeing Keith in here or Bucky Thistle, you know? Stenhousemuir, Fort Martin, Fraserburgh. Inverurie Local. You'd love to see a bit of Inverurie. Wait, hang on. Does this not have relegation turned on? Oh, no, there's a playoff, isn't there? Yeah. That's Forest Mechanics, right? Yeah. That's literally what it says. That's cool. Yes, they've basically been Highland League the whole time. They've got a guy called Willie Jack, though. Yeah, it's difficult because it's not even a guarantee of one team coming up, is it? To be fair, back in the day, there was no teams coming up. I remember when Scotland was a closed shop in the top 4. At least we've got, like, cool... Didn't East Stirling used to be... They were a Scottish Football League club back in the day, though, right? They feel very Soccer Saturday coded. The only thing I really want to know... I don't know if this is even possible. Are we able to look up past results between 2 specific teams when you're not managing them? Or is that not possible? I was kind of hoping we could do past meetings between the teams. I wanted to see if an East 5-5 4-4 had ever occurred. Because I'm that guy. Right, Lashowinge. Nice. Oh, is that... Oh, I see. Okay. Right, Lashowinge, 4th in Portugal. They're playing in Lashowinge Stadium. Once again, A+ points for creativity there, Football Manager. Their balance... Ooh. They've just been so... They've got Roberto Savino as the manager. Have they... They did win it... Wait. That wasn't us, was it? That was just after, in fact. It's in 2 weeks. Yeah, roughly 2 weeks, I suppose. Well, I mean, in theory, we should get it sooner than that for the early access or whatever they're calling it this year. Is it advanced access? I think it's advanced access. They also use the word beta, I swear, in a Twitter post the other day. It was called, like, the advanced access beta. This name changes more than anything else. Bigger stadium. It is 23k, which is not very big, honestly. Their normal stadium isn't that much bigger than that, is it? Good moustache on the manager, though. Right, what about the league record? They've not won a title, which is unfortunate. What I do like, though, is that when we promoted them, they've not been relegated since. And they've mostly been one of those teams that's just... They're basically Braga. They've essentially just become Braga. One of those teams that are not quite the big 3. Or a Vitória de Guimarães type of team. Although what I do want to just check is see if there is any changes to the hegemony in Portugal. A little bit? Benfica, Sporting, Porto, Lashowinge. Big 3, everybody else. Gondomar up there as well. Braga have fallen off, but there was at least a surprise title. Is that the only one? No. The only team that's ever, other than Boa Vista, of course, back in the day. I think that's it, isn't it? Where have they got? There you go, Boa Vista, yeah. So the only team that's ever won the league outside of those guys and Boa Vista is Estrela da Amadora 1 season. Damn. Sorry to go Gordon Ramsay on you there, but that's... Surprised that they managed to hang on to it. No, not even a rogue Braga season. It kind of sucks that Lashowinge have never managed to put together, like, one good season. I wonder if they've got any, like, crazy... like, clickable icons or something. Or they do, but... Oh, they've got Sasha Cabrasha. That was the guy that they signed to play striker for them after we left. Good choice. I was kind of hoping to see our midfield friend in there. Emerson Lima, I think his name was. I suspect that he's probably not done enough to stay on... no. It was tough with former players, right? Portuguese and Scottish clubs. Which ones have you got in mind, Hazard? Did I spell it wrong? I think it probably is unlikely to matter either way, but let's just check, make sure. Oh! I stand corrected. Nice, thank you for that. 418 appearances, and he stayed there his whole career. That's so nice. Yeah, we basically, what we did, John, is after the last stream, because that was the final stream, I basically simmed it for 4 straight days, and we still only got 35 seasons in. Which just shows you how big this database actually is. No, that's my fault, Basil. I should have remembered how to spell his name. 418 appearances, 39 goals. I love a one-club man, especially when it's a one-club man that was such a goat when we were there. And he became brilliant for them afterwards. I wish you could see assists on this, because he was always getting double-digit assists. So, John, we have like the player lookup thing that we do for the normal streams, but I've got it set on like really cheap prices, but we're opening the window for it every now and then so that people can get all of their things and I don't forget or miss out anything. Oh, that's all right. Works for all the time. Yeah, true. But I'm better than that. I hold myself to a higher standard. And it's why I struggle with perfectionism. That's John O'John. That's the he was in the Irish team when they won the World Cup, as it goes. We got lots of Johns. I hate the fact that when you type in... The problem is, because I'm typing in Jean, it's only recognising the word once. So it's not basically looking for players with Jean in their name twice. There is like Jean-Christophe Grandjean is good, because that's John Christopher Big John. a song which is solely used to stress test expensive audio equipment. 350k Big John machine. If you've ever been on that niche of TikTok, you'll know exactly what I mean. It's my favourite place to be. We've got Jong Dong Chol. There's not a lot of Jeans about, actually. John. Do you know what? Let's pretend I meant both, John. Skipped over Jesus? I could never. The only way Jesus could skip over me is if I was underwater. How did Jesus end up in there? POV or Pontius Pilate. Okay, don't know. It's Brentford's Jesus. You're just a chapel in Hounslow. It works. There's a few in there. I wish you could do like slightly more advanced searches with the names. Right, Serbian League. I just do Red. No, because it won't be Red Star, is it? It'll be Crvena Zvezda. We'll do Partizan because it's easier to spell. Sorry, my friends. Love you really. Where's the scarf gone? It's down there. That's Partizani, isn't it? There we go. 98 mil. That's a bargain. Like, they'll charge you way more than that now. They've got them in the Vatican archives now. Okay. So, sorry, where is... I can't help but notice that Crvena Zvezda are in the playoff spots. The season hasn't finished either. I don't think. Pretty certain there's still one more match day to go, right? Oh, there isn't. Is it actually a 37 match league? Oh yeah, because it splits, doesn't it? Wow. They've fallen off hard, which makes me wonder if they've got themselves into a little bit of money trouble. Malian manager too. Still playing in the Maracanã. Their finances are okay. They've just kind of... Oh, no, they've been relegated before. That's very surprising. You don't normally see that happen to either of the big two in Serbia. Just a good dude called Ben. Wow, that is genuinely shocking. Do they... Hang on, let's just check the finance, as always. It's all elections, isn't it? So it's not like they've been taken over. They've probably just mishandled it. That would never happen in Serbian football. I refuse to believe it. So Čukarički are right up there as well. In fact, they've won the last 2 league titles. Shout out to the Čukarički boys. Any other crazy winners in there? Vojvodina as well. They've kind of been, if anything, they've been cooking more. Oh, cheeky little title in there for FK Javor Matis. Thought they could sneak that one by me. No. Wow, they got relegated not long after that. They're in a bit of trubs. Oh, wow. That's cool, though. Red Star won a title. I mean, it's their only title in a very long time. 48. And then that. Best league. You're right. They have been getting a lot of rep.
Thank you for a wonderful 4 years of entertainment.
Thank you for the 48 months, my friend. What a perfect time for it as well. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday afternoon, as we have now entered the afternoon. Yeah, that's weird that Serbia have managed to become high in rep, but not high in... Wait, were they high on the coefficient league? I don't believe they were they? Oh, they actually are 10th, which means they might have been even higher than that in the past, given that they had some 12-point seasons. Have Serbian clubs ever... Hang on, just check the main guys and see if there's been any, like, crazy European successes. They might have won no Europa Leagues for Čukarički, but they might have gone deep in them, potentially. Let me just check, like, Conference League, maybe?
Here's a fun
some
fact.
quarterfinals.
Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
More likely to be Partizan that's doing bits, isn't it? No European Cups for them either. Yes, Fry, but it will be open again in a little bit. NN3 list. Forgive me if I don't know how to say that as a singular name, but thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you checking me out today. So a Champions League win. I don't believe they did, no. Yes, this is where there's just a team. Who else? It could be Vojvodina, maybe? Hello, my friend. Welcome aboard. Let's try Vojvodina. No, I think they must have just gone some... yeah, Red Star won a real one in... Was it 1991? Far be it from me to say, but knowledge. Love to see it. It's definitely not because I did an entire Red Star save and had to learn all this sort of stuff. That's cool. That still feels relatively close, despite the fact that it was, in fact, 34 years ago. Nerd. Look at the nerd. All point of the nerd. Yeah, I think they must have just had some deep European runs that we honestly don't have time to track. There is beta news, Rob. Exclamation mark beta. India. Ooh, interesting look up. I would love once a year them to just pop off. But what unfortunately ends up happening is any of their good players will... Well, one of their best players doesn't even have a club. They've got... I mean, they've nearly braced the top 100 in the world rankings. But better to do it from this screen. They've got this guy, Ganesh Debnath, who came through at Sevilla. They almost always come through in Spain. The really good guy. Satish Kumar. Oh, wow. That's actually really surprising. He came through at Jamshedpur. Sorry, Jamshedpur. That's cool, actually. And then went to Russia. Best FM games ever. Honestly, for me, 24. Like, I know we've played it for a long time, so perhaps there's an element of Stockholm Syndrome knocking about there, but I just think it's a really good game. It has almost all of what I want. I feel like I've often had nostalgia feelings for older games, but then I've actually gone back and installed them and gone, oh my god, this is unplayable compared to what it is here. I've got Ricky Chakraborty, which is a great name as well, at Mumbai City, who's been, wow, there's just nobody else, is there? Sydney FC dude, just came through at Sydney FC. Where about Rahul Fernandez? Amazing. The reason he's so good is because he came through at Sochaux. That's dope. Oh, imagine how excited we'd have been if we got an Indian player in our intake. What if they had an Indian manager at the time as to why that's happened? Because that's really rare otherwise. Let me just check their managerial history just to see if there is any crazies in here. Right. So after us, it was Nathan Ake, naturally. This is the beta news. It is. Stefan Kapoor. Where was this guy coming through? Darren Mercer. Oh, it was a random regen dude that was in charge of Eintracht Frankfurt. Christian Günther. Kylian Renouv. I was hoping to see a random one of our regens in this team, just in case. That name rings a bell. Maybe not. Philip Friedrich? Nah, none. I was kind of hoping one of our former players might be there. We'll have to check the Tenerife... I'll just do this now before I forget. I'll check the Tenerife managers too in case one of our former lads ended up back there as well. Since Tenerife... Prime Griezmann. Well, at that point, I think you're basically just choosing whichever FM has those players in, right? So it's not really about whether the game's good or not. It's more just a question of finding which one would have those players in their primes and then just downloading that one. Sacked one manager since I left. Wait, what? I guess they could have left. So basically, they're so good that the managers keep getting poached. That's impressive. They built a massive culture there. Right, managers at Tenerife. So where were we in all this? Wow! Antonio Negro, who was the guy that took over after the guy that took after us, who didn't last very long. 23 years he was at Tenerife. Had a 68%... He won 9 league titles with Tenerife. No wonder. And 16 cup wins. I mean, Christ. Look how many different, Copa del Rey's are in there. Hang on. Stefan Kapoor. Wait a second. This guy managed both Sochaux and Tenerife. That's cool. Never recognise that game. Bratanova. Wait, yeah, your Danka Bratanova sounds like a... They had a lady manager! What? That's so rare. Jordanka Bratanova, who's seen better days, admittedly, unless that's the regen's age. She does look depressed. I mean... That's incredible. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I mean, female regen heads in 24 and stuff are not good, are they? I mean, it's because they don't need to use them outside of staff members, but still. Hopefully there's been some effort put into those for 26, right? She managed Benfica and Bayer Leverkusen. This might be the most success I've ever seen out of a female manager in FM. Potentially. That's incredible. Oh, that might be the best thing we've seen so far. Didn't have the best time at Tenerife, it looks like. Actually, 54%. That's true. With Anuski, she won't look a day over 60. Then Toby Pye came in and then was sacked somehow. And then Predrag Spashojevic. So what was the other guy? Negro. I think, where was he before that? So he was at Hellas Verona, which is an interesting pickup that Tenerife were shopping in those areas. And then he just retired. Went through to retirement. What a guy. I like that they caused 3 consecutive managers to retire as well. Yeah, Toby got... Yeah, he won them a Champions League and then got sacked. A Leverkusen icon. Oh, so she won stuff at... That's not she, that's he. Where is she? There she is. Jordanka Bratanova. Well spotted, though, by seeing the over. See, can we... So what does she actually do? Yeah, she won loads of stuff with Bayer Leverkusen. Right, so yeah, didn't win much in Bulgaria. Manager of the Year in Croatia. Won Bulgarian Manager of the Year in Torino. She was up against all the other Bulgarian managers at Torino that year. What a year. Did she win anything in Portugal? Taça de Placard. Did win a Portuguese league with Benfica. Although, at times that could be quite simple. Won the Bundesliga, though, with Bayer Leverkusen. Some Super Cups. DFB Pokals in there. Some more Bundesliga titles. Didn't seem to do a lot on the European stage with Bayer Leverkusen. And then randomly went to Bologna after that, which is why I'm finding that so strange. Then again, she's won a Serie A with Bologna. So it looks like Bologna have become good. Anything on the European side of things? I was hoping for like a Conference League in there or something. Got a second place. Won Serie A and won the Bundesliga. That's so cool. What even came from... I'm trying to think why that lookup even came about. Yeah, we're well aware of both. That's you, my friend. We're well aware of Brookbet. Not a save I'm personally going to be doing, but I will be managing in Poland on my next save, just not them specifically. We will be coming up against them quite a lot. With the Champions League. This is what happens. Tenerife has ruined her. Hi, Levy. Beta for the 26 comes out, and what do you look forward to the most? If you do Exclamation Mark Beta, you get all the details on that. I'm just looking forward to playing a new game after like 2 years, to be honest. That's really what it comes down to. Just having something a little bit different to do with all this brand new stuff. Oh yeah, I can see why you'd be interested. It's still a really cool story. It's one of those teams that's always mentioned in the same kind of breath as Mjällby in Sweden because of the small size compared to their performances on the pitch. Playing club for weeks. Speaking of club, I have my Manny player, do I not? Yes, I do. Lovely. One sec. God, I've got a 2.2% chance of actually getting someone really good now. So, Manny. Give me something good. For next week, at least. Because I won't have Holland up front for me next week. Core. Oh, okay, rare. Rare goalkeeper. Okay, that could be quite useful, actually. It's... Oh, Nick Pope. Wait. Yeah, it is Nick Pope. Okay. I don't mind that. I will temporarily, at least, sign Nick Pope. Because having Pickford yesterday wasn't ideal, considering he was, up against Manchester City. That's quite a pickup, actually. Love to see it. To be fair, playing against Fulham, you probably do quite well, especially this current Fulham. Respect the beta. Honestly, mate, if I knew, it'd be a bit weird if I was the only one that knew. Like... If SI haven't put a date out for the beta, they're probably not going to tell some random FM streamer who... You know what I mean? All we can do is speculate and look to the stars. Maybe the beta will arrive when the moon is in fact in retrograde. And Taurus is over the yard arm, and we are in the biggest of the Gibbon moons. Right, what are B67 up to? Nothing, because this is not them. We want to be looking at B93. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about it. Until Little Timmy leaks it, yeah. That's head Reddit mod, Little Timmy, to you. Yeah, they've mostly just been kind of cutting about down here. Mercury is, in fact, in Gatorade. And the Tylenol. Yeah, it's... I think maybe it's because, obviously, I turned down parts of Denmark at times, so perhaps they never got the chance. My sources say November 4th. True if big. I don't know about that one, Hayden. Source, trust me, bro. Salzburg. So this is obviously Salzburg are my favourite Swiss club. So it's good to see them finally doing well. Doing well. You're going to love this. Look at that team history right there. That is just... What's the opposite of a flat line? No titles on a European level, though, but they have won a lot of Bundesligas. In fact, it looks like they've won all the Bundesligas for the... It's just, it's a flat line. It's kind of like, instead of being dead, your heart rate is at like 250. Wait. Oh, there you go. There was a second place in 2049. Instruction arriving. I'm... Honestly, considering we didn't think it was coming back at all, Peace Prince, I'm just happy that it's coming back. The best case scenario for me would be that it's actually save game compatible, so it just modularly slots into the save and becomes unlockable in a way, which would mean that if Poland, was to do a madness during the Building a Nation save, we might actually have a chance to manage them in an international tournament in the same way we did with Malta, even though that was an absolute disaster. But the point is they got there. And Poland's way more likely to do that than Malta ever were, right? So in this save... They've won all but... They've literally won all but 2 titles. The question is, who won the others and why was it Austria-Wien? Oh, he's here all week. He's got that pattern recognition on lock, my friends. Tremendous work. Do I bow now, or is that later? Where's my man with the palm leaves to fan me for the rest of stream? It was a safe guess, but like still. These things usually throw up weird stuff where it was actually going to be someone like Wacker Innsbruck that was going to do it. Man predicts obvious outcome. Ooh. Now then. That, way more interesting. Hello, Sport Club Vervort Steer. I'd like to steer chat's vision to these guys. Yeah, no, if I had said these guys and they'd won a couple, I'd retire. I wouldn't have anything to retire on, but just vibes alone would carry me through. They've been at the top flight for a while as well. What happened here then? So, oh my days. Yeah, they're like 3rd tier most of the time. Wow, 2nd/3rd tier. And then just went, yeah, we're going to be top flight for a bit. And they are cooking. Call you a fanny. I mean, you can do both, right? You got hands and a mouth. Multitask. Jesus. 4.9 million on a goalkeeper, giving 79 grand a week. Do you wonder, Ryan, if maybe that's why they're relegated? Because I have seen some crazy behaviour like exactly that. Look at this. 19 youth recruitment, which means they're probably getting some of the creme of the crop in Austrian football, probably outside of Salzburg. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like your Wiens and teams like that are also getting quite large quantities of... Austria are probably quite goated is what I mean. Like, if we were to look at Austria's youth intake, they're probably like 3rd or 4th on it, to be honest. If I could just remember... So Salzburg, Wien, other Wien, Lask, then these guys. So yeah, they're number 5 on the list, which is still pretty good. Patrick Heisenberg. Just, honestly, we don't have enough, and I'm just kind of unsure about him, to be honest. But regardless, Sturmgrat's getting money, yeah. Did they get a tycoon? That would make a lot of sense. Oh, what, Sheffield United? Sorry, Wednesday. That does happen quite a lot. They got dumped out of the Football League in this save, in fact, earlier. Say my name. All right. Joe Hendry. Sorry, took a minute there. Had to pull that one out of the filing cabinet. See, this is the problem when I don't have thoughts constantly racing into the front of my brain at all times. I actually now have to actively go and find them and choose them when I want to pull them out. It's the weirdest sensation. I don't know how to explain it. It's like normally in life I'm sat there in a raging river, occasionally just plucking thoughts out the air as they swim by. Whereas now I'm on a boat, completely safe and dry, and occasionally I go, oh, that's a nice thought. I'll have that one. Like, it's very strange. It's so hard to explain. It's like I was in the Tesco's car park the other day, on Friday. I went to get some stuff for Pog for St. Crispy's Day. I'll explain what that is in a minute. And I was sat in the car park, and if I do explain what it is in a minute, you'll know it's working. Traffic, people just fannying about because it's a Friday and all the old people are out doing their shopping. And I realised I wasn't thinking about anything at all. My mind was just completely calm and blank, and I was like, well, damn. I had to actively pull thoughts to the front of it. It was like focusing a microscope almost. Strangest sensation. Would recommend. And as for St. Crispy's Day, a couple of weeks ago, actually it's more like a month or so ago now, Pog and I were talking about like random holidays and stuff. And I said to her, if you could invent one national holiday per year, what would it be? And naturally, because Pog is a fan of the crispy devices, she said, crisps. A crisp-related day. So I then immediately said to her, all right, cool, what day is St. Crispy's Day? And then she just said October 17th. So I made a little note in my phone. And then I went to Tesco's and bought her loads of crisps. And I got her a card in Card Factory that said Happy St. Crispy's Day. So there you go. We're going to celebrate it every year. I say we. I'll remember every year. And she gets crisps out of it. So you can't really complain about that. I think we already looked at extra class awareness. I don't know, Hayden. I've never watched Breaking... I say not never watched. I have watched Breaking Bad, but I haven't finished watching Breaking Bad because on the 4th attempt to watch it, I kind of just went, you know what? This is not for me, and that's okay. And he ran down Doris. Even in the supermarket myself, I had my bag... Not my bag, like my basket, and I was just swerving in and out of traffic. People were in the way, and I was like, you know what? That's fine, Doris. You keep staring at that Dolmio for 7 hours. I'm just going to scooch around the back. Love to see it. It was a strange experience. It's good, though. Any crazy... Oh, these guys, yes. They've won a lot, actually. I mean, not recently, but they have won some titles. Yeah, they came off the top rope. Oh, yeah, they have been third tier, haven't they? Love to see it. Oh. So no, that's half. I guess I just never experienced the quiet brain stuff, like in my entire life of existence. Lickswak anniversary? What was the food? I'm curious now. Was it Thai food? Because if so, I'm immediately extremely excited. Said every year, that's cute. That's dope. I can't really cook crisps, so it's not really the same. Oh, we already did the show in Nick earlier, but you probably would have seen that because it was the same thing. VPS, a second Finnish lookup. Mr. President, what are we cooking? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm actually kind of glad we looked this up. They've had a lovely, I say a lovely time. A lovely time in terms of intrigue, you know? Like I woke up yesterday morning and I realised that all of a sudden my brain was very busy again because I hadn't taken my medication yet. But it was just a very strange experience in general. All in all, though, I just feel more balanced and more human, I suppose. It's hard to explain. I probably haven't really even been that different on stream today, to be honest. That's why I didn't really mention it up front, because I was like, well, you know, it doesn't really matter that much. I just feel more centered, less all over the place, I guess. This is wild, though. I wish you could extend this across so it shows more stuff rather than having to go to the league history page. Ginger chicken curry. Okay. I do want to cook some more Thai food. That Thai basil thing we did the other day was really, really nice. So the bedroom is a mess. It's fine, Pog. It'll be okay. We'll sort it out later, love. Contemplating the next race. Yeah, getting that next run done is always like quite a key thing, because obviously they do say that you should go for a run like the next day, even like a short one. Pog and I just grabbed a pizza last night, because the other thing is I haven't really suffered much of an appetite decrease, which I was expecting. A little bit maybe, which is probably a good thing in a way. I could probably do with eating a little bit less, particularly if I'm having breakfast now. Got to get that protein in. So yeah, they went down all the way to the 3rd tier from the top flight, and then in 2 seasons came all the way back again. That is proper yo-yo-y. Like, usually a bit of yo-yo, you go 1 league. But to go all, like, 2 relegations followed by 2 promotions, fans are having a lovely time. Well, half the time anyway. Super moody. Yeah, I think everyone's different, right? And hopefully they've sorted it out correctly, because I'm obviously only in the titration period, so I'm on, like, not the lowest dose. I think there is 1 dose that's slightly lower than this, but it's basically the lowest dose, and then next week it goes up to 50 milligrams, so we'll see what that's like. But the first day I did get an absolutely massive headache, but I suspect that's more to do with the fact that I hadn't had any caffeine, and it was more like caffeine withdrawal. But the dry mouth is very real. So Norwich City, who are obviously in the Premier League because it's a looking forward save, and I don't think we've done a looking forward save since I've been doing these where Norwich City haven't ended up in the Premier League at some point towards the end and actually been quite good. One year they became like the best team in the entirety of world football. And it looks like they might be well on their way to doing that again. Plus 18 goal difference this year. Or that was last year, in fact. Nope, that is this year, never mind. 70 points in the Prem. Because the few times they've been in the Premier League before, they've always been a relatively struggling side. But since their promotion in 2064, as league winners, struggled for a few years, got their wow. I wonder if that year they got 9th place and got Europe with it, because England, and as a result, it tanked them for a year, and they've taken a while to bounce back. Yeah, I think I'm going to start a new run plan tomorrow. No, this week coming, because I was going to run yesterday, but I just didn't want to jump straight into running on these things until I knew how it worked with like my heart rate and things, because my heart rate is definitely more elevated. I noticed that I run a bit warmer, but also seem to feel the cold more. 74. Let's have a look actually. My apologies, I didn't check that, did I? migraine trigger. So I don't really suffer with migraines very often, and when I do, thankfully, I get what's called silent migraines. So they come. It's basically a migraine without the headache. Which, and if you're a migraine sufferer, I bet you're sitting there going, "Well, that's the dream." But you get like the visual stuff, but no headache associated with it. Basically, you don't get the bad bit, I suppose. Steve Moore. Jesus. When I see Steve Moore, all I can think of is the Colorado Avalanche player from the early noughties / late 90s. He's pretty good. He's pretty damn good. No, do you know what? My sister suffers from those. I'm probably going to give that a miss. So the nausea. No, basically all I get is the inability to read things. So like if I'm looking at, say, the word crossing here, where it says crossing 16, if I look at the word crossing, it would like almost be unreadable. But then the things next to it would be. But then the moment my focus shifts, it would then make that unreadable. And then slowly I'd get like the zigzag thing coming across the bottom of my eyes, like the colourful zigzag. And then that moves out of my vision. And once that's passed through, I then get a minor headache, like a really minor, well, like one ibuprofen and it's gone for like half an hour. And that's about it. And I get them very, very rarely indeed. It's really strange. Got vertigo. My mother suffers with vertigo really, really seriously. And I think I get a similar thing. It's nowhere near as bad, but I definitely am not great with balance. Like, for example, when my mum goes to like the dentist and stuff, she can't even like recline the chair because the act of doing that sets her off horrendously. It's really nasty. I think it's an inner ear issue. Well, it is an inner issue, isn't it? Yeah. Be careful. Yeah, exactly. Hydration is crucial. I drank 6 litres of water on Thursday. I was maybe overdoing it a little bit. Like when I went into town to get this stuff for Pog, the first thing I did when I got out of the car was like, Christ, I need to find a public toilet. Luckily, Ely's full of them. AFCON winners, we didn't look at that, did we? No, let's do that now. Fuck it. Let's crack on. And Africa. African nations. I always forget that it's African nations. Not wow, South Africa cooking. Hot dog. It is full of toilets and free parking. It's the land of opportunity if you need the opportunity to piss and park. Which I think at some point we all have, right? Like anti-nausea medication. Is it called Dramamine? Is that the one? I think that's the anti-nausea medication, isn't it? Equatorial Guinea? Wait, where? Oh yeah. Hot dog. Losing to Egypt, of course. I love that. Do you think that Equatorial Guinea knocked out other Guinea in We Gotta Find Out 2060? So Guinea-Bissau actually... Oh, wow, they're in the same group, actually. Right, let's go to the semis. Come on, please tell me. I was hoping that Equatorial Guinea and Guinea-Bissau had met in the semis. Couldn't get another level. Wow, really? I do not envy people that suffer with migraine conditions. They are very... It's just, yeah, not something I would want to have to deal with. So let's have a look at their squad. Because I don't think we can really see their squad from them, but we'll see what their national team is. Oh. It's just loads of, presumably guys that have... Oh, that's all domestic sides, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think there's a way we can go back and see their squad, unfortunately, chat. Cool names, though. I guess it's crazy that they got as far as that. They might have just had a few... Yeah, because obviously Spanish players can spawn with that nationality, can't they? Because, yeah... So maybe they just got a bit lucky that particular time. I love the fact that South Africa have become really, really solid in the last stage. Cars and monsters in general. Oh, really? Okay. Amitriptyline. I think that's called the same thing in English because I remember reading about that once randomly and I can't remember why. Because that's to do with... It's specifically to treat the migraines as well, isn't it? I think that might be why I was reading about migraine treatment for some reason. I cannot think of the life of me why. Botswana as a host. I like that. Equatorial Guinea got to host it the year after as well. Hosting it in Libya is brave. It feels like you get more variation in hosts for AFCON than you do for the World Cups and for the Euros. There seems to be just way more options. It feels like almost all of these. Obviously some repeats, but like Zambia, Tanzania, Mali, there's just so many more of them. They need to open it up a little bit in future FMs, I would say, for more options. We did kind of look at Tenerife, but I'll just quickly see if there was anything we missed. There are more countries set up. Is there a way you can edit that in the database, Hadrian, or is that like a hard-coded thing? It could be. For all we know, it's a massive war zone in Madagascar. Have to rebuild it. Nah, that sucks. Now she's, oh really? Okay. That was another thing I was expecting. One of the things they told me was like, you could have sleep disturbances because of this. And thankfully, first night was a little bit sketch, but that might have just been because I was a little bit wired still from the whole experience. And I'd done a podcast quite late at night. But yesterday I went to sleep quite early. Fell asleep relatively easily without any trouble. Did wake up a little bit earlier today and was unable to get back to sleep because my mind had now gone back to sort of normal Matt. So that was a little bit. 42. Yeah, mine wasn't very good either. I think I got up to like 60 on body battery. Did I say Podquast? Podquast. That's actually what we're changing the name to. So really, it's you who looks silly here, not me. Right. I think we kind of investigated pretty much everything we could with Tenerife, didn't we? They're the 2 Champions League titles, 13 league titles, and we saw their best 11, which had, of course, Socorro in it, if you missed this earlier, who has 950 appearances domestically, and obviously continentally, for Tenerife, and over 200 Spain caps. He played as Spain's goalkeeper for nearly 20 years. Genuinely one of the craziest runs I've ever seen. Jose Martinez. No goals, though, which frankly means his entire career is a waste of time, and he should have probably chosen to become a butcher instead. But, we don't get to choose these things. He did get 7 caps. Alice! How's it going, friend? Oh, excuse me, my voice just went to a register I didn't know I had. Sleep there. Basil, you're welcome. Players PA. No, we're going to do that in a bit. I might actually do that after I've got through this spell of lookups. Plus another pee break. Pierre, did Socorro have? We haven't checked yet. There's only a couple that we know of because I looked up 1 or 2 and then apparently got them wrong or forgot what they were. In my defense, I did that before the Mets. And Hadrian knows a couple of them as well. Yeah, the intermove was not the move. Neither was the second intermove. Like, what are you doing? It looks like he won stuff with Bologna, though. Oh, no. I was kind of hoping when he went to Bologna it was during that really good period of theirs, but apparently not. I'm feeling very good, Alice. I hope life is treating you well. He could have managed... Oh, Alice, you'll love this. Right? No, he didn't. That was only there for 2 years. By 11... There's basically a ridiculous world-class lady manager in this save. She just randomly rocked up at... She came through a Bulgarian side, but then ended up winning Serie A with Bologna and winning the Bundesliga with Bayer Leverkusen. Her name is Jordanka Bratisova or something. It's wild. I've never seen a female manager actually go really deep. Well, there's a few of them actually. Here she is. Bratinova. Jordanka Bratinova, retired at 68. Just incredible manager. Even managed the club I was probably managing as well. She's possibly a face in the game, but this is the thing, chat. If we have to rely on using non-Patreon regions, or rather doing it in the pregame editor, Hadrian can set it so you've got more likely to become staff afterwards. Which might potentially be a thing that he might even prefer that. Oh, and 150,000 seater stadium in Cardiff for absolutely no reason. Or is it 117,000 seater stadium? And no, I won't explain further. Because there's nothing, I can't explain it. We have no idea why it's happened. All we know is it's bankrupting the club. Yeah, don't be stupid. 150,000 seater stadium. Who would do that? They're getting a max attendance of 1,500 people as well. I've been to some empty stadiums. That ain't even touching the sides, literally. So Inter have won 40 Serie A, so 40 Scudettos, 6 Champions Leagues, but actually only 3. And only 1 since we left the save. For a team that I thought were kind of chefing and had what seems to be the best player in the world, I'm surprised that they didn't achieve more, honestly. Wigan Athletic, they didn't do anything bad, as far as we know. We did have a little look through the English leagues earlier. Nothing that stood out as being they haven't become like National League South, but they're also not like a championship club either. They're kind of one of those teams that have just been kind of middle of the road. I think they're either in League 1 or League 2. We already did Celtic, so I'll throw 100 points back for that one. Hadrian just wants me to type Schwarz, which, I respect it. Oh, was this the guy you two were on about in Discord yesterday? Salahi. He didn't quite do enough. 1% full. Analysts would say it's inefficient. I would disagree. I would say it's a great use of the Welsh taxpayers' money. Bonaire. Wow, they actually do have a dude that's not playing. Right, he's the one that's interesting, right? Because they're obviously not in FIFA or anything, so they haven't got a world ranking. But Flamingo are a local side, right? And so is SV Vitesse. And unless there's a Nac Breda knocking about in... No, that's them. Ruben Martha. Oh, who's he wanted by? Oh, I thought it was PSV Eindhoven. Okay, so he's like a mid-level player that will probably find a nice little, I think it was my spelling. Oh yeah, always blame the streamer. I suspect it was. Should I, if you could write it in chat again, maybe I can copy and paste it, because maybe the game doesn't like my schwas. Well, it would be very Dutch, because Bonaire obviously was a former Dutch colony, right? So all of their team names, all 10 of them, are going to sound somewhat Dutchness. Vespo, actually, apart from SV Uruguay, please ignore them. Cool badge though, love that. And then just Independiente. Every time I see SV written like that, my brain just immediately jumps to sailing vessel. I've watched way too much Below Deck. Although they're actually the motor vessels, aren't they? So that'd be Envy, I guess. But they've got one player who, at 20, there's a chance that he could probably develop into a reasonable Dutch second-tier player, which for Bonaire, that's the kind of guy who's getting 150 caps for y'all, you know? Serrain, right. Look at him moving. Actually, before I do that, I'm just trying to copy this out of chat. Nobody type anything. It's fine. You can type again. Please type. No. And he, unfortunately, also isn't coming up. FM's vendetta against the schwa community continues, and I, for one, won't stand for it. But I will, because I'm not going to put my desk down. I'm too lazy. They do. Their key player is a guy called David Cool. Please dip. I've put my hat on the ground and everything right next to my guitar case. He'd probably be very old, yeah. Davide Cool. I mean, I bet he's popular, if nothing else. It's the best 7 years, actually. It's probably the best sort of form of his career was when he actually joined Serrain. Still playing in that league. If he has a son, he is effectively Daddy Cool, correct? Who's the one to type in chat? I mean, hey, far be it from me to tell you what to do, but please do. It helps with the... It doesn't, there's no algorithm for that. It helps with the sponsors or something. Still haven't actually got the contract through for that. I was supposed to get it on Friday, but it should be like... Basically, it's a case of, I've got a draft contract, which I'm happy with. It's just I need the DocuSign one where I can be like, hey, this means you agree to give me these things, and I agree to do X thing. But honestly, I think you guys are going to love it. Behind me. No, you're not. Unless this is you. I mean, I know you're a silly goose, but come on now. You can't transmogrify. You don't have facilities for that, big man. New England Patriots, thank you for the 34 months. How the devil are you, my friend? Timmy can do it. Timmy's got the power, man. 2-0 in real life. Wow. That actually is quite surprising. So if you'd have said Rangers, I'd have been like, well, of course, yes. Didn't they get like a... Wait, Rangers were winning, was it yesterday, I think? And then they managed to turn it into scraping a point. It's the Rangers way. Oh, wow. Serrain are riding a roller coaster. Unfortunately, the roller coaster is broken because they've gone down again. But in the last 20 years, they've gone from the third tier all the way up to the top and then back down again. It's weird seeing football form written as like 1-6-1. I just immediately go, wait, have they lost in overtime? That 1 point's going to be really helpful come the end of the year. Fans what permanent deals struck for? I think it's just it automatically triggers, right? The Ghost of Dirt Car. Oh, what if they had any fun managers? My guess is probably not. Roy, Bernchich, Boma, Steingaze, Moreno Rutten, Semrot. They've had a lot of managers. That's how you know it's not gone great. Sidney Benker is a good name. Nicholas Nappen. Where was this lad from? Oh, Thai Belgian. I would love it if Hearts won the... I mean, I say love it. My family are all Hibs fans. The part of me that likes seeing interesting things happen in football would like it. The part of me that would be disowned by my Scottish family if it did happen and I celebrated it likes it less. Is Kevin Muscat's the new manager? I don't know much about Muscat and the Rangers situation right now, other than that things didn't go so well. Is that seen as a good thing, or is that a thing that Rangers fans are equally sort of trepidatious against? Julaka, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we did Steinmetz. So he actually came to Spain. He came to France in the end, which is cool. Right, so the USA, if we can find... Because they've had a good team and they won a World Cup. I mean, they've obviously fallen off a little bit since then. But let's go back and find that World Cup so you can see their pathway there. Did they have an easy time of it? Were they beating Angola's left, right, and centre, or were they knocking out the Brazils and the Portugals, much like, Portugal did? Part of Brian's Moneyball crib on that. Are they really? Well, so Tony Bloom is involved in them, or is it just like a group of teams? Right, World Cup winners. We want USA 2058. It's quite good at sorting that out, actually. So the USA's group was not that one. It was... Any fun... Malaysia. Love to see it. Poland, USA... Sorry, New Zealand. That's a cool group. Ireland, Uruguay, Mali, and Qatar. That's this group. No, that's the right one. Hang on, where are they? Forgive my dumb... Oh, there they are, with Poland, USA, and... Yeah. But did you score against the US? Is the question. Is the stream gone? Are we back now? I think it was a brief blip of like 900 frames there. Apologies, chat. They scored against Japan. Love to see it. One season technically knows the club. Okay. Oh, Group F. Got him. Oh, good. Sorry. When I see F's in chat, I just assume the stream has gone down. And the reason I did is because we actually dropped some frames while you were saying that. I noticed that I looked down at the thing and it said we dropped 939 frames within the last like 2 minutes. Can't we just all come together, have a big hug, and admit that we were both right in this particular situation? Oh, dear. F to pay respects, indeed. See? I don't know what I was even worried about. I was like, God, will it change me? No, I'm still just as forgetful as ever and as distractible as ever. I can just sort of move a little bit more. I can bob and weave a little bit more. So yeah, they won. Well, they didn't even win the group. They came second behind Poland. They beat Japan and New Zealand and obviously lost to Poland by 3-1. In the next round, yeah, I'll just dance the entire time. There are levels to this game, chat. Then they knocked out Spain in the Stadion Utama Palaran Samarinda. Which stadium is that? Ah, one of those. Wait, Indonesia? Sick. A World Cup in Indonesia is just a cool vibe. We'll probably aim to finish around about 2, Paul, but we'll just have to see how I'm feeling, basically. I thought I would pirouette for you. Why did I do that? I'm too easily swayed, you see. Have I just taken scopolamine this morning? It is cool, though. It's co-hosted. That's tremendous. And then they beat Morocco. Okay, they got a slightly easier time. Morocco can be kind of up and down. There was Ireland getting revenge from the South Koreans there from the following one. Do a GIF. Just all of the emotes will just be me doing... Well, to be fair, they kind of already are, aren't they? Then they knock out Italy in this stadium. Oh, actually, there is a team that plays there. Finally. Uruguay through as well. France. Israel, USA, France, and Uruguay. Wait a minute. USA knock out France in extra time. There was a joke coming, but they didn't present themselves in the same way. Final, and then they beat a USA-Uruguay final is actually fun as hell. That's sick. So they did have they had an easier run in certain places. Every World Cup in a big nation. I don't know if we're gonna have time to do that one, Don, because that's quite a lot of stuff. Ayose, I don't know if he's gonna show up. Never change. I want to change a little bit, right? You got to progress in your life. Maybe. I bought a wardrobe yesterday. I'm on it. I don't know. We might need his full name. Because there's already 300 people called. Is this one? Found him. Never mind. I figured it had to be a retired dude, so. He did actually get 8. Oh, no, that was the second team. My God. So yeah, he's at Sochaux for, what, 5 years? Most of which he spent playing for the B team. Oh, that's a shame. He did win some some 4th tier titles in France. And technically won a Coupe de France with us before going to Mallorca, which was possibly more of a holiday than it was an actual transfer. But we did play a little bit at Mallorca, which I'm guessing was in... Oh, he did win. So he got a promotion, 2 promotions in fact, to the top flight. So he's played top flight in Spain. Euros winners, we already did that one because Ireland won that as well, which is incredible. Europa League winners, we haven't done those. Right. Change of plan. Pee break because I'm drinking lots more water. I'll get another drink and then we will do all of that, smaller cups, and obviously the PAs and CAs, which is quite important. I want to make sure we get those done. Second whiz quiz though, chat, because I was prepared for this. I'm going to give you a second one. That's right. It was, of course, Runar Normand. Wait, no, wrong guy. It was Pierre something or other. Pierre Laurent? I think his name was Pierre Laurent. I can't remember who he played for, but one of you will know. Wait, did no one get it? Wait, is that the first one? Did actually no one get that? My God. Ah, you did, you bastard. It scrolled off the screen. I thought for once I'd actually caught you. Impossible. Speaking of getting Andrew, I believe I'm currently beating Andrew in our hockey matchup this week. Just barely, but we're getting there. I think I might actually be about to go 2 for 2 this week. Not 2 for 2 this season in our fantasy NHL league. Right, Europa League. Let's crack it. We'll do the others while we're here. In fact, you know what? Let's just do all 3 of them in the same little trend. How would you know that? I don't know. People just have crazy knowledge because I don't know how you'd even work it out backwards, even if you were cheating, right? Right. Okay. Let's see. So where we left off was here, when Newcastle did some bits. Yeah, I'm in a tense match myself, Ridian. I am 22 points up on my opponent. He has Mbermo left. I have nobody. And he and I are the only ones that have won in our group. So it's basically a face-off to who wins the group overall. Old Mate Shua, thank you very much for the follow. If you are new to my content today and you've enjoyed today's stream, make like our friend here, Old Mate Shua, and drop a follow. I would appreciate that. Or don't. That's fine too. You have free will. I appreciate that. And speaking of lovely people, Kingpin Mick, thank you for the 22 months, friend.
FM26 ready yet? I see.
I guess in time we will see, won't we? It will come when it comes. That's my new logic to it. Not even that new. Adana Demirspor got to a final, lost to Fulham, Newcastle. Vojvodina got to a final then, at least. So that much we do know. So that's possibly part of... Wow, another final there for Adana Demirspor. Man United grabbing... Hey, they did win something at least. Schalke and Ghent. Forest were back in there with Hamburg. Villarreal, Ajax, Brentford, unfortunately, win one over Giroud. What the fuck? A.E. Kifisias, a Greek chatters. I'm sure you exist in the chat right now. In fact, I know you do. Where have they done that then? They were in the... Is that the 4th tier? No. 3rd tier, right? I'm assuming that G. Ethniki Foros Omilos is the 3rd tier of Greek football. Possibly? But it looks like they also dropped out of that for a year, potentially. Damn. Then they got to the top flight, and to be fair, they have kind of stuck around. They have, in fact, won a title, in fact. Just the one. They have as many Greek titles as they have European trophies. In fact, they won it last year. Their first title was last year. A very affluent part of Greece. It would seem so, and it seems the locals are buying all the players. 39,000-seater stadiums? Athens answer to Fulham. I see. But instead of a cottage, they've got like an Acropolis. Just chilling in the corner. Craven Acropolis. Or Cravenopolis Acropolis. Cravenopolis Acropolis. I like that. That could easily be a regen from Olympiakos. Right. Oh, Holy Link. A Greek cottage. Love that. Tremendous. Damn, okay, fair enough. Would live in. Probably not allowed to, though, to be fair. That's cool, though. They've got 2 different Sergios as well. You're right, they're doubling up on Sergios, neither of which we're allowed to click on, unfortunately. They've got a Finnish dude here as a legendary manager. Well, I say legendary. His beard is probably more legendary than his managerial skills, I suspect. Though he has one of a title. Wait a minute. Hang on, whoa. Did they sack the manager that won them the title? Or did he just leave? They sacked the guy that won them their only title in history. Is that because they came 4th this season instead? Ah, they missed out on Champions League. To be fair, they have eaten shit. In 1 year, they've gone from winning the league to, well, 20 points off the top. So I guess that kind of is probably what did it. What is the Greek league looking like these days, actually? Just out of interest. Crowbar, thank you for the 18 months. So we've got Olympiakos, Larissa, Panathinaikos, Wait, hang on. I feel like we're missing someone. I swear there's a team missing. Oh, no, there's Pauk. Asteros Tripolis, they're kind of... And Atropitos are usually a top flight side as well. So are Panionios, right? Let's go back to the top flight for a moment. So we've got Panachaiki. Sure. What? Okay. 1 second. Let me just go to past winners so we can... Forgive me, chat. I feel like we have focused on the wrong Greek outlier here. Something tells me there was a more interesting story right beneath our eyes. In it, Andrew. Chris Coleman, were they? I remember him managing Real Sociedad. It was like, I think of him eating crisps in the stand. Or was that David Moyes? Because that was like not long after we stopped the save. Because these guys were kind of creeping up even in the late 40s. And then they just took over. Fair fucking play. Have they won anything on a European level? Other than the 14 league titles in Greece. Not just 14 league titles. 14 league titles in like 25 years. When Andy's room fully this, yeah, we just kind of, we don't want to play with you anymore. And Greece turned, they were just like, nah, Andy's mum's going to play with us and she's going to manage Panachaiki. Forgive me. This is actually Andy's mum right here. Who was that? Did they have a manager that won loads or was it several managers? They did this over the course of like multiple different managers. Like, this lad comes in, wins 2 league titles. This lad comes in, wins 2 league titles. It's basically the Oprah of league titles.
Absolute tumble dryer football!
Goodbye to FM24 and hello to FM26. Here's to more excellent streams and even more ballsed up intros.
I will never stop bowsing up my intros, Hanger on. Thank you so much for the £10 tip. That is incredibly kind of you and very unnecessary, but I do appreciate it very, very much. You lovely, lovely man, you. Is this the guy? Yes. Ivan Mami has Indra... Sounds like a sentence. Mami has Indrahona. The thing is, Malagasy names are very long, but they're also usually quite easy to say once you've said it once. Tumble Dryer Football. Basically, when I was setting up donation alerts, I got a load of like funny commentary clips and then assigned them to different donation amounts. That's the most common one, obviously. Actually, I think the most common one is technically the £5 one, which I think is... No, it might be the same one, actually. I just made a load of them years ago. Some of them are for like stupidly specific amounts, I think. But I have no idea which ones they are. But I think there's like 5 main ones. Right. Europa League. No, did we even finish looking at the Conference League? Did we hell? Oh, we kind of nearly got them all done, in fact. Yes, we got Fulham won another one. Lecce got one. These lads bagged one as well. Groningen to the final. Wildly distracted, but we got back on track without me. Yeah, credit where credit's due. To me. Fiorentina got to a final. Hearts were in the final too. Las Palmas, bleh, we spit on you. Getting to a final and winning it 2 over Anderlecht. What a final that would have been. Then Chelsea, Fiorentina. How did they do that then? Wow, they just went from nowhere. FC Copenhagen beating Roma in the final is fairly impressive. Right, Europa League. What we saying? Brentford. Leeds have won double Europa Leagues there. Fulham again. And again. Bologna, Villarreal. Larissa. Oh, yeah, I think it was probably Larissa that I was thinking of then. What's he doing now, or is he still at Asteras? Adana Demirspor seem to be loving a bit of the older... Oh, that was Conference League, wasn't it? Yeah. Girona in a few of them. The question is, do we get any random Champions League winners? Because I'll be willing to bet, outside of like teams we've had an actual hand in helping, probably not. Just because of how it... Jesus Christ. Oh my... England. Chill. Daddy chill, literally. This is... Outside of the Palermo final... Sochaux did get to a final, lost to Manchester City traditionally. At least Tenerife won 2 Champions Leagues. It does suck that they didn't win the one in 2042 when we watched the final. Brentford runners-up twice makes me hurt inside. Fulham also have been runner-up once. So there's that. When was the England dominance start? So it starts after that. So England win the Champions League in 2051. And then no other non-English side wins it for 21 seasons. I mean, that not just that, but mostly North London teams. Like Arsenal, Tottenham, Arsenal, Tottenham, Arsenal. Christ. Do you know what? I always thought that having all these extra things turned on like we do in these saves would be making it more variable. However, it does be seeming to do the exact opposite in that when we've only got one league switched on, it seems to be more crazy. I guess it has to like fill in the gap somehow. But it just gives England a chance to dominate because of the TV license, the TV money, right? Northern Ireland, we didn't look at that one yet. We did look at the craziness going on in the Republic of Ireland. Shout out to Bray Wanderers, the best team in the history of football, apparently. Why have I've written Northern League. That's what happens when I speak and type at the same time. Words fail me. So, Sports Direct Premiership, which is... That doesn't seem to be that much different, does it? Oh, my days. I mean, Larne have got one. Moyola Park? Not a team I'm super familiar with. Ah, they're a Northern Irish yo-yo. Essentially. Yeah, Linfield, I mean... Let's just have a look, actually. Let's just look at the past winners. It's just Linfield, isn't it? 105 titles for Linfield with their Portuguese manager. They do have a key player who's from Guyana, though. Curtis Abrams, who's joining Dynamo Dresden. Love that for you. His last club was actually Fruta Conquerors. The Fruit Conquerors. I would never do that. I'm more of a vegetable man myself. That's cool, though. Yo, yeah. That works. That's only more Scouse than anything. Glentoran have also got one title. Potentially Afrotrack. Not sure yet, actually. Like, we've only got 4 more to do, and then I'm going to do some PA stuff, so we'll see. Maybe not. I might open it again, to be honest. It entirely depends on how I'm feeling. Like, today was a bit of a... I was a bit worried coming into today's stream just because I wasn't sure how this stuff would affect me on stream and whether it would make me tired too soon or what. But I think as long as I stay hydrated, I feel okay. I feel relatively... Actually, very balanced, to be honest. Wait, Brian McFadden's a captain. Well, I'll never. So they were kind of flying without wings at this point, right? And other Westlife quotes. Would we call that a quote? It's a lyric, isn't it, Matt? Let's be honest. Africa Cup. I'm guessing that's the AFCON, right? So I think we've already done that one. Euros, we've done that one. And Malta. So we've actually gone through a few just quite quickly there. Boom. Foreign gaffers. All right. You've swayed me. Let's have a quick gander. Where's the foreign gaffers? Adam Augustine? English. The dude's called Marzi Purple. Is Pan in the name pool as a surname? I'm just interested in the idea of Marzi Purple and the potential for Marzi Pan. Swing a save point when they're Bulgarian. Yeah, sure, pick a year. I'll dump some random save points in later. They're quite big, is all I will say. Yes, we do, Navig, but basically it's in like a window at the moment, so I keep pausing it to allow people to burst them. Because basically what I did once before was I left it open for like 3 or 4 minutes, and it gave me like 200 lookups, and it did the entire stream basically with stuff that was done in the first 5 minutes, and it meant that people who joined like even 20 minutes late didn't get a chance to do lookups. So now I do them in like really short bursts. That way, in theory, more people get a chance to do lookups. That was the plan with it anyway, but it always seems to just take the same length of time. But it does spread it out a little bit. Cornelius Canis, he's got to be Belgian. You're not going around with a name like that and not being Belgium. Column Socket. It's a flat pack manager right there. Love it. I guess it would be Sock. No, it was 2 T's. It's Sock A. Hey, what about Charlton? Amazing work. And then obviously Armani Stromberg Clark. Where's Gucci Suits, though? It's actually somewhat of an oxymoron in many ways. Right, back to Malta. Swiftly. Where was he a Sochaux player? Even better. You presumably meant João Malta or Victor Malta, right? Or Tiago Teixeira Malta. So, Malta probably won't be a lot. We can't even... Oh, no, we can see both. Now then. Cop a look at that 2055-56 season, chat, and say that I don't have an influence on Maltese football. I'll wait. I demand satisfaction. Exquisite Dick. I'll tell you who it was, Navig. We actually did look this up specifically. We had Dick DeLong, Dixon Dickinson, and Coq Blanc. Those were my personal favourites. Hamron are basically hammering, but then you've had a few... There was a sort of Scotland-esque renaissance here where everyone had a little go at it before Birki Kara kind of went, now, we've had your fun. We're going to win all the titles from here on out. Our pictures leaked. Honestly, it's just kind of sad that that shit's been leaked in the first place, to be honest. Basically. Do I have some Maltese football? It's fine. Me when I'm lying. There's not much to show in Malta, unfortunately, because their league has never been switched on in this save. Just because we knew that we would never be managing in there. Maybe. I believe it was... yeah, we had players people getting promoted. So I think it's the Timo database I used for this one. I presumably the save file was just in there. I don't know if I even loaded it. I must have done, probably. Now, Roy Fleming. Who was the manager for Malta? I've actually already forgotten who our manager was during that. Didn't load it. There you go. Hadrian knows. He asks questions that he already knows the answers to. Look at him go. Right. Tell you what. Now would be a good time for me to crack out FMRTE now, wouldn't it? Then we can circle back to the lookups again. I want 2044 final. Yeah. Oh, it was Janos, wasn't it? Of course. Mr. Toth. Looking back on it, I'm like, did he really deserve to be the manager of that when he only came through in like the final 3 seasons of the MTK save and was the equivalent of an I'm here too type of player? But I guess chat just taken to him so much that he got his own mode, so far be it from me to swim against the tide there, I guess. Look at Swiston. We did, yes, he got sold to Inter for 88 million, if I recall. Lil man, Brady, thank you for the 22 months, my friend. The Navi fan club. Bobby Tree was, yeah, he'd have been up there just because of his 9-goal gluttony of a game. Right, let me get RTE up. I haven't used this, well, actually I haven't used this in ages. It was probably 5 days ago now. Did he set the club after enough? I don't know. We'll have to have a check into that when I go back to the future again. Once my flux capacitors finish recharging, I'll let you know. Right, load game. I wish I could actually show you this directly, but I can't. I'll have to do it with screenshots. What I'll do is I'll just like scan the Sosho team and then show that with a screenshot. Potentially. Montiel would make sense, yeah. Right, so, if I type Sosho in. That should do it, right? And we do the different squads from there. Because it has the B team as a separate thing. Oh, no, I want teams. There we go. Right, so I'll sort by PA. Oh, you're right, Tristan was the highest. I think the problem is because last time I obviously wasn't trying to look at specific... I didn't want to look at the entire team. I just wanted to look at specific players. So that's why when I scanned the entire database for the high PA, we obviously didn't have all of them. Right. Oh my God. Wait, why's my... Oh, no, my bloody... Hang on, chat. My screen scraper thing is not working. So Gatsu works there. So why is it not working on this monitor? Let's try that again. Right, that should work. Okay, there we go. I haven't properly looked at them. Right, okay. So Nagalo won't be on this list. So this is the Sosho squad down to like break. Oh, there's Sveni. 139. Wow. That's a lot higher than I thought it was going to be. 139? I guess that sort of explains why. Wow. I thought Sven was going to be like maybe 110, 115. Like he was okay for PA wise. All right, what else we got then? Greet boost. 176. Jesus, we were really clustered in here. Lorenzo. Oh my God. All right, maybe that £41 million was spent well. Claudio. Wow, Claudio at 186. Wait, where was Eric? 179. Okay, so they were pretty close. Dennis was only 150. Really? Was he right on the bottom? That makes a lot of sense. Because Dennis kind of was really good really fast. Really? No Winter makes sense he would be good. Tucci at 175. Was he the only Italian in there? Yeah, I think he was the only one that broke through. Nazar. We really should have used him more. Bilal 153. Bongani was much better than I thought. Wow, Tiani was decent. Valverde, although he was much of an earlier signing. Ayoze, a 158. Haluk, where's Haluk? Generally can't see him. He can't be this far up. Oh my God, he's... So I was looking for surnames for Haluk. I forgot that was his first name. 179. Damn, so if we'd have continued the save... Also, shout out to Basti and Garnier. 180. Switzerland... Noah Winter makes sense because he came through at a French side, right? Still cool, though. Christ. Yeah, Velasquez was 180. That was... The two I looked up was Barnecce, although for some reason I forgot what his PA was and thought it was 200 for some reason. I wish. And it was Velasquez that was 180 that I looked up before. I don't mean during the save. I mean before I did the looking forward thing. But the rest of them, that's all news to me. Bernal. Oh my God, Rezic. We really did... Well, I think it's just because the way we scout, right? You're still going to miss players, but it's so difficult to not get these guys sometimes. What was Cuban? I don't know, actually. Hadrian might know Nq's one off the top of his head, because obviously... Oh, I could just look him up in the database, couldn't Let me just check the second team, just in case there is anyone crazy in there. Oh, no! Oh, no! This is... You're all going to be like, you should have paid him a lot more, Matt. And also you're going to be like, that was a hell of a deal. Oh, I don't believe this. I just went into the second team. Look who's at the top of the second team. Oh, I should have given him a lot more football earlier. 179 PA for the man we spent £1 on. Sadly not a dream shared by his manager in it. Oh wow, here's the other Italians. Christ, that Serie D thing was overpowered as hell. These are all the guys we signed from the Italian thing, weren't they? Because they're all 21, 22 years old. Look at 170, 164, 162. We could have built an entire team just out of Italian men. The name should have been a clue. Ouattara. Who's Ouattara? Is he one of the new guys that we signed from, I don't even know who this guy is. He's 18. Was he the guy that signed in the middle of the last season and we kind of went, he's all right? I guess we were just in the middle of... I assume he came from ASEC Mimosas. The Georgian dude, though. That makes way more sense why you said he moved for loads of money in your sim. Anyone else in here? Oh, the Lebanese guy was 155. Thai guy. Anyone crazy down here? Yeah, I'll do the under-19s because we had some quite highly rated youth prospects. Oh, shit. I forgot that if I minimise the window, it gets rid of it. My bad. Let's have a look. I'll try not to actually look at it. Oh, the youth dates are still in the club, technically. Wait, I have to load FM on one screen and then click it, and then it lets me Gyatso it. Right, I'm not looking. And back to OBS. And now we're looking again. Right, what we got? Okay. That was the guy from the youth intake a couple of years ago. Lemaitre. He was the 5-star guy from not this year, but the year before, right? And Fran Santos and Tierra were the guys from this year's youth intake. Do you know what? 59, 158, and 154 respect. Who's this guy? Oof. Okay, we maybe missed out on him. So no one... Oh, that was the guy we signed from Nice, by the way. Diego Guillet, I think. That's decent quality, I would say, yeah. As things go. Did he really? I mean, to be fair, with 150... Maybe he was one of those guys that could, like... To be fair, his CA is quite high. Then he is 18, isn't he? Right, let me just see. Do an overall search and see if I can find the best PA or CA player in the game. Just out of curiosity. How do I do this? Fuck. How did I do this before? Right, so it's just any players. They're all regions, aren't they? Apart from that one random dude. Right, so age, and then... Should I filter it by CA and PA just in case? No, I don't want to do that, because otherwise it could exclude someone. It could, like, exclude someone. I'm just hoping this doesn't actually break. Oh, shit. Oh, there it goes. 220,000 players, right. The highest CA is Jonas Clausen. Oh, I've filtered it the wrong way, chat. Jonas Clausen of PSG. So you know exactly who that is. Let me just show you him in the game so it's just easier. 194, by the way. Out of 199. This guy's the best in the game. Someone did ask Best Dane, and there he is. And not just Best Dane, Best Player. He's the current highest CA rater of the save. So he's, 194 out of 199. Was there any other 200s outside of Jalil? Shit, wrong way. So there was Clausen and Jalil was 200. And at the moment he's 167 CA at 20 years old. There's a guy called James Green, who's 199 as well at Man City. Arturo Hernandez at Girona. And a guy at Fulham, who's brand new, Daniel McLeod. A couple more Manchester City dudes. There's quite a lot of players actually above 190, to be honest. Including Colonna. Who was that guy I wanted to see? Cabello and Cube. I'll find him for you. And then we'll go back to some lookups. Unless there's any like specific Tenerife. Oh, I want to look at the Tenerife guys, didn't I? Cabello and Cube. 186. 186. 186. Sorry, 186 out of 188. That'd probably be easier, wouldn't it, than typing his name in, yeah. Trojan, yes. Any Swede? I don't believe so. I haven't seen a lot of really good Swedish players in this save. Is this going to work? So I can do that. So Trojan. 180? Oh, no, we already looked at 180. Yeah, we already looked at Trojan, didn't we? Yeah, 180 for Trojan. He's 175 here, apparently. But I guess because midfield. 175 out of 180 here. So this is the reason he doesn't get any better than this, really. That's what probably did it for him. Let me try Socorro. Should come up with him, right? Okay, maybe I was being a bit excessive there. It's also because I was spelling his name wrong too. 126. Oh, wow, so it's gone up a bit then. Luis Socorro. I mean, I could be saying anything now, right? But I don't want to sprint screen every single one. Socorro. 170s. Wow. He's maxed PA here. He's 176 at 24, which makes sense. He's played forever. So he's not like elite. I mean, he's elite, but he's not like a
51 months of subbing to the greatest OUTCAST
Scott
FM
Sharon.
streamer. Fiscal responsibility means this may be the last for a while.
Understandable.
I've heard plenty of your fiscal talks to know what I must do. I'll still be popping in when I can. Godspeed, good sir.
You love to see it. Thank you, Scott. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for the support up to this point, right? That's 51 months is an insane amount of months. Just look after you, importantly. Load of Petra and shortlist into it. I might be able to, but I might have to go back to an earlier version of the game. Oh, Steinmetz. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I'd potentially have to go back to an earlier version where they've all not retired. And that would be a bit of a... I could probably do that off stream. Just because I'd have to go grab the save files from my other drive, because I took a lot of them off to make some space. But I'll definitely do that and let you guys know. Right, Thomas Steinmetz. What do you reckon, actually? Before I show him, what do you reckon? 130? No, he's got to be more than that. He's got Belgium caps. 140, 150 maybe? Steinmetz, exactly 150. Dead on 150. He's at 146 right now, but earliest one I have here. Well, the earliest one I have here is... literally only one season ago, so most of the ones that retired are still going to be retired at that point. Sven's PA was 139, I think. Was it 130? It was around that, wasn't it? Oh, dear. The fact that this guy came through at a third tier side in Belgium, though, that's pretty impressive in the grand scheme. It was on 37. Still, for Sven, for a guy that I mean, he had 5-star PA when we signed him, but, like, you know, it's not really the same, is it? Jose Garcia. The Arsenal guy, right? What do you reckon? Higher or lower than Socorro? I reckon lower. But just because he's an outfield player, it looks better. Maybe no, not 160. I don't know, actually. Let's find out. Okay. No, fair enough. 168. So he wasn't that far behind Socorro. Crazy that he's only got 11 Spain caps, but I guess Raul's probably keeping him out of the team. 168 for Jose. That means that in that one youth intake, we got a 167 and a 168. Sorry, 176 and a 168 player in the same youth intake. Raul plays him. He does now, yeah. That's true, yeah. Who was the other one? There was a Jose Martinez, but we already knew him, didn't we? Or did we? No, it was a Jose we knew, wasn't it? Let's check Jose Martinez, because he was like the last one of the bunch, wasn't he? He was 152. Okay. So, then again, that's still really good. To be the runt of the litter at 152. Actually, what was... did anyone remember what Jose's one was? Or did he not appear on that one? Is this the guy? I suspect he's more likely to be the runt of the litter. Probably like 80 or something. Oh, man. Fernandez is 158. Alvaro Fernandez was 158. He had a higher PA than a Jose Martinez did. Didn't he get an injury really early in his career or something? And that cost him a load of development time. I swear I remember him getting a major injury right about that torn hamstring. Followed by the shin splints for another 2 months. Yeah, so the fact is we got a 176, a 168, a 152, a 158, and I've genuinely forgotten what the Jose... He's actually in our team right now, and he's probably one of these lists. One sec. He's almost certainly one of these screenshots. I've just missed him. Yep. He was 158 as well. He is there. That's insane. So yeah, that golden generation in Tenerife truly was... How do I do this? This is FMRTE. It's basically like an editor that's like a third-party thing that you can... It basically gives you more control than the actual in-game editor does. So I use it for like agent videos and Well, mostly agent videos, actually. The last time I properly used it was the Aaron Walker one because it gives you information on players' contract talks when they're in the contract talks that you can't see even with the editor. So that's cool. Matsuoka, really? Dope. How do you download it? It's just a website. Messi, I think you need an account, although I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I don't know how they pull the data. So that one single youth intake got us 2 158s, one 152, a 168 and a 176 in one youth intake. Bear in mind, in Sochaux with France, we didn't get a single player that was above 160. Crazy. Cost money. I think it's like a $5. I don't know. I've had it for ages, so... It doesn't get used very often, as you can probably imagine, other than times like this and for the agent videos, but it's definitely a useful bit of kit because it does give you more functionality than the default in-game editor, which is super useful. I don't know what Spanish Forgotten Generation actually is there. Well, with that in mind, let me just switch back to the future again. I might do another little lookup opener. Fuck it, why not, right? Back to that. I'm sure some of you still got some lookups that are worth doing. So let's open it for 20 this time because we're literally close to 2 o'clock and there's a Premier League fixture on soon. So we'll just do like, actually maybe 15 seconds just to see if there's any last ones because I suspect that some of them will be ones we've already done before. Oh, that's 15 minutes. That would be a bit much. There we go. Right. Sorry. So many windows flashing around me, chat. Right, okay. We're going to do 15 seconds of this one just to finish us off today. So, yeah. And go. There we go. Ooh. Oh, this has been fun. Oh, I like the longer server manager screen, but it does tend to get a little bit corrupted, I find. And boom. Okay. Jesus, that's still like loads. Oh, that's fine. That's a good little bit to work with, at least. We are back in the right year. Okay, let's crack on with world rankings. Best if I just go to a nation and do it like that, right? Best way to get there. Okay, so Spain currently top. Any real obvious... Oh, Ireland up in 13th, obviously. This is the World Cup winning Irish we're talking about here. This is not your mother's Irish. No, she might be. Fair play to her if she is. China up in 40th. I don't know. It's never easy to know what to look for on these. I guess you can filter it by... Does this even work, actually? Chat, as well you know, Algeria is the only nation in Africa. The entire continent is Algeria. What's the only Asian nation? I'm go... That makes even less sense. That's not even in Asia. Amazing work. Tell you what. What's the best nation in Europe? Benin, of course. How could I be so stupid? My favourite European travel is to Benin. North America? Botswana, of course. A lot of conflict going on there in between the Botswana-Texas border. Of course. And then we've got, of course, the biggest nation in Oceania, which is Burkina Faso. As I've always said, greatest nation. And, of course, South America, dominated by Burundi, as they should be. Wait, so... If I click all of them... Oh, Football Manager, you're fun, aren't you? Love to see it. That's tremendous work. Regardless, that is the thing. Canada... Do you know why? It's the... arrival of Luke Diffuser. Wait, where? No. Yeah, it's Luke Diffuser rolls. Yeah. Show me the world rankings, little Timmy, or get off the pot. Come on now. That might be the most broken screen. I don't know. There's a lot of stiff competition on that one, to be honest. Let's be honest. Okay. Well, that's the world rankings. Hope you've enjoyed that one, chat. What a time to find that bug. And the thing is, we know now that will never, ever be fixed. Okay, that's Thailand. That's where I get my new Pirellis. Right, Thailand. There we go. Thailand. Well, I say chefing. They were as high as 50th. They've got a guy at Lazio actually. There's usually a couple of decent Thai players in every side. We've got Pitak, the one Nanthawichianrit. Solid name. There's got to be a better one in the national team. I bet they've got someone with that. Okay, the names are. I'm not having to move the column. Got Lens, got Djurgården. The top clubs have remained. Do you say not club? Wait, what? Oh, I thought you said his name was Knobgoblin. You've got Surapong Boon Sandwiches on the top of key players. Oh, this guy here, yeah. Saranyu Kobngoen. Or Nguyen? Probably pronounced Nguyen, right? Like the Vietnamese Nguyen. That's true, the world ranking screen, they've got loads of time to fix that. Or it won't work properly at all, and the only teams you're allowed to manage in the World Cup when they do bring it back to the game will be Burkina Faso, Angola, Burundi, and I can't remember what the other one was. At least they put an African team in the African bit, right? Blind squirrel found its nut there, right? Banan, of course. There's a guy playing in Samar... Oh, that's a club. Yeah, of course it is. Silly me assuming that I assume it means like Victory San Marino. Emmanuel Dala got his hands on the nuclear buttons. That's what happened. So, wow. That's actually quite surprising. San Marino usually have one or two players that just gen at a relatively stable Italian club and become quite good. So the fact that their best player is at Paralimni in Cyprus is a little bit surprising. Mirko Giannini, who's a French San Marinese. Wait, French? Oh, so did he come through at Nîmes? Didn't even come through at a bloody Italian club. Yeah, Tampa Bay Rowdies is great. Oh, wait, what about Thailand now? What's happened? We've gone too far. Luca Silvi Marcini. Molten Siren save. There was a decent San Marinese dude, yeah. But I always find that usually a couple that will just gen at like even a Serie B side. But apparently not. This guy came through at Giuliano in Serie C. He did go to Crotone and then to Akron in, Russia, not Ohio. Oh. So I just saw that and just assumed that was his pathway into the States. It was to go to Akron, Ohio. Maybe there's like a link between Akron, Ohio and Akron, the Russian team, in the FNL. And then he went to Tampa Bay. Love to see it. Porthmadog. That should come up, right? Oh, dear. Ooh, dear. Oh, absolutely nothing to share. Oh, no, tell a lie. They have had the occasional season in the Welsh leagues. Just hasn't lasted very long. Yeah, they've sporadically done seasons. It sounds like a minor league hockey that has its own sketch show attached to it. Yeah, they've basically done every single year that they've been promoted into the JD Cymru North, they have immediately been sent packing again. With increasing amounts of prejudice, especially that year. That did not go well. They've occasionally been there, yeah. They're like that uncle you see every 10 years. And he's always like off travelling somewhere and doing heinous things. Right, we did Alvaro Fernandez, which was convenient because I had already shown him, which is very convenient. Wait, yeah, we did. Let me just check. I did show him, right? Ooh, he's got competition. Oh, yeah, that was when we were looking at him in the actual save and not the... Good point. So we're looking for people that have retired that are still clickable. So presumably it's this guy, right? Yes, there he is. Sorry, forgive me. I got confused and forgot we went back to the past when we were looking at him and not in the future, of course. No way, he played for the Greek lads. He also played for Alcorcon. Or Alcorcon? After leaving Tenerife B. Then he went to Panachaiki. Doesn't look like he fit in great there. Then to Cremonese, then to Pro Livorno. So kind of just cut about in the lower leagues for a little bit. One thing I will do before we end is I'll do a little bit of a wrap-up of any other major leagues that we've forgotten, just to get down. Simpost PA. Oh, shit, yeah. Tag me on Discord later. I'll have a look for you. I'll add it to my to-do list. Shouldn't be difficult to look up. Stoke. Now, we know where Stoke were. It wasn't pretty. But I don't know about their actual, like... Hang on. Was there a guy that... Wait, I must check this. Was there a guy there called Stokey Vales? Stokely Vale, that's a team, right? So trophies. They won a league title. That much we do know. So yeah, Stoke are National League, but it's not been great for them. They've got a very Finnish-sounding manager. Oh, my days. Literally, Stoke dropped out of the Football League that season in the last part of the save. Finally, Patreon. Yeah, I'll try to sort that out. I do want to do that because I owe it to you guys, but also, it just this week is going to be very... Even if it comes into the start of 26, I'll still do it. Because this week could be all over the place with new PC. We have no idea when the beta's dropping. and God knows what else. So I have no idea what's going on with Tuesday, whether there'll be a stream or not. I'll obviously let you guys know in due course once we know more information about what's going on with it, basically. No, I said I was going to do it, and I absolutely will. This is not the map of before. That's one of those things that's just on the list, and it will get done now, because that's how it works. On beta day, we don't know when the beta day is. Like, I do try to stick to my schedule, but we'll just have to see how things go, right? If it drops on like a Thursday morning, then obviously, yeah, because I'll just be... But we'll have to see. I mean, if they give us an actual time, or whatever it is, well, we don't know when it is. So like, how long is a piece of string? So anyway, we've got relegated. Yeah, they got relegated from National League and then went down to National League North, and they've not been back into the Football League ever since. They've had a couple of seasons of like... Actually, have they? The closest they came actually was here when they kind of oscillated around the top and nearly got promoted. But what on earth happened where they went from 3rd, 4th, 7th, and then bang, 24th? Wait, what the hell? They went from 7th and a positive goal difference to bottom of the league and conceding 115 goals in one season. So that's 2057, right? PC Builder Curse. Oh, yeah. Also, Gordo, I might have to make some changes to that because the RAM that you'd selected, unfortunately, it's out of stock now, and the third-party sellers for it are wanting double the price, so I may have to come back to you for an alternative there, potentially. Or I might be able to get one that's just a different colour, and it's annoying, but, like, so what, right? I think I should still be able to get some C30, CL36, was it? At 600, sorry, at 6,000? 32 to start, but with, like, upgradable options, just because it's more expensive if you want the good stuff. 50 years. So there was a new person there, potentially? Just download more, exactly. I think they're actually going to give us more news. This might be the first time where they ever actually announce a beta date, whereas normally they just go, beta, there you go. But it seems like with the fact that they put that tweet out last week that might be something they're moving towards, which would at least give us some clarity. I hope to sort that stuff tomorrow if I can do. I just need to check some money's moving around and hopefully sign that sponsor contract tomorrow, at least. I was going to do it Friday and get all that stuff bought, but then I didn't want to... Basically, I didn't want to count my chickens until they'd hatched, right? I didn't want to do it until I'd got that sponsor contract signed. Because you just never know with these things, right? So, New Zealand. We did... They've actually making some transfers. And they got Andrew Sinclair, who I'm pretty certain is a face in the game. Because I've met Andrew Sinclair, unless this is an absolute coincidence, which it could well be as well. It's a reasonably common name, I suppose. So what's happening in New Zealand in terms of the actual winners of the tournaments? I suspect it's... we got the... Oh, none of them are clickable at all. Oh, yeah, of course there isn't. Hopefully that'll be more fleshed out for 26, right? Because all the bigger New Zealand sides play in Australia, don't they? And then the others, their league isn't like even available in the base game, and because it's not... Yeah, that's a shame. They have been up as high as... Well, what happened there? They've done things. Let's have a look at their at least competition results, shall we? They won't continue to be. World Cup. So they've been... It's a lot of fourth places. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Did get to the second round twice. So early in the save, they were decent. But then they were just like... Basically became group stage fodder for most teams. After that. What about the OFC? They would have won all of these, right? Oh, wait a minute. Doesn't this technically count as that? Or something? Because isn't the OFC stuff now bundled into the qualifiers in some way in the way that FM counts it? It doesn't have its own like separate thing anymore or something like that. I remember doing some of the... FM's just very straight. I feel like it should separate it even if it isn't in real life, just so it kind of puts it in different things. That'd be good. As long as Server Manager, this one will be interesting actually. If I can remember how to get to it. It's in World, isn't it? Yeah, they're the same but separate. We want managers. They lifted the qualifiers. Right, we want highest... Let's just see if there is any crazy shit in there. I assume this is of active managers. Current time at club. Wait, so the current longest serving manager, that doesn't mean it's the longest ever, is... It'll probably be some non-league one that... FM? These guys are not really there. So the longest one is this guy, David Tolnai, at 30 years at Arena Academy. But that's currently. Then we've got longest time at club in total. which for some reason is done in days instead of years, and it is the same bloke, but I have no idea between one of them is measured in days and the other one is measured in years and days because reasons. Naturally. Intel build or AIM build. I think I was doing the Intel one with the Ultra 265K, I think it was. Most unhinged thing we found so far. Oh, Christ. Where do I even begin? Cardiff Drax ended up playing in 117,000 stadium. There were so many other things. Chat, help me out here. There were so many different stupid things, none of which were even the things we were looking up half the time. There was a world-class lady manager that won titles with Bologna and Bayer Leverkusen. Ireland won the World Cup and the Euros. A random Greek side came out of nowhere and dominated football. Some crazy PAs and CAs on certain players. Illicity, imagine they were just like National League for a bit. The Bulgarian lady manager was probably the rarest thing of all, actually. Yeah, they've done nothing yet. Their time has come. They're making moves, and yesterday they were making moves by losing to Kirkley and Pakefield. The big one. Yeah, Banana, the greatest team in all of Africa, of course. Or the greatest team in all of North America. I forget which one. Was it South America? Helsingborg. That's Helsingborg. There we go. Got them in the end. We're filming state. Do you really think they should be in my honour? We've talked about. I just would love to see it. Basically, Alice, they've been in administration essentially ever since then, because as a second tier side in Wales, they're not able to keep up with the ground refurbishments, so the state of it's absolutely poor, and they just keep scrapping everything to try and pay for the giant stadium that gets them like maybe 1,000 people in at most. So Helsingborg actually have won some titles, a good wee chunky of them, in fact. Kind of spread out quite nicely. Didn't really start going until the 40s, but since then they've kind of chefed. And then randomly got relegated in the middle. Wow, that's so weird, actually. Let me show you this, because it's hidden by my face. They were kind of a mid-table side. Then just got relegated out of nowhere. Immediately back to promoted again. And within 3 seasons, they'd won back-to-back titles. The hell happened there? Did they just get a tycoon? Wait, no, you can't get tycoons in Sweden, can you? Or can you? I don't think you can. Either way, fair play. I mean, they do have the youth recruitment being really quite high as well. Push Cup round 3. And they can play in the giant stadium. You can have a stand each. All 4 fans that were there. You wouldn't even be able to like hear each other. It'd be brilliant. Romania. That's what you want out of a crowd when you can't hear them. They say hell is other people. 1-0 Spurs already. Wait, is it Spurs Villa? Pog will not be pleased with that because her club opponent this weekend has 7 Spurs players in his lineup. 3 of which are defenders and the goalie. So basically, if Villa score a goal, Pog's up in great times. Bentancur, I was hoping it'd be Kudus. I've got him in my actual FPL team as well. So Romania at the moment, been up as high as 20th. Doing bits. Competitions, let's see if we've got anything interesting in here. World Cups. Mostly a second round team. I saw 8th round there and it about broke my brain. Wow, they really didn't go to World Cup for a long time, did they? That's 60 years. What about Pog? No, because Van der Ven was one of the players he had. Pog, she thinks she might be able to win still, except this guy has got someone on his bench. I think it was one of the Chelsea players that got like 38 points yesterday, but he's got 2 Spurs players in his team that play in the same role. So she really needs Jed Spence to come off the bench, presumably. We're covered. I haven't seen it yet, Gordon, because I'm still streaming, of course, but I will check all that after stream. Right. And the thing is, half this stuff could have changed by tomorrow. I keep refreshing it randomly on PC Part Picker, and the prices just change all over the place. Because I can't make any moves until that contract's signed. So they've been to the second... Oh, yeah, they did get to a final, didn't they? Just 7 years ago, in fact. It won't have helped much, really, because this guy had Drapolinia as well. Either way, she's probably in Trubs. He's put all his points in the Spurs bag. I think the bigger bet, Andrew, is when does Dyche get sacked from Spurs? Tell you what. Oh, that's what we're going to do. Just on the topic of Romania. I want to see a Kvaratskhelia. Oh, offside. Oh. From Spurs. Yeah. When does Dyche get sacked from Spurs? I mean, probably from Spurs. Did I say Spurs? You know what? Anything could happen in the future. Don't write me off yet. Let this be the prediction of all predictions. He'll have to get a sack from Forest first, then he can get sacked from Spurs. After they've appointed him. Do you know what, chat? I might just announce it. Big Ange to Forest. They've got an opening. So, yeah, Karapchea. It's just as well that it doesn't have Romanian Player of the Month in here, because this thing would just keep scrolling. Just you wait until I announce David Moyes to Manchester United. It's going to be the breaking news. Spurs just bring in Marinakis. I think Villa are better than that. I mean, they beat us, which, admittedly, as we've already seen, doesn't take a great deal. Oh, we've got so many injuries. We have no players. Aaron Lapalo B's going to be up front for us very soon, and I'm looking forward to it. That is not the team you meant, right? This is Marines FC in Rwanda. Now, I know Arsenal have constantly told us to visit Miranda. Visit Miranda? Listen, she's lonely, all right? If you don't pop around and see her, she's going to cry. She's going to keep texting you. So make like Arsenal and visit Miranda. Jesus Christ. Try that again. Yeah, presumably you meant... Where the hell are they? Let me just type in Marine. Maybe it's not Marine FC in FM. Big Sex and the City fans, yeah. They've always considered themselves more of a Charlotte, but since Stan Kroenke came in, they're all aboard. Where the hell is it? Hang on, let's do a search and set by clubs. Oh, mate. There they are, Marine. Finally. That's true, yeah. Visit Miranda and tell her to stop making sitcoms. Unfollowed. Fair enough, John. I've lied to you. I would understand if you never want to speak again. I get it. No amount of counselling is going to fix that, is it? So, there they are. It's a good stadium pick. I like it. It's more of a stadium pick, Saul, but, you know, you can sort of make out some footballers. Almost looks like it's taken as a screenshot from an FM save. That's the low res we're dealing with here. They're still in the Evo Stick League, and it looks like they've had a couple of random blips in International League North on 2 occasions. How did they get on? Newsflash, not well. 2044, they actually conceded 97 goals, 19 points. But just 22 years ago, in fact, did manage 31 points, 90 goals conceded. They're slowly working their way through. In just several short centuries, they may even stay up. So what I'm saying is, hang on in there. Your day is coming. Basingstoke Town, now they are a team I've definitely seen randomly pop up. Professional club. I mean, they're just really well run, Hadrian. I don't know what you mean. Has Van Dijk, Jesus Christ. He must have a really high stadium cap. So Basingstoke Town, at the Winkleberry Football Complex, of course. Football is not simple these days. So they've had a couple of little goes at it. Or have they? They've also had 2 goes at it, in fact. 101 goals there for Basingstoke Town. So much like Marine, they're on the path to somewhere. Where the path goes, I don't know. Much like they do. Brady Williams. Now, actually, technically, he will be available here because I have keep history after retirement. Most likely, it will just show him retiring from his Saudi side, but you never know. Yeah, in the end, he didn't become a staff member. Did get 174 caps, though, for Australia, which is pretty ace. Nearly played as many games for Shabab Al Ahly as he did for Gladbach. Video on low. That makes me...
Insane goal! I've just seen the most insane goal!
Johnny!
Download yourself some more RAM.
Hang on, wait a sec. I'm channeling it. Oh no, I downloaded a Chevrolet instead. Terrible times. Happens to the best of us, though. I'll make the most of it. Don't know if it's compatible with this motherboard, I'm afraid. Thank you, though, for the £20. That is incredibly kind of you and very unnecessary, but I do appreciate it once again. That's so damn nice. Lovely, lovely man. And he's got a GMC. Oh, no! Ram's only been back in NASCAR for a week. I'm following. Fair. The jokes don't get better from here. If anything, I've used all my best jokes. 26, I'm a barren wasteland, mate, you know? I'm the Fens. Matsuoka. Oh, can you remember what Matsuoka's PA was? Was it 170 something? I'm curious to see how he got on. Oh, Barca, how much for? 70 million. Gladbach. Weirdly, it was that random loan spell to Estrella Damadora that I think actually messed up. You wouldn't download a Chevrolet. I mean, I'd try. That makes sense that he would go to Barca. I think the problem with Sasha is we couldn't get them to a stage yet where they were able to hang on to these players. And as a result of that, yeah, they just couldn't do it. CONMEBOL Club winners. Love to see it. It doesn't, yeah, That's another thing. They just don't. We have had a few. I mean, if anyone was going to go on to manage, I'm glad it was Sven. He deserved that just for me forgetting him, right? My recompense for that was having to constantly load the different saves. Probably not Tuesday, same James. Depends on what's going on with the beta, because I do have to build this PC at some point, and I get the feeling that if it does drop there'll be no point in trying to play it on this PC, potentially, because if think how bad the matches can get sometimes with this one, I suspect that there's going to be a step up that my computer is simply not going to handle in those bits. Menus will probably be all right, but I'd rather, unless I actually have something to stream that's like 26, I think it might be best to just like make that gap to give me a chance to build this PC and get something that's working and ready to go. And I realise it is quite the statement of me implying that I would even play a game in the first stream, but you know, weirder things have happened. FM Touch beta? I wouldn't touch FM Touch, I'm afraid. Commonwealth. Wait, what is Commonwealth? That's South America, right? Yes. Love to see it. Club winners. When you say club winners, do you mean the Copa America? No, the Copa Libertadores and stuff. Mr. Part-Time, hey? I couldn't spell it. Love to see it. Happens to the best of us. Me with basic words like and the. Jono! Thank you for the 21 months. Sad Sudamericana. Oh dear. Not as good as the one from Malta. We had some crazy winners. I mean, we got the Barcelona from Ecuador in there as well. Universidad de Chile were up in there too. River Plate, I mean, especially in the last few years, 4 out of the last 5. And then obviously lots of Argentina. Mostly Argentina with a bit of Brazil peppered in for good measure, and a cheeky little Chile occasionally, which you need for spice, right? And then Barcelona are just here as well. Anyone else in there at all? No. What about the Sudamericana is always not better, in fact. Don't like to see. Hunger. I rarely like to see it. JQs. Those weird Temu Range Rovers. I can list off a few things I mildly dislike, but frankly, I'm not a hateful man, Gordo, right? I try to find the good in things. Except myself. And I'm learning. We're getting there. I'm slowly finding the good. It's under all these flaps. Jiggers and BYDs. Oh, dear. You want to be careful with that llama. You'll end up getting the forest job, and the last thing you want, I suppose, for the payout, right? That's what we share. And Pog has to go to Lincoln sometimes for work. To the land of the big Tom FM in the sky, as I said last time for some reason. So River Plate just are everywhere. Wait, did Huachipato get one? Or was that a runner-up? Oh, wait. No, it's Huracan. Wait. There they are, yes. So they've got a runners-up spot, at least, if nothing else. El Nacional? That's Ecuador, isn't it? The only reason I even know that most of the time is not because of memory. It's just because they've got the Ecuadorian flag in their logo. Right. What I was going to do, because I noticed we'd missed out a few of the top flight leagues to have a little gander at while we were at it, just to see if there was any crazy teams knocking about in them. Like Lazio getting relegated along with Hellas Verona and Udinese. Palermo we knew kind of good. Sassuolo are back to being decent. Milan are absolutely dominating Italy. My God. Ooh, trio of dubs there for these guys. I'm feeling less self-critical in the last few days, Gordo. It's actually been quite pleasant. My morning ritual these days has genuinely just been, last few days, get up, have toast, watch Sabrina, wait for meds to kick in, and then go. So good. Yeah, Lazio down, maybe that's happened before, I don't know. Inter are just dominant. Let's go power Bologna, yes. I'm a flap and yap. It's like food and fuel, but way better. So that's Italy, doing bits. And relegate 2. It's an omen. Right, Ligue 1, which we know Sochaux did win one. It seems like it was a fleeting deal. Where are they these days? Okay, they're still up there at least. That feels like the exact same teams that were in Ligue 1 when we last managed there as well. Give or take. Nobody know Nice, actually. They'll probably be just... Okay. Paris FC going down again as well, by the way. Nice. Where you at, lads? Also, did anyone notice Saint Etienne were also famously absent? Bear with. Oh, they got rid. Oh, was it this season? Were they top flight? Ah, man. Ah, shit. Yeah, that was. I got excited for a second that they might have continued their absolute nosedive, but I still didn't see any Son Etienne. Take a look, getting used to. Oh, don't worry, God. I'm still absolutely all over the place. It's just certain things have been able to become a little bit more easy. Pogs on chair have gone too, yeah. 14th and the third tier. Nah. Ooh, bloody hell. By the skin of their saintly teeth. So basically, France doing France things. Right. Most importantly, when did Sochaux get a title? Oh, I say a title. Christ on a bike. So we left. We had 2 runner-up spots. We then had that shitty season. And then the new manager came in, got 2 runner-up spots again. Then 4 straight titles. And 4 in 5 years. And then a huge gap. Wow, they really did. We never did a Sochaux look-up, but I have still looked Sochaux up in various ways. So they've won 8 league titles. Well, 6 since. And 11 Coupe de France. I mean, hey. You can't argue with that. Any clickable people? Jean-Claude Vizera was there. Was he? Yeah, he's post us. To get a tycoon, maybe? It usually takes a lot. Oh, there's rumours of a board takeover right now. Their finances are not especially excellent, but then that happens over time, right? No, but the looks of things, no. So it's weird that we never actually got involved in any kind of ownership issues at all when we were there. In fact, they went to administration, which does seem to happen quite a lot in France. In the Sochaux Stadium. Because again, this is where creativity goes to die. I wonder what the closest they got in the Champions League was. So they were pretty much in it for like 30 years straight. They did win one, right? Oh, sorry, they got to the final once. Quarterfinal, forget when it was. It's in here somewhere, in it. Quarterfinal. There we go. 2060 was when they lost to City. I think that's the only time they've been there. Europa League, they probably haven't been in it very much, right? Oh, actually, they did a little bit. When they came back from the dead, they kind of started being more of a Europa League kind of team, but never really went deep enough there. Oh, Penn, so close. And they've actually, weirdly, never played in the Conference League, which is surprising. Let me just quickly check on Steven Gerrard. I don't know if he would have been keep history after retirement, to be fair. Just in case. Hello, Fran. No, sadly not. We've got Stefano Ferrari, Stefano Ferrari, and also Stefano Ferrari. Those lads better be fast, is all I'm saying. Who was the other guy? Oh, Andy Robertson, yeah. Andy Robertson. There he is. What did he do? Oh, that's... At least he went full circle and went back to Liverpool. God, he had a hell of a career as an assistant. Sheffield United twice. In fact, he was caretaker manager briefly. Then went to Motherwell. Cheers, thanks. Sheffield Wednesday for a bit. What a weird jump. Fran, thank you for the 6 months, friend. It's very kind of you. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. Atletico and then Liverpool. So, we went out at the top. Germany. Yeah, I'm going to do the other... Basically, what I'll do is I'll have a little look at the other leagues in focus on this page just to see if anything crazy crops up. This is all just buy-in. Oh, okay. Tell you what. Bulgarian lady, Jordanka Brostova, has started a miracle here. Because Bayern have... No. Okay, it's not been that long. But it's been long enough. Hello, Jeff. McSauce, unfortunately, was not in the database anymore. Because he was a staff member when we finished the save. So I probably didn't have the keep history after retirement on certain staff members. That was a bit of an oversight. Across the Sheffield divide. Dangerous. Sean Bean will be fuming about that. So yeah, it's mostly Stuttgart. There's a little cheeky Eintracht Frankfurt title in there, but Stuttgart got a little one. Then Bayer Leverkusen under the Bulgarian Wunderfraulein doing bits. And then Leipzig as well. But hey. It's mostly the same clubs, actually, yeah. Hamburg got a cheeky third. Schalke got one as well. 3-month stints. Do you reckon that's because the game still thought that he was actually being in contact with, in some manner, Tenerife? What about the second tier? Any crazy team? Where's Bookback is what I want to know, right? We're all after that. Wow, that's even quite stale up there as well, isn't it? At least Unterhaching are there, I guess. Buchbach are bound to be in here. What if Wolfsburg have recovered? Braunschweig all the way down in 20th again. Kaiserslautern. No signs of the Buchbach. Terrifying. Also, Greuther Fürth all the way down there to Union Berlin actually in the 3rd tier. That's somewhat shocking. I don't think it goes down. No, it doesn't. Because I use the default database for the Germany bit. Let's do... We already looked at... well, did we? Sort of. Salamanca in the top flight. Castellón as an outside shot for European football. But as usual, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Tenerife, Atletico. The big four, who I'm guessing have won every title in this save. Yeah. Tenerife had their little 4 straight title. Wow, 4 straight. They won 6 in 7 years. Love that. Valencia nabbed one. Then there was another period of dominance towards the end here from Tenerife, which I believe is the same period where they won another Champions League. So they must have kind of come back with a vengeance, and there's just random little spots for Girona kind of popping in there too. The usual suspects. It looks like Castellón are the closest anyone's come to really breaking into that too. But Salamanca, good to see. They usually are sort of, wow. They've come all the way up. They were 4th tier 15 years ago. 2-0 up. Oh, that's bad, right? Because they need to not lose against Hammarby, right? Oh no, Hammarby are playing Icor, aren't they? And if they draw, then surely Mjällby are going to win it anyway, though, right? They just need to win like one more game, right? Let's just check the 2nd tier, in case there's any craziness. Like an FC Andorra. Oh! Athletic Club. Didn't realise they were in the 2nd tier. There's Andorra. There's Oviedo. Lots of Almeria. Osasuna getting relegated again. Celta Vigo quite close to going down. Wrap it up here. I think they will do with the gap they've got, surely. Oh, I turned that league off. I must have been it. I think that was when we were saving space. Copenhagen, yes, he moved this summer, didn't he? Eredivisie. Who's been winning this league? Is it AZ? Whoa, that makes sense, actually. All that money that Utrecht were throwing around when we were still managing in the save, it looks like it finally paid off. They got a couple of 2nd places, and then they and Feyenoord just completely took over Dutch football. A cheeky little 2nd place for Excelsior. Some runners up there for Vitesse towards the end. So it looks like Vitesse are kind of cooking. They're getting a load of 3rds, then a load of 2nds. Another 20 years? Maybe they're in there. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them actually... Well, that's not true. We did see them get relegated on the Malta save because, we had that weird glitch where they swapped places with their C team and their B team, where the B and the C team were in the same league, I think, and then the A team were in the division below them because Football Manager. We looked at Portugal. Serbia's in there for some reason. We looked at Scotland. The only other nation that would be like... is probably Belgium, that we haven't really taken a closer look at the top flight of Belgium, but it's mostly okay.
Do not hate
A little bit different.
I am familiar with over 600 dams.
I think the biggest thing there is the emergence of St. Trouden, basically. Crafty the lad, thank you for the follow. So yeah, St. Trouden came out of nowhere. They sort of snuck in there. RFC Liège in there as well. FA Cup, yes, good point, actually. That's probably the last thing. That's the last thing we'll do. Not ever, obviously, just for today. Because I kind of want to watch the Spurs game and drink loads more water because the headache is just starting now. But to be fair, 2:30, I'm actually quite pleased with that. Time seems to pass weirdly. Right. Hang on. FA Cup. Right, cool. England. This is where the game crashes here, of all places. Right, I want to do that and then scroll. What do you reckon? 2nd tier winner or something? Probably not. We could have a quick... All right, fine. Coupe de France as well. Which is a good step. Yeah, I think over time it will get easier. It was one of the things that they warned me about. Which actually, to be fair, that's probably a good thing, really. Not that stream tends to pass time quite quickly anyway. I'll look up and like an hour's passed. I'm like, where did that even... How? Wow. It's just nothing, isn't it? The FA Cup sucks. This is why the Coupe de France is my favourite cup competition. This is where we log in and it's just PSG, Sochaux the entire time. Right. Easy to type it. Except Brentford have been really solid in this save. And we all have to deal with these bad things. Oh, please give me a fun... Okay, Valenciennes as a runner-up, but they might have been a top flight side at the time or something. They are 2nd tier now and have been top flight for quite some time. Le Havre. Yes! Go on, Le Havre. Oh, they might not have been top flight at the time. 69-70. Oh, they definitely weren't, were they? They won it the same season as they were promoted. Not as winners, interestingly. So, they did. They won the Coupe de France from the second tier. What a season that is. Imagine that. You get promoted, not as champions, but you still win the Coupe de France in the same year. And they beat PSG in the final too, who presumably were winning the title that year as well. Sochaux have got quite a few of them, to be honest. The Pasta King, who could tell? Actually, I'm kind of curious now about that. This is where Hart became like the greatest coach in the world and we never knew. I might have accidentally not set keep history after retirement on half. Oh dear. Morning, Benny. It's fine. He's not here. And that, I nearly saved the game. Why would I do that? We've not progressed a single day. He had a nickname. Oh, you're right. Yes, we'd have to remember what his bloody name was. Right, no, fuck it. It was that West Ham youth intake, wasn't it? We probably could have just pretended that he never existed and we'd have got away with it. But no. You had to bring it up. I will figure out which one he was. Not transfers, Matt. Youth intakes. He'll be really obvious to spot because he'll be the one that's got...
Zaha got sent off last night for trying to, and failing to, slap a player in the face. Lol misses first match of the playoffs due to it.
It's like if you're going to slap... Firstly, thank you so much for the 4 months, my friend. Was that 6 months? Both of those things are great. So, nevertheless, thank you very much. That's very kind. If you're going to slap someone and you're going to get sent off for it, bloody do it. Is it Brima Mara? No. Clint Marnie? Was it Clint Marnie? One with the underline. I'm trying to think which year he would have retired. George Hallam? No. It's half Jamaican. Yeah, that's why I'm looking for the certain names. Spawn's not retired. Yeah, no, I'm just looking for like the youth intakes. So we could surely see him in said youth intake. Mitch O'Reilly. Although, look at Jamaica. Was he Jamaican? But what would we be looking at in Jamaica? I'm not sure what I would be looking at on Jamaica. Icons. I doubt that he would be an icon. Excuse me, where even is that information? So many people. O'Neill Christie? No, another one that's really good though. Doesn't seem to be here. We'll just have to pretend that he's... Or, actually, I'll tell you what. To finish off on a high, I'll go back and find him in this save. Then we can look at his full name. I could just go forward one day. Not go one day, I'll just go back to the other save file. Carvel Dakers, that makes sense. Some of the others might have done. But we know that most of the Patreon regions didn't become staff members. A few of them did, and obviously we ended up signing a lot of those guys for us. Right, we go back again. Now that we know his name. So where the hell was he? Oh, Man United transfer. Yeah, that would have been a much smarter approach, actually. Surely he would have still appeared in West Ham's youth intake team, though. God, it takes forever to save. Game status, 30 days and 10 hours. That's a lot of days. That's a month of game time. Of like actual play. I'm going to say actual play time. Some of that was obviously simming, but to be fair, only like 4 days of that is simming. So, here's Carvel Dakers. Just retired at Man United. After all that, he just retired at Man United. I'll use that as an opportunity to end just before I get distracted by some other interesting factoid that I'm trying to dig out for myself. 3 whole caps. Hey, it's a little bit embarrassing. Or did he declare for England? Ah, that's why, because he decided to become English. Big mistake. Right, back to Twitch. Let me just find someone to raid on this afternoon. Who have we got in the FM category? God, I can't even find the FM category. There it is, 24. Let's see. English. Ooh. Okay, interesting. Who's got a face cam? this is an interesting decision. Wow, there's only like one row of people streaming FM in English at the moment. I guess it's this time of year, right? Let's raid a new channel since there is nobody here that I've ever raided before. This is called Channel Not in Use, which is a very clever name, actually. So I guess favourite flags is what we do. So yes, I will keep you posted on the Discord as to what the next stream will be. If we get beta news, that will help with that. We'll just have to see, basically. I'll let you know in due course. You can assume that there will definitely be a stream next Sunday. That much we can definitely say. Unless something goes horribly wrong, there will definitely be a stream next Sunday. Thursday seems most likely, but you never know what can happen. So, yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. I hope all your teams win unless they're playing Fulham. Enjoy the F1, all the other lovely stuff later. And thank you for being so patient with me today while I become a slightly more functioning human being. Thank you for the gifted subs and the donations earlier. It was very kind of you. And thank you for all the new followers as well. If you're new to the streams and you've enjoyed, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. And before it automatically raids for us, I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Kalau, honey.